Chapter 724. The attack of a first-grade minor saint was undoubtedly destructive. To any combat emperor it was like the pressure of Mount Tai. A minor saint could casually use the power of a domain to confine everything. Just like the current Elder Xian. His palm had locked onto Jiang Chen's chi, intending to pinch Jiang Chen to death. The middle-aged leader and the other assassins revealed a smile in their eyes when they saw Elder Xian personally attacking. In their point of view, Jiang Chen would certainly die if Elder Xian attacked. That was a powerful first-grade minor saint. Jiang Chen had no chance of surviving. However, Jiang Chen didn't even bat an eye at Elder Xian's attack. Two ghost-like silhouettes suddenly rushed out from Jiang Chen's body. The moment these two silhouettes appeared, the entire sky above the manor was filled with a cold and gloomy qi. It made people's soul tremble. Two deafening roars reverberated through the night sky. Everyone watched as two skeletons, each more than 100 feet tall, appeared. One of them reached out with a sharp claw and smashed Elder Xian's palm into pieces. Swoosh swoosh, Ada and air surrounded Elder Xian from the front and back. With the two of them here, Elder Xian was afraid that he wouldn't be able to protect himself, let alone killing Jiang Chen. What are these things? Elder Xian couldn't help but feel shocked when he saw the two Dark Soul Kings. He could feel an indescribable qi of death from Ada and air. These two were obviously dead creatures. The decaying qi of death was very terrifying and it was extremely harmful to humans. As long as one was injured by the Dark Soul King, the qi of death would enter his body and the consequences would be unimaginable. What kind of monsters are those? They look so scary. They are all minor saints. How could this Jiang Chen have so many tricks up his sleeves? Such a strong yin qi and qi of death. These are dead creatures, dark souls. Damn it. How could these things exist in this world? They are too dangerous. Even Elder Xian might not be able to deal with them. This is Jiang Chen's trump card. The death of Sword Ming and Male Lion is definitely not a coincidence. How could this be? We, the Dark Shadow, have always had a clear understanding of the people we want to assassinate. But this time there was such a big change. Damn it. Regardless of whether it was the middle-aged leader or the other assassins, the moment they saw the apparition of the apparition, their emotions completely changed. They originally thought that as long as Elder Xian appeared, Jiang Chen would definitely die. They didn't expect Jiang Chen to have such a trump card. He directly controlled two powerful apparition kings and completely blocked Elder Xian. In this way they would have to face Jiang Chen again. If this continued, perhaps everyone would die here. Ada and air, kill him. Jiang Chen didn't even look back as he directly gave an order to Ada and air. After being edified by Jiang Chen, Ada and air were obedient to Jiang Chen's words. They didn't dare to disobey him. If Jiang Chen ordered them to kill someone, they wouldn't hesitate. The two powerful apparition kings let out an unpleasant roar. The ghostly fire in their eyes flickered and they attacked Elder Xian. They were the true kings of the dark. They came and went without wind, just like real ghosts. Elder Xian did not dare to be careless at all. He immediately released his domain, wanting to use the power of the domain to deal with Ada and air. The vast domain directly enveloped Ada and air. However, in the face of absolute power, the power of a domain was useless. His domain could suppress the origin energy of others, but Eam's spirits like Ada and air didn't have any origin energy ripples at all. They only had violent and swift power. Qila, Ada and air were too ferocious. Their sharp claws tore apart Elder Xian's domain. Elder Xian himself had just advanced to the minor saint realm not long ago, so he wasn't very familiar with the control of his domain. Now that he was fighting two opponents at the same level as him, he felt a little inferior. Elder Xian bellowed out furiously. Light shone from all over his body as he threw out two punches. This was a violent battle skill that charged towards Ada and air. However, Ada and air showed no fear at all. They were like natural killing machines and they fought without any regard for their lives. Honglong. The heaven and earth shook. The battle between the three minor saints had instantly destroyed the entire manor. All the buildings collapsed at this moment, turning into ruins. There was a huge crater in the middle of the manor. Black smoke billowed and rippled continuously. Dang dang dang. In the process of colliding with Ada and air, Elder Xian was pushed back a dozen steps before he could stabilize his body. He felt that his blood and qi were tumbling inside his body, making him feel indescribably uncomfortable. His eyes almost spurted out fire. Although these two apparitions didn't have any yuan force, their death chi was too terrifying. It had seriously affected Elder Xian's performance. If there was only one apparition, Elder Xian could still deal with it, but now that there were two of them, he couldn't deal with them at all. Although these two apparitions were huge, their movement was incomparably fast and their attacks were sharp. Every part of their body was like a weapon that could collide with ordinary minor saint weapons. Junior brother Jiang has brought these two apparition kings with him. It's like bringing two sharp weapons. Gu Xiaofei sighed. If it wasn't for Ada and Air, Jiang Chen would never dare to attack Dark Shadow's stronghold. What are you standing there for? Kill them all. Jiang Chen turned his head and yelled at Gu Xiaofei and the other two who were still standing at the same spot. 2 men and a dog immediately reacted and charged at those assassins again. Anyway, the minor saint assassins were blocked by the dark souls. No one here could cause any harm to them anymore. Arg! Screams filled the sky. Men and horses were thrown off their feet. Those assassins who had been frightened by the apparition were disheartened when they saw Elder Xian being controlled by the apparition. They were no match for De Huang Dog and the others. In just a blink of an eye, a few more assassins were killed. Arg! On the other side, another 9th grade combat emperor died under Jiang Chen's heavenly saint sword. Up until now, 4 9th grade combat emperors had been killed by Jiang Chen. There were only 2 9th grade combat emperors left. One of them was the middle-aged leader. At this moment, both of their faces were extremely unsightly. In their eyes, Jiang Chen was like the god of death. When they looked at the sword in Jiang Chen's hand, even their souls felt cold. Everyone listen to me, leave this place quickly. Elder Xian, who was being attacked by Ada and Air, hastily yelled at the assassins. He couldn't save them now. If the battle continued like this, all of them would die. The Dark Shadow had spent a huge amount of resources to nurture these assassins. The death of any one of them would be a great loss. They couldn't let all of them die here. Everyone here was a powerful combat emperor. In addition, they were assassins. Their ability to escape wasn't weak. Even if they couldn't defeat the assassins, escaping wasn't a problem. As long as they could escape today, these madmen would have to bear the Dark Shadow's crazy revenge. At that time, no matter how big this world was, there wouldn't be a place for them to stay. Retreat now. The middle-aged leader roared. The stronghold of Full Moon Pavilion was built by the Dark Shadow for many years. He didn't expect that they would have to flee today. To the middle-aged leader, it was a great humiliation. However, if they didn't flee now, death would be waiting for them. All of them had to die. Jiang Chen didn't plan to let them go today. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as the middle-aged leader's voice faded, all the assassins flew out of the manor. Many of them went into the void. There were still a lot of assassins. If they wanted to flee in an instant, no matter how strong De Huang Dog was, they wouldn't be able to stop them. Fortunately, they were prepared in advance. Ping ping ping. One by one, the assassins were bounced back by the sky-concealing grand formation that was jointly set up by Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. What's going on? Why can't we get out? Motherfucker, the void here has been sealed. This is a mysterious grand formation. Brute force can't break it. Damn it. The assassins were in complete despair. It was fine if they couldn't defeat the enemy, but escaping had become a luxury. Jiang Chen, what have you done? The middle-aged leader was also bounced back. He yelled at Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen had just killed the 5th 9th grade combat emperor. The entire manor has been sealed by me. The entire manor has been sealed by me with a grand formation. You all have become lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Today all of you are going to die. No one will walk out of here alive. It is your misfortune that you have offended me. From today onwards, I, Jiang Chen, will be your nightmare. Today is your stronghold, and in the future, it will be your headquarters. Sooner or later, I will erase your name from Saint Origin World. Jiang Chen's chi was like a rainbow. While he was speaking, he had already arrived in front of the leader. The heavenly saint's sword mercilessly pierced through the middle-aged leader's body. Under the middle-aged leader's despairing eyes, a destructive energy shot out from the heavenly saint's sword, destroying his internal organs and completely ending his life. Puchi Jiang Chen slowly pulled out his sword and charged at the other assassins. Bastard! Elder Xian's eyes were red as he watched the people of the Dark Shadow die in front of him one by one. His fury almost burned to the top of his head. However, he was firmly trapped by Ada and Air. He could not even take care of himself and could not save the other assassins at all. He could only watch them die in the hands of the enemy one by one. Arc. Chapter 725. The night was dark and the wind was strong. The smell of blood permeated the air. The manor had turned into ruins. Corpses were everywhere and blood flowed like a river. The whole scene was extremely miserable. This was no longer the splendid manor, but the real Azura hell. After killing so many people, Xianxia didn't even frown. His methods had always been ruthless. He knew who he should kill. These people were all his enemies, people who wanted to kill him. Facing such enemies, Xianxia would never show any mercy. The only way to solve the problem was to use the sharpest method to destroy them. That was the only way to solve the problem. Bastard! Elder Xian saw everything that happened. His chest heaved up and down in anger. He spurted out a mouthful of blood. Part of the blood was caused by the joint attack of Ada and Air. The other part was due to his anger. The stronghold of Full Moon Pavilion was built by the Dark Shadow organization for many years. The headquarter had sent him to guard this place. Every assassin here was an elite. They had spent a huge amount of resources to nurture them. Today all of them were killed under his eyes. Such a scene was something that he had never dreamt of. Elder Xian's eyes fell upon Xianxia. His eyes were filled with endless hatred. Xianxia didn't even bat an eye at such a gaze. His face was incomparably calm. He sent out a divine sense to Ada and Air. The two Dark Soul Kings roared again and rushed towards Elder Xian. Clang! Elder Xian's anger soared to the sky. He took out his combat weapon. It was an extremely terrifying combat saber. This combat weapon was only an Emperor weapon. Although it was the peak of the Emperor weapon, there was still a certain gap between it and the minor saint weapon. In Saint Origin world, combat weapons were always precious, especially saint weapons. It was very difficult for an ordinary first-grade minor saint to obtain a minor saint weapon. Honglong. After the combat saber appeared, Elder Xian's combat strength soared, but he was entangled by Ada and Air. He couldn't even take care of himself. Let alone killing Xianxia, his own life was in danger. Junior Jiang, a minor saint expert, is no small matter. Although these two Dark Soul Kings are suppressing Elder Xian, I'm afraid it won't be an easy task to kill him. If Elder Xian escapes, we'll be completely exposed, said Xianxia with a frown. Gua Xiaofei said worriedly. How could a minor saint expert be killed so easily? Even if they couldn't defeat him, it wouldn't be a problem for them to escape. Now that their identity had been exposed, once Elder Xian escaped, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that time, the headquarter of the Dark Shadow would be furious and would hunt them all. Don't worry, this old man won't be able to leave today. His heart is filled with rage and his mind is in a mess. Coupled with the fact that his body has suffered quite a bit of shock, he's no match for Ada and Air. He'll die sooner or later. Xianxia's face was calm. He had always done things in a meticulous and confident manner. It's even more impossible for him to escape. If he didn't fight with the two Dark Soul Kings and ran away directly, he might still have a chance. However, with his current condition, he won't be able to break through my formation. Let me tell you, this formation that I have set up is the Sky-Concealing Grand Formation from the Heavenly Book of Source Formations. This formation is extremely mysterious and has almost no flaws. Anyone who tries to break it with brute force will be devoured by the Sky-Concealing Grand Formation. In the end, the one who will be hurt will be himself. De Huang Dog said confidently. The ancient formation that came from the Heavenly Book of Source Formations was absolutely extraordinary. However, this old man is a minor saint expert after all. His strength is relatively strong. Could it be that even he can't break this Sky-Concealing Grand Formation? Nangong Wentian was a little worried. If he is allowed to break the formation by himself, he will definitely be able to. But now that he is under the influence of Ada and Air, he doesn't have much energy to break the formation. The only thing he can do is to use brute force. The Sky-Concealing Grand Formation is an ancient formation from the Heavenly Book of Source Formations. With the strength of me and Little Qinzi, only a second-grade combat emperor can break it. This Elder Xian won't be able to do so. De Huang Dog shook his big head and said. The reason why he and Xianxia had set up such a powerful and mysterious formation was to deal with a first-grade minor saint. If it was just to deal with those combat emperors, they wouldn't need to spend so much effort. They could just let Ada and Air stand in the void. None of them would be able to escape. Qi La, during the intense battle, Ada's sharp claws grabbed one of Elder Xian's arms. He exerted his strength and created a deep wound on the arm. Blood spurted out from the wound, but the wound wasn't the real damage. To a first-grade minor saint, such a wound was nothing, but it was different now. The wound was caused by the dark soul. The moment Ada tore open Elder Xian's skin, the death qi had seeped into Elder Xian's body. Just like what Xianxia had predicted, Elder Xian's mind was in a mess. He couldn't exert all of his combat strength while Ada and Air had joined hands to inflict a real wound on Elder Xian. This wound was just the beginning. If the battle continued like this, the injuries on Elder Xian's body would only increase. In the end, he would die in the hands of Ada and Air and be eaten alive by Ada and Air. Damn it! Elder Xian was infuriated. He knew that if he didn't escape now, he was afraid that he wouldn't have the chance to do so. He glared at Xianxia fiercely. It was impossible for them to kill Xianxia for revenge, but he wanted to remember Xianxia's face. He wanted to remember this young face. Honglong. After that, Elder Xian unleashed his most powerful attack, pushing Ada and Air back at the same time. Then he turned into a ray of light and flew towards the sky. He couldn't win the battle, so he could only choose to run away. He wanted these audacious bastards to suffer the endless pursuit of the Dark Shadow Organization. Previously, the assassins had been blocked by the Grand Array. Elder Xian already knew that the manor was sealed by the Grand Array. Otherwise, it would be impossible for such a huge battle fluctuation to not be transmitted out. The entire Xianguang city would be destroyed. However, Elder Xian didn't put the formation set up by Xianxia in his eyes. He naturally wouldn't care about the formation set up by a small combat emperor. As for the two apparitions, they weren't in his consideration at all. Apparitions were indeed powerful killing machines, but they were only capable of fighting and killing. It was impossible for a dead thing to set up a formation. You want to trap me with a mere formation? You are too naive. Elder Xian didn't say anything. He immediately raised the saber in his hand and slashed at the formation in the sky. The saber carried an incomparably bright light, carrying the powerful energy of Elder Xian. It was going to tear the formation into pieces. Bang! However, an unbelievable scene happened. Just as Elder Xian's terrifying attack hit the surface of the formation, the energy was immediately bounced back by the formation. Although it was only 70 to 80% of the energy that was bounced back, it was still shocking enough. Under the impact of this energy, Elder Xian was caught off guard and his body was bounced back. How is this possible? Elder Xian couldn't help but be shocked. He had never thought that the formation that covered the sky of the manor would be so terrifying. Roar, Ada and Air didn't waste any time. They attacked at the same time, one on the left and one on the right. The current Elder Xian was facing the attack of 3 different forces at the same time, including the energy that was bounced back by the formation. In addition to that, his mind was in a mess. How could he deal with it? Qila, Ada and Air were incomparably ferocious. They grabbed both of Elder Xian's arms with lightning speed. With a roar, they tore both of Elder Xian's arms off. Even though Elder Xian was a first-grade minor saint, he couldn't withstand such a violent attack. Arg! Losing both of his arms at the same time, and even his combat saber was snatched away. Even a first-grade minor saint couldn't bear such an injury and let out a blood-curdling scream. Kill him! Xianxia shouted. Ada and Air received the order. Without giving Elder Xian any chance to react, 2 sharp claws pierced through Elder Xian's body. At this time, Xianxia moved. He casted the 9 phantom wolves and appeared in front of Elder Xian like a ghost. The heavenly saint sword was swung down at lightning speed. Elder Xian's head fell to the ground. Such a scene was too shocking. Wu Xiaofei was dumbfounded. That was a minor saint. In his eyes, that was a high and mighty existence. It was the goal that he wanted to achieve in his life. He had never thought that a minor saint would be killed. Today he witnessed it with his own eyes. This Elder Xian could be considered a tragedy. He had encountered a monster like Xianxia and was completely trapped in a conspiracy. Otherwise, although he could defeat a first-grade minor saint with just Ada and Air, he absolutely wouldn't be able to kill a first-grade minor saint. After killing Elder Xian, Xianxia circulated the Great Soul Derivation technique again. His terrifying soul power swept through the entire manor. There was no one left alive. All the assassins of the Dark Shadow had been killed. None of them were spared. He sent out a thought, summoning Ada and Air into his spatial ring. Then he scanned the battlefield. A cold smile was revealed at the corner of his mouth. This was just a stronghold. Sooner or later he would destroy the entire dark shadow. Little Chinzi, if we leave like this, I'm afraid that our qi will be left behind. The experts of the dark shadow will be able to sense our qi. Nangong Wentian said worriedly. It doesn't matter. I will set a big fire and burn everything here. When the experts of the dark shadow come, they won't be able to sense anything. Jiang Chen had always been considerate when he did things. He would never leave any traces for his enemies. Kaka, the destruction of Full Moon Pavilion will certainly be a heavy blow to the dark shadow. It seems like the dark shadow will have to settle down for some time. Chapter 726. Late at night, the manor that had already turned into ruins was ablaze with a raging fire. The fire was very fierce and very sudden. A huge pillar of fire soared into the sky, alarming the entire green fluorescent city. The first to feel the huge movement was naturally the full moon, and that was closest to the manor. What's going on? Where is the fire? It's the manor. The manor is on fire. Quickly go and have a look. Let the experts of the full moon in take action and extinguish the fire. No, the manor is a forbidden area. No one is allowed to enter. There are peerless experts inside. This raging fire is nothing to them. Let's wait first. The people of the full moon inn were alarmed. Each and every one of them looked at the burning manor in shock. The raging fire was very strange. The range of the fire was only within the manor. Even though the full moon inn was so close to the manor, it was still not affected by the fire. Oh my God, quickly look. The full moon inn is on fire. Who set it on fire? Daring to set fire to the full moon inn. This is simply courting death. The full moon inn is the #1 force of green fluorescent city. Unexpectedly, there is someone so daring to provoke the full moon inn. He must be tired of living. The fire looks very fierce. It has illuminated the entire night sky. I don't know who dared to do it. The entire green fluorescent city was alarmed. Everyone looked at the monstrous fire with lingering fear. None of the people of the full moon inn dared to enter the manor to extinguish the fire. It was because the rules of the full moon inn were too strict. The manor had always been a forbidden area. Except for the core figures, no one dared to take half a step inside. However, the people of full moon inn were waiting for the peerless masters in the manor to extinguish the fire, but they didn't appear. Until dawn, the raging fire automatically extinguished, but there was still no movement in the manor. Now the people of full moon inn finally felt that something was wrong. Someone plucked up the courage to walk into the manor, and the scene he saw made him directly open his mouth wide in shock. There was nothing left. Everything had been destroyed by the fire in the middle of the night. Such a huge manor had disappeared into thin air. The core figures who lived in the manor had all disappeared. This place had completely turned into ruins mixed with the smell of death. The manor was gone, the people were gone. The green fluorescent city was going to change. At this moment, the real culprit had already left Green Light City and was heading towards Danyuan City. After eliminating one of the strongholds of the Dark Shadow, Jiang Chen had advanced to the 6th grade combat emperor after refining the 2 lions. His face was brimming with satisfaction. His heart was filled with a gloomy feeling. At least in a short period of time he wouldn't have to worry about the revenge of the Dark Shadow. It was basically impossible for the headquarters of the Dark Shadow to find out that he was the culprit. Junior Jiang, you have really gained a lot this time. You have eliminated one of the strongholds of the Dark Shadow, eradicating the biggest threat and advancing to the 6th grade combat emperor. I'm no match for you now. When we reach Danyuan City, those geniuses will encounter you. They are really unlucky. Guo Fei said with a smile. His words were very sincere. He was really not as good as Jiang Chen. Last night, Jiang Chen fought against 6 9th grade combat emperors with his 6th grade combat emperor Cultivation, including a peak 9th grade combat emperor leader. Guo Fei had witnessed it with his own eyes. With Jiang Chen's current combat strength, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to kill Jiang Chen even if he had the right to attack. I'm determined to win this time's selection. Senior brother Guo, tell me about this king of elixirs. What kind of strength does this person have? He actually has such a huge influence in the divine continent, causing countless sects to flatter him. Jiang Chen asked. He was very interested in this Dan King. No matter what, with his relationship with Wu Ningzhu, Dan King wouldn't be considered as an outsider. This Dan King is incredible. Putting aside the fact that his concoction technique has reached the acme of perfection, his cultivation grade is also very terrifying. He is now a 5th grade minor saint, which is even stronger than our master. I heard that Dan King can concoct a lot of rare and strange pills. Because of that, he has made a lot of friends. Although Danyuan City doesn't belong to any big domain, it has a certain status and influence in the divine continent. No one dares to ignore the existence of this power. Guo Fei was one of the most outstanding core disciples of Nebula sect. That meant that he was one of the top geniuses in the whole of Xuanyu. Naturally, he had a clear understanding of the famous Danyuan City. That little girl Wu Ningzhu is really lucky. She has found a Dan King as her foster father. Dan King must have a lot of resources. I wonder how much that little girl has grown, but I don't think she will be too weak. De Huang Dog said. When Wu Ningzhu was in the southern continent, she was the holy maiden of the profound river palace. She was known as the #1 genius of the divine continent. However, the #1 genius of the southern continent was nothing in the divine continent. Now that Wu Ningzhu was in Danyuan City, it was a completely different story. Take Nangong Wentian for example. His luck was truly heaven-defying. The benefits he obtained in the herb garden were too great. Now his body was like a treasure. Thinking of Nangong Wentian, De Huang Dog couldn't help but say, "Ah Nan, with your current body, I'm afraid that Dan King will have the urge to throw you into his furnace when he sees you. He dares to refine me?" Nangong Wentian sneered. He wasn't worried that Dan King would refine him. In the future, when Jiang Qin married Wu Ningzhu, both of them would be friends. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. Wu Ningzhu was not an ordinary genius. Others might not know about Wu Ningzhu's background, but Jiang Qin was very clear about it. Even if he ignored the resources in Danyuan City, Wu Ningzhu still had the bloodline of an ancient clan flowing in her body. Ancient people were very powerful, they were all geniuses when they were born. 2 days later, 3 people and a dog arrived at Danyuan City. There was still half a month's time before the day of the son-in-law selection. Jiang Qin and the others could be said to have arrived in advance. Danyuan City was incomparably luxurious. Looking from the outside, it looked incomparably majestic. This huge city had a circumference of 1,000 miles. Every inch of the city wall was decorated with gold and jade, showing off its wealth. In the sky above Danyuan City, there was always the smell of medicine floating in the air, causing the natural yuan qi in the city to be twice as dense as the outside. It was indeed rare to see a city this prosperous. In such a huge Danyuan City there was only one force, Dan King County. The entire Danyuan City was under the control of Dan King County. Because Dan King's beloved daughter was going to select a son-in-law, there were a lot of people coming and going in front of the gate of Danyuan City. They came from all directions. I heard that many geniuses from the 8 big regions have arrived. They all want to see Miss Wu Ningzhu's beautiful face. Miss Wu Ningzhu's face is covered with a veil all the time, but it absolutely can't cover her peerless beauty. Miss Wu Ningzhu has already said that she will unveil the veil for whoever wins the son-in-law selection. I wonder who will be so lucky. There are too many geniuses from the 8 big regions. Many of them have already arrived. Danyuan City is going to be bustling with noise and excitement. Let's hurry and go in and watch the show. We won't have the chance to compete in the son-in-law selection. We can only hope to see Miss Wu Ningzhu's peerless beauty. Outside the gate of Danyuan City, many people started discussing. Jiang Qin and the others were among the crowd. Hearing the name Wu Ningzhu, Jiang Qin, De Huang Dog and Nangong Wentian all laughed. What kind of peerless beauty does this Wu Ningzhu have? How could she attract so many people? Guo Fei sighed. Back in the southern continent, Wu Ningzhu was the most beautiful woman in the southern continent. However, Wu Ningzhu has already promised to marry our little Qinzi. She won't look at other men for the rest of her life. This son-in-law selection is to test little Qinzi. Nangong Wentian said. The most beautiful woman in the southern continent. If I have the chance, I must meet her. Junior Jiang is really lucky. However, this test isn't too challenging for Junior Jiang. How can those geniuses from the 8 big regions be compared to Junior Jiang? Only those geniuses from the ancient families in the pure land of the divine prefecture can be compared to Junior Jiang. Guo Fei was very fond of Jiang Qin. In his opinion, with Jiang Chen's current combat strength, no one below the minor saint realm could possibly win against him. The The city gate of Danyuan City was very tall. 3 huge golden words were floating on top of the gate. Each word was 3 meters in size, Danyuan City. Those who were guarding the 2 sides of the city gate were the guards of Danking County. There were too many people entering the city at this time. Anyone who wanted to enter the city had to pay a certain amount of heaven elixir. With such a huge flow of people, it would be a considerable income in a day. I was wondering who it was. Isn't this Guo Fei of the Nebula sect? I didn't expect you to be interested in the young miss of Danking County. At this moment, a strange voice was heard from behind. Jiang Qin and the others halted their steps and turned their heads to look. They saw 2 young men walking towards them arrogantly. Their cultivation grade was very high, both of them were 9th grade combat emperors. The clothes that they were wearing weren't unfamiliar to Jiang Qin and the others. It was the uniform of Sky Hill School. Jiang Qin, Nangong Wentian and De Huang Dog looked at each other, thinking that enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. They didn't expect to meet each other here. Yu Yuan Liang Chan, you 2 have also come to Danyuan City to join in the fun. Guo Fei said Lung Lung, then transmitted his voice to Jiang Qin and the others. These 2 are the number 1 and 2 in the Sky ranking of Sky Hill School. Their names are Yu Yuan and Liang Chan, both of them are very powerful. Yu Yuan looked at Jiang Qin and Nangong Wentian. When he sensed Jiang Qin's cultivation grade, he couldn't help but sneer. It seems like your Nebula sect has no one else to send you here. Guo Fei, I heard that you have obtained great benefits in the Death Mountain and advanced to the 9th grade combat emperor. However, your cultivation grade isn't enough to enter Danyuan City. Alright, there's a bastard named Jiang Qin in your Nebula sect. If I see him, I will tear him into pieces. Chapter 727. As a disciple of the Sky Hill School, even if they didn't participate in the training in the Death Mountain, they would still know about the existence of Jiang Qin. He was the archenemy of the Sky Hill School. The sect had given them an order to kill Jiang Qin without mercy whenever they saw him. Those who could kill Jiang Qin would receive boundless rewards from the sect. Their status in the Sky Hill School would also be greatly improved. Yu Yuan and Liang Chan didn't put Jiang Qin and the other 2 in their eyes at the beginning. They thought that they were just a few followers of Guo Fei, but the symbol of De Huang Dog was still there. It was too conspicuous. It made them think of Jiang Qin instantly. When the name Jiang Qin was mentioned, Yu Yuan's eyes suddenly shot out 2 rays of cold light. That was an undisguised murderous intent. The murderous intent was very cold. The murderous intent released by a 9th grade combat emperor wasn't small. It immediately attracted the attention of many people. Many of the cultivators who were about to enter the city halted their steps and looked at them. That's right. I am Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin shrugged his shoulders. His facial expression didn't change. He didn't put Yu Yuan and Liang Chan in his eyes at all. He had just arrived in Danyuan City and didn't want to cause any trouble, but Jiang Qin had never been afraid of trouble. If these 2 fellows of the Sky Hill School really wanted to find trouble with him, Jiang Qin's means wouldn't be something that they could withstand. There wasn't much to discuss between Jiang Qin and the Sky Hill School. Good. You can wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching, but you find it by chance. Jiang Qin, you have killed the geniuses and elders of my Sky Hill School. Since we have met here today, I will settle this score with you. Yu Yuan's chi fluctuated. His eyes were locked on Jiang Qin. His face revealed a happy expression. From his point of view, he deserved this great merit. As long as he killed Jiang Qin, his status in the Sky Hill School would increase by a lot. Yuan, I advise you not to attack. I'm doing this for your own good. Guo Fei shook his head and kindly reminded Yu Yuan. His warning was indeed kind. If Yu Yuan wanted to kill Jiang Qin, it was no different from seeking his own death. Even the stronghold of Dark Shadow had been destroyed. A mere Yu Yuan wouldn't be a threat in front of Jiang Qin. Even if he didn't use the Dark Soul King, Jiang Qin's 6th grade combat emperor was enough to kill Yu Yuan. Humph. Guo Fei, you guys are afraid, right? Junior brother Liang, you block Guo Fei and I will kill Jiang Qin. Today, in front of the gate of Danyuan City, we will kill Jiang Qin and raise the prestige of our Sky Mountain sect. Yu Yuan coldly snorted and ordered Liang Chan, senior disciple Yu, this Jiang Qin is not easy to deal with, he is the man who killed Elder Yen. Liang Chan transmitted his voice to Yu Yuan. He was a little worried. Back then, outside the Death Mountain, Yen Chongming, who was a peak 9th grade combat emperor, was killed by Jiang Qin. This was enough to show how strong Jiang Chen was. What are you afraid of? Jiang Chen killed Elder Yan because he borrowed the power of the Dark Soul King. Now that the Dark Soul King has been released back to the Death Mountain by Jiang Chen, what else can he rely on? I can kill him in one move. Yu Yuan sneered. In his eyes, Jiang Chen had already become his prey. He couldn't let him go. All right. Liang Chan responded. His body swayed and he stood in front of Guo Xiaofei. However, what surprised him was that Guo Xiaofei did not move at all. Guo Xiaofei crossed his arms in front of his chest and seemed to have no intention of making a move. You don't need to stop me. I won't help you. Don't you want to kill Jiang Chen? Just go ahead and kill him. I won't help you. Guo Xiaofei shrugged and said something that made Yu Yuan and Liang Chan dumbfounded. In their opinion, if they wanted to kill Jiang Chen, Guo Xiaofei would definitely resist them with all his might. They didn't expect that Guo Xiaofei not only wouldn't resist, but also said such words. It's good that you know your limits. Jiang Chen, stand out and accept your death. I can give you a chance to commit suicide so that you won't have to suffer any physical pain. Yu Yuan looked at Jiang Chen Lung and said, Did you see that? This is the meeting of enemies. They're going to fight. That is the genius of Xuanyu Sky Hill School. These people are all from Xuanyu School. I don't know the background of this white-clothed youth, but he is only a 6th grade combat emperor. He will certainly die if he fights a 9th grade combat emperor. Yeah, it's too tragic. I reckon that he came to Danyuan City for the sake of catching a glimpse of young Lady Wu Ningzhu's peerless appearance. Now he's going to die here before even entering the city gate. How tragic. The surrounding people were discussing in a low voice. However, they could only watch the show. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to intervene in the battle between powerful high-grade combat emperors. After listening to Yu Yuan's words, De Huang Dog and Nan Gong went Tian side at the same time. Then the two of them walked to the side and stood next to Guo Xiaofei. Looking at their expressions, it was as if they were watching a drama. Such an unusual situation made Liang Chan's heart beat faster. If that's the case, I will kill you with my own hands. Yu Yuan was infuriated when he saw that Jiang Chen didn't care about him. His chi fluctuated and he struck a palm at Jiang Chen. But, just as Yu Yuan moved, Jiang Chen moved as well. As soon as Jiang Chen moved, a loud slap was heard. A shocking scene appeared. Yu Yuan's body swayed and almost fell down. Looking at one side of his face, there was an incomparably clear and eye-catching palm mark. That's right. That's right. That's right. Many of them didn't see what happened because Jiang Chen's movement was too fast. However, this eye-catching palm mark told them a lot of things. Because of this, many of them were shocked. By God! What kind of monster is this white-clothed youth? He actually slapped a 9th grade combat emperor. This is unbelievable. Is he really a 6th grade combat emperor? How could a 6th grade combat emperor defeat a 9th grade combat emperor? It was the 9th grade combat emperor who attacked first, but he was slapped by the white-clothed youth. This is too shocking. Since when did such a powerful young man appear in Xuanyu? A 6th grade combat emperor fighting a 9th grade combat emperor. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. No one wasn't shocked. Being slapped during a battle was a very normal thing, but if it was a 6th grade combat emperor slapping a 9th grade combat emperor, the meaning would be completely different. Yuan, I have warned you just now. It was you who didn't listen and provoked Jiang Chen. My junior brother Jiang isn't someone to be trifled with. Guo Xiaofei said in a strange tone. Yu Yuan's face darkened. No matter what, he was the #1 genius on the Sky ranking of Sky Hill School. He had just arrived at Danyuan City and hadn't even entered the city gate yet, but he was slapped in front of everyone. This was too shameful. Not only did he lose his face but also the face of Sky Hill School. However, Yu Yuan's heart was filled with astonishment. As the saying goes, an expert's skill would be known the moment he made his move. It could be said that he didn't gain any advantage from the confrontation between him and Jiang Chen just now. He could feel that Jiang Chen's attack was entirely based on his own strength. He didn't use any external force. I've been too careless. Yu Yuan comforted himself. There was a strong energy floating in his palm. He was ready to launch his second attack. He didn't believe that he couldn't defeat a 6th grade combat emperor with his powerful strength. Swoosh! Just as Yu Yuan was mobilizing his chi, Jiang Chen moved again. His movement technique was extremely fast. He appeared in front of Yu Yuan in the blink of an eye, and slapped Yu Yuan's face again. Pa, pa. Arg. Yu Yuan cried out in alarm. Even with his strength he couldn't even dodge. This slap landed solidly on his face once again. He felt that half of his face was about to swell up and he felt a burning pain. Pooey. Yu Yuan opened his mouth and spat out 3 of his front teeth. Jiang Chen's slap seemed to be light, but it wasn't the case. Yu Yuan was, after all, a powerful 9th-grade combat emperor. If Jiang Chen didn't use some of his strength, it would be very difficult to subdue him. He had used the 9 phantom wolves when he attacked just now. His slap had also utilized all the Yuan force in his body. Hong Long. Jiang Chen didn't show any mercy. He struck again. He raised his hand and conjured the true dragon palm. A blood-red dragon claw fell from the sky and enveloped Yu Yuan. Currently Yu Yuan's heart was filled with anger and shock. His mind was in a mess, he couldn't exert his true strength. Plus, there was a certain gap between his combat strength and Jiang Chen's. How could he resist the true dragon palm of Jiang Chen? Bang! The true dragon palm pressed down like a mountain, slamming Yu Yuan to the ground. Barf! Yu Yuan felt that his internal organs were about to shatter. He spurted out a mouthful of blood. Before he could struggle, Jiang Chen's foot landed on Yu Yuan's face. A trash like you dares to threaten to kill me? You are courting death. Jiang Chen said coldly. He exerted force on his foot, pushing Yu Yuan's head into the ground. He slowly drew out the Heavenly Saint sword, aimed at Yu Yuan's squirming body and was about to stab it. Stop. Liang Chan, who was at the side, yelled hastily. He was dumbfounded by the scene just now. He and Yu Yuan had never thought that Jiang Chen had become so powerful. A 9th-grade combat emperor wasn't a match for him. He finally knew why Guo Fei and the other 2 didn't have any intention to help. It was because there was no need for them to do anything. Yu Yuan was like a clown in front of Jiang Chen, making him a laughing stock. Puqi, however, Jiang Chen didn't care about Liang Chan at all. The Heavenly Saint sword pierced through Yu Yuan's body. The terrifying sword qi severed all of Yu Yuan's life. The number 1 genius of Sky Hill School died under Jiang Chen's sword. He didn't even have the time to enter Dan Yuan City. Chapter 728. Yuan was dead. Liang Chan could only watch as Jiang Chen killed Yu Yuan, the number 1 genius of Sky Hill School. However, he didn't even dare to be angry, there was only fear in his heart. In his heart, Jiang Chen was too terrifying. Meeting Jiang Chen today was their misfortune. Swoosh! Jiang Chen pulled out the long sword from Yu Yuan's body and appeared in front of Liang Chan with lightning speed. The Heavenly Saint sword was already placed on Liang Chan's neck. Liang Chan sucked in a breath of cold air. Although Jiang Chen hadn't moved, he could already feel the coldness from the sharp sword. Don't kill me. Liang Chan could feel his voice trembling. He felt that the name he had given Jiang Chen wasn't good. Even his soul was trembling now. Give me a reason why you won't die. Jiang Chen's tone was cold. Liang Chan began to tremble again. He didn't know how to answer Jiang Chen's words. It was too difficult to find a reason to not die. What reason did Jiang Chen have to spare his life? He wanted to kill Jiang Chen just now. There wasn't much to talk about between Jiang Chen and Sky Hill School. Puqi. Jiang Chen moved like lightning. The Heavenly Saint sword chopped off Liang Chan's head. Blood spurted out, causing the crowd to exclaim. Many people's faces turned pale. That was a powerful 9th-grade combat emperor. In their hearts, he was an unreachable existence. Now he was killed by this white-robed young man as if he was chopping vegetables. Liang Chan had to die. Killing 1 was killing 2 was also killing. Jiang Chen wouldn't let a powerful 9th-grade combat emperor go. Moreover, Liang Chan couldn't find a reason not to kill him. After killing the 2 great experts of Sky Hill School, Jiang Chen kept his Heavenly Saint sword and waved his hand to ignite the fire. The 2 corpses were incinerated in the blink of an eye, not even ashes were left. When he blew his Yuan force, nothing was left, as if there had never been a battle here. The body of a 9th-grade combat emperor was incomparably strong. It would be extremely difficult for an ordinary flame to burn their body in an instant, but Jiang Chen's flame wasn't an ordinary one. The combination of the true thunder fire and true dragon fire could melt even the hardest dark steel, let alone a human's body. After doing all these, Jiang Chen didn't turn his head back. He strode into Dan Yuan City. De Huang Dog and the other two followed behind Jiang Chen. If one didn't know them, he would think that the leader of this group was Guo Xiaofei. Who would have thought that he was a 6th-grade combat emperor? At this time there were already many people gathered outside the city gate. When Jiang Chen and his group walked towards the gate, everyone automatically made a path for them. They looked at Jiang Chen's handsome face and then looked at the place where Yu Yuan and Liang Chan disappeared. Fear still lingered in their hearts when they thought about it. The noisy city gate was now quiet. No one dared to speak. Jiang Chen and his group walked to the gate and smiled at the 4 guards who were looking at him blankly. How much do you need to pay to enter the city? How many days of elixir? The leader of the guards was the first to react. He quickly waved his hand and said, "No, we don't need to pay. Please come in, young master." As the guards of Danqing County, they weren't fools. They had good eyesight. This young man was so powerful that he could even kill a 9th-grade minor saint so casually. He might be a genius from some major power. They couldn't afford to offend him. If they offended such a genius just because of the entrance fee, it wouldn't be worth it. Moreover, if this white-robed young man became the son-in-law of Danqing County, they would have a good impression of him. The guards didn't need to pay, but Jiang Chen had to pay. They were the people of Danqing County. If he wanted to leave a good impression on them, he would have to start with these guards. Jiang Chen waved his hand and threw a storage pouch to the guard. "This is 1,000 heaven elixir pills. Take it and treat your brothers to a drink." After he finished speaking, Jiang Chen placed both of his hands on his back and walked into Danyuan City in an unrestrained manner. The leader of the guards was holding the storage pouch in his hand. He was stunned for a moment and only reacted after a few breaths of time. "Boss, who is this young man? He is too generous. He gave us 1,000 heaven elixir pills and asked us to drink. Motherfucker, 1,000 heaven elixir pills. We won't be able to finish it even if we drink for a lifetime." A guard came to the leader of the guards. "Did you see that? This is a true big shot, a true genius. A 6th-grade combat emperor could easily kill a 9th-grade combat emperor. Have you seen it before? Who has seen it before? Plus, this young master is very generous. If he could become our son-in-law, that would be the best." The leader of the guards praised Jiang Chen endlessly. "Boss is right. This is a true big shot. He is a genius but not arrogant. He is much stronger than those geniuses from the 8 domains. Those guys are too arrogant and arrogant. They are even more arrogant than the god of heaven. I feel annoyed just by looking at them." Jiang Chen used 1,000 heaven elixir pills to leave a good impression on the people of Danqing County. Although it was just a few guards, Jiang Chen felt that it was worth it. This time not only did he want to defeat all of them, he also wanted to give face to Wu Ningzhu. He wanted to let the whole Danqing County and the whole Danyuan City know that the man of Wu Ningzhu was a famous big shot. This young man is really a dragon among men. 1,000 heaven elixir pills were thrown away like rubbish. For people like him, 1,000 Mount Tianyuan is nothing. This man is strong and cruel. For those geniuses from the 8 domains, he is a formidable opponent. It seems like the son-in-law selection of Dan King's beloved daughter is going to be very lively. I don't know what his name is. He seems to be a disciple of Xuanyu Nebula sect. I think he is a popular candidate for the son-in-law selection. Let's go into the city. It is said that before the son-in-law selection, Miss Wu Ningzhu will appear at the Blue Moon Lake and meet the heroes of the world. This is a great opportunity to see Wu Ningzhu's beauty. The battle was over, but Jiang Chen's image had been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Many people remembered that handsome young man in white. Danyuan City was very big and luxurious. On both sides of the wide road there were a lot of restaurants. Not long after entering the city, one could smell the fragrance of meat and wine from the restaurants. Jiang Chen and the others were fine, but De Huang Dog couldn't stand it anymore. Wherever this guy went, his saliva would float. Shameful. Being with you is really shameful. Nangong Wen Tian slapped the dog's head and said without any trace of politeness, "Piss off. I haven't been to a restaurant for a long time." De Huang Dog said with an incomparably wronged expression. "Junior Jiang, it is still early. There is still half a month before the son-in-law selection. In my opinion, let's find a restaurant to spend some money first, then find an inn to stay in." Wu Xiaofei suggested. In Danyuan City, restaurants were just a form of consumption. For most of the cultivators, they didn't need to eat anymore. They relied on the natural yuan qi to cultivate so they wouldn't feel hungry. However, delicious food was attractive to everyone. It was called enjoyment. Especially the meat of some rare demon beasts. It was incomparably delicious. These restaurants in Danyuan City were designed to bring enjoyment to people. There were a lot of restaurants in this city and their business was very good. Jiang Chen nodded his head. Since they had already arrived at Danyuan City, he wasn't in a hurry to meet Wu Ningzhu. 3 people and a dog randomly chose a high-class restaurant and walked in. Looking at Da Huang Dog's appearance, it seemed like he was going to make a big mess today. Danqing County. Danqing County was located at the center of Danyuan City. There were many lofts. It was incomparably luxurious and respectable. In a beautiful bamboo forest there was a loft. There was a beautiful sound of zither coming out from it. The sound was very pleasant to listen to. The butterflies in the bamboo forest were dancing along with the rhythm. Just a few notes were enough to cause the resonance of nature. It showed that the person who played the zither had an extremely high attainment in music. At this moment there was a garden in front of the loft. In the garden there was a girl in black clothes. Her face was covered with a thin layer of black veil. She was holding a zither in her arms. Her jade-like fingers were moving back and forth on the zither like a fish playing in the water. It was an incomparably beautiful scene. A peerless beauty matched with the natural charm. At this time, a silhouette suddenly passed through the bamboo forest and came to the front of the girl. It said to her, "Miss Jiang Chen has appeared." It was a girl who was dressed like a servant, but her cultivation grade wasn't weak. She was a first-grade combat emperor at such a young age. When she heard Jiang Chen's name, the girl stopped what she was doing. The sound of the zither disappeared. The butterflies and birds also scattered in all directions. The girl in black slowly raised her head. Her pair of bright and beautiful eyes were like the brightest stars in the heaven and earth. Just a glance was the most beautiful thing in the world. The girl in black wasn't someone else. She was Wu Ningzhu. "You have finally come." Wu Ningzhu revealed a smile at the corner of her mouth. Although her face was covered by the veil, it could still be seen that she was smiling. Ever since she came to the Divine Continent she had never met Jiang Chen. It had been a long time, but there was only a shadow of him in Wu Ningzhu's heart. "Miss, you are so beautiful. If only Dong Mei had 1/10 of your beauty it would be great," the servant said with a smile. "Flattering me again." Wu Ningzhu glared at Dong Mei, but she wasn't angry at all. It showed that the relationship between the two of them wasn't bad. "Miss, that Jiang Chen is really powerful. He killed the moment he arrived," Dong Mei said. "Oh, what has happened?" Wu Ningzhu was stunned. Just now, in front of the main gate of Danyuan City, Jiang Chen and Su Anyu had a conflict with the 2 geniuses of Sky Hill School. He killed the 2 geniuses on the spot. They were 2 powerful 9th-grade combat emperors, and that Jiang Chen was only a 6th-grade combat emperor. "This is really scary," Dong Mei said. She was ordered by Wu Ningzhu to inquire about Jiang Chen's information. Every action of Jiang Chen in Danyuan City was seen by Dong Mei. The 2 geniuses of Sky Hill School really asked for it. They shouldn't have provoked him, but they had to provoke him. Chapter 729. Mrs. Dreamlover is really not an ordinary person. He is a young genius, a 6th-grade combat emperor who could kill a 9th-grade combat emperor. This is my first time seeing such a peerless character. Dong Mei's heart is thumping madly. He's so cool. The maid Dong Mei said in a weird tone. Wu Ningzhu wasn't angry. She glared at Dong Mei and said, "Impudent. Miss, there is still half a month before the selection of the son-in-law. Do you want to meet that Jiang Chen?" Dong Mei said. "No need. I want to wait for him to defeat all the geniuses for me, then marry me openly. This is his promise to me." Dong Mei spread the news that I will appear in the Blue Moon Lake 10 days later. "I want to meet all the geniuses first. I also want to see how much has that guy grown," Wu Ningzhu said with a smile. Jiang Chen had killed 2 9th-grade combat emperors on the first day. This news made Wu Ningzhu heave a sigh of relief. It also made her see the hope of Jiang Chen dominating the world. However, being able to kill 2 9th-grade combat emperors didn't mean that he could defeat all the geniuses. This time, many geniuses had come for the Dan King's reputation. It could be said that there would be a heaven-defying existence among the geniuses. Jiang Chen was only a 6th-grade combat emperor. It would be difficult for him to suppress all the geniuses. That night, Jiang Chen and his friends found an inn in Danyuan City and stayed there, waiting for the selection of the son-in-law to arrive. During this period of time, they could meditate in Danyuan City without worrying about being disturbed. The only threat to Xianxia was the Dark Shadow organization. However, the stronghold of the Moon Pavilion had been destroyed by Xianxia. The Dark Shadow organization would need some time to recuperate. As for the enemies of Xuanyu and the other three major powers, Xianxia didn't care about them. The death of the two geniuses of the Sky Hill School had sounded the alarm in Xiaoyao Palace and Tan family. Even if they sent someone here, they wouldn't dare to find trouble unless they were tired of living. The inn Xianxia stayed in was huge, and rich men like them naturally had the best living environment. They chose a quiet courtyard with a great cultivation environment. Xianxia stood in the courtyard with his hands behind his back. He raised his head and looked at the full moon in the sky. Thinking back to the journey he had taken, he was filled with excitement. What a great journey! The Huang dog came to the side of Xianxia. Both of his eyes were radiating with brilliance. His dog nose kept sniffing and said, "Kid, there are treasures in this city." Hearing this, Xianxia's eyes instantly lit up. This time he came to Danyuan City just for Wu Ningzhu. He didn't expect to obtain any treasures. However, since the Huang dog sensed it, it meant that there must be some extremely rare treasures in Danyuan City. With the Huang dog's current ability, ordinary treasures wouldn't be able to enter his eyes. However, looking at the Huang dog's expression at this moment, it was enough to show that the treasures here weren't ordinary. "Where is it?" Xianxia asked. "Southeast." The Huang dog looked to the southeast. "Let's go and take a look." The corner of Xianxia's mouth curled up into a smile. If there was a good treasure, he naturally wouldn't miss it. If he could obtain it, it would be an unexpected harvest. The Huang dog grinned. One man and one dog hit it off, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the courtyard. This wasn't the first time they had done something like this. Could be said that it was a piece of cake for them. Xianxia and the Huang dog didn't disturb Gua Xiaofei and Nangong Wentian, who were in the middle of their cultivation, and headed towards the southeast. Departing from the inn where Xianxia and the Huang dog were staying, the southeast direction was the center of Danyuan City. It was also the most prosperous place. Xianxia and the Huang dog chose to walk. They didn't fly, nor did they use their spatial energy. There were peerless experts in Danyuan City, so it would be very easy for them to be discovered. On the contrary, walking on the ground would not be easy for them to be discovered. Moreover, Xianxia and the Huang dog's speed was extremely fast. They were like two wisps of green smoke shuttling through the streets of Danyuan City. With their techniques, even if they passed through the crowd, they wouldn't be discovered. "De Huang, have you sensed the location of the treasure?" After running for more than 10 minutes, they had already reached the center of Danyuan City. Xianxia couldn't help but ask. "Soon, it's just in front." The Huang dog licked his lips. The aura of the treasure was getting stronger and stronger. The Huang dog could already sense the specific location of the treasure. Very soon, a man and a dog appeared in front of a magnificent golden gate. Then they stopped at a distance. On the gate there was a golden horizontal board. On the board there were 3 words, Dan King County, carved in flamboyant calligraphy. Seeing that, Xianxia rolled his eyes. He turned his head and looked at the Huang dog. "The treasure you mentioned, is it here?" "That's right, it's here. It seems to be in Dan King County." The Huang dog nodded, confirming that the treasure was in Dan King County. "Come, let's go back." Xianxia turned his head and walked away. "Damn, it's not easy to come here. We should go in and have a look. That's definitely a good treasure." The Huang dog was unwilling. They came here to find the treasure. Now that the treasure was right in front of them, they had to turn around and leave. This was not Xianxia's style. "We can't intrude into Dan King County without permission. Don't forget our purpose of coming here. When we meet Ningzhu, she will know what kind of precious treasure is in Dan King County. If this treasure is useful to us, we will find a way to get it. If it's useless, we won't talk about it anymore." Xianxia said. If the treasure was in any other place in Danyuan City, he would certainly go there without hesitation, but Dan King County was different. There were at least a few minor saints in Dan King County. Dan King himself was a powerful 5th-grade minor saint. In addition, Dan King was a powerful alchemist. His soul power was very strong and his senses were very sharp. Since it was the most precious treasure of Dan King County, it must be heavily guarded. If Xianxia and the Huang dog went in, they would be discovered by Dan King immediately. A 5th-grade minor saint was incomparable to a 1st-grade minor saint. Sneaking into Danqing County to steal the treasure in the middle of the night. Once they were discovered, not only would they lose their face, their lives would also be in danger. If the situation turned out to be like this, Wu Ningxu would be extremely disappointed. The main purpose of Jiang Chen's visit was to find Wu Ningxu. It could be seen that Wu Ningxu was very important to Danqing. Wu Ningxu must know what kind of treasure was in Danqing County. As long as the treasure was useful to Jiang Chen would naturally have other ways to get it. De Huang Dog sighed. His enthusiasm to search for the treasure was gone instantly. He wasn't an idiot. He knew that what Jiang Chen said was right. With their current cultivation, it was basically impossible to sneak into Danqing County to find the treasure without being discovered. In the following days, Jiang Chen and the others stayed in the inn. Only De Huang Dog wandered around outside when he had nothing to do. He would go to the street to flirt with some young girls. The news of Jiang Chen killing the 2 great geniuses of Sky Hill School had spread. Although they didn't know who the white-robed youth was, this matter had attracted a lot of attention. Many geniuses from the 8 domains were paying close attention to this matter. A 6th-grade combat emperor who could kill a 9th-grade combat emperor, no one dared to ignore this matter. There were also people from the Xiaoyao Palace and the Tan family from Xuanyu. After their geniuses heard about this matter, they immediately thought of Jiang Chen. Killing the 2 geniuses without hesitation was a huge grudge. Moreover, a 6th-grade combat emperor could kill a 9th-grade combat emperor. Other than Jiang Chen, there wouldn't be a second person in the entire divine continent who could do this. The geniuses of the 2 major powers had received the order from their superiors to kill Jiang Chen if they saw him. But now it seemed that if they really met Jiang Chen, it would be better for them to stay as far away from him as possible. No one from the Moyin cult came. After all, they belonged to the evil cult. If they appeared in such an occasion, they would be rejected. 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. Today was the busiest day in Danyuan City. Tonight, the daughter of Dan King Wu Ningxu would appear at the Blue Moon Lake. The Blue Moon Lake was located at the center of Danyuan City. It wasn't far from Danqing County. This was the biggest lake in Danyuan City. It was also the most beautiful place in the city. The whole lake had a circumference of a few dozen miles. The water was rippling. Under the moonlight, the surface of the lake had lustrous ripples. It was extremely beautiful. Today, before the sky had turned dark, the lakeside of the Blue Moon Lake was already crowded with people. The whole Blue Moon Lake was brightly lit as if it was daytime. At the center of the Blue Moon Lake there were 6 pavilions. Each pavilion was decorated with a layer of beautiful embroidery. It was extremely charming. At this moment, a tyrannical silhouette was flying towards the pavilions. All of these people were the elites of the major powers of the 8 major domains. They were the geniuses of the geniuses. The lowest grade among them was an 8th-grade combat emperor. Look, all the geniuses are here. Today Wu Ningxu has appeared. These geniuses can't sit still anymore. That's for sure. These geniuses are here for Wu Ningxu. Even if they can't get her back, they still want to leave a good impression. If they can befriend Danqing County, it will be very beneficial to their power. I really envy them. Each of them is a peerless genius. Many geniuses are going to appear today. I'm afraid that the 6 pavilions won't be enough. We won't have the chance to go to the pavilions. You still want to go to the pavilions? Stop dreaming. Today's pavilions are the place for geniuses. There aren't many people who are qualified to go to the pavilions. The people on the shore were discussing among themselves. Experts were flying towards the pavilions continuously. There was a battle in one of the pavilions. A low-grade 7th-grade combat emperor was thrown into the lake. This incident had made many people give up the idea of going to the pavilions. A 7th-grade combat emperor was thrown into the lake. If they really offended those geniuses, they would die in vain. At this moment, 4 silhouettes appeared from the crowd on the shore. They were Jiang Chen and the others. Let's go to the pavilions and have a seat. We will meet these geniuses. Chapter 730. De Huang is right. I want to have a closer look at Sister Ning's current appearance. I'm sure she's still as beautiful as before. Nangong Wentian had a fascinated look on his face. His eyes kept moving back and forth on Jiang Chen's body. Brother Nangong, how did Brother Jiang and this Wu Ningxu get to know each other? Guo Xiaofei asked curiously. It's a long story. This brat removed the veil of the girl and that's what happened. Nangong Wentian said with a smile. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. He was speechless when he thought of the time when he removed Wu Ningzhu's veil. It was unintentional, he didn't expect that it would lead to a marriage. 3 men and a dog soared to the sky from the shore and flew to the pavilion in the center. Look, someone else is going. He looks like someone from the same faction. Fuck, that's a dog. Even a dog wants to enter the pavilion. This is too ridiculous. Could it be that a dog is going to choose a son-in-law? What kind of trash is this? A De Huang dog wants to enter the pavilion? He will definitely be stewed alive by those geniuses. And that white-robed youth, he looks like a 6th grade combat emperor. I think he will be thrown into the lake. That white-robed youth seems to be the one who killed the 2 9th grade combat emperors outside the city. That's right, it's him. He has a De Huang dog following him. He has finally shown himself. If those geniuses dare to provoke him, they will regret it. It can't be. So that's him. I was being snobbish just now. Someone recognized Jiang Chen. His eyes fell on the pavilion that Jiang Chen and the others were going to. When geniuses clashed, there would be sparks. This white-robed youth wasn't someone to be trifled with. He wanted to kill someone in anger. Who could stand it? Swoosh, in the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen and the others arrived at the pavilion. There were already more than 10 geniuses sitting in the pavilion, and there were only 2 empty seats left. Nangong Wentian and Guo Fei didn't want to pass on the responsibility. They immediately sat down, completely ignoring Jiang Chen and De Huang dog. Everyone's eyes fell on Nangong Wentian and Guo Fei. Needless to say, Guo Fei was a 9th grade combat emperor. Naturally, he was qualified to sit here. Although Nangong Wentian was only a peak 8th grade combat emperor, no one dared to provoke him due to his unparalleled qi. However, Jiang Chen and De Huang dog were different. They didn't manage to get a seat and could only stand there. At the same time, everyone's eyes fell on the man and the dog. Of course, some people laughed. Motherfucker, a dog dares to come to the pavilion? Is this a joke? What a joke. Sitting together with a dog is a humiliation to us. And this brat, a 6th grade combat emperor, doesn't he have any self-awareness? You all better jump into the lake before we get mad. Jiang Chen said coldly. What a joke. Ha kid, you look like a smart man, but why are you so blind? You don't have any self-awareness. Get out of here quickly. Laughter sounded in the pavilion. Jiang Chen and De Huang dog had become a joke. Everyone here was a genius from different domains. How could they put a puny 6th grade combat emperor in their eyes? You dare to be disrespectful to a dog? Do you know what the consequences are? Have you considered the consequences of your actions? You are looking for trouble for yourselves. De Huang dog straightened his majestic body like a human. His 2 front hooves pointed at those geniuses as if he was teaching them a lesson. Pu Nangong Wentian and Guo Fei couldn't help but laugh. This dog was too funny, but they didn't say anything. If these people offended Jiang Chen and this dog, the consequences wouldn't be good. Motherfucker, where did this stupid dog come from? How dare he lecture us? He's courting death. Get out of here. An 8th grade combat emperor with a majestic body couldn't stand it anymore. He stood up from his seat and strode to De Huang dog. He reached out his hand, seemingly wanting to throw De Huang dog into the lake. Bang, a muffled sound was heard. Just as the youth raised his hand, he was knocked away by De Huang dog, falling into the lake with a splash. The impact from De Huang dog was afraid that all the bones in his chest would be broken. This was considered as a mercy. A puny 8th grade combat emperor was showing off his prowess in front of De Huang dog. This was no different from courting death. After knocking the youth away, De Huang dog grinned and swaggered to the seat of the youth and sat down. The others were shocked. They didn't expect this dog to be so powerful. An 8th grade combat emperor wasn't his match, but they still felt awkward to sit together with a dog. Everyone, is there anyone who jumped into the lake and gave up a seat? Jiang Chen spoke. Now that everyone had a seat, he was the only one who didn't have a seat. It was somewhat awkward for him to stand here. As soon as his words came out, everyone had the urge to spurt out blood. That dog had just acted arrogantly, and now a puny 6th grade combat emperor was acting arrogantly as well. The weakest among them was an 8th grade combat emperor, and they were all geniuses from the major powers of the 8 domains. They represented a respectable status and identity. How could they give up their seats to a puny 6th grade combat emperor? What kind of occasion was this? Was this a place where a 6th grade combat emperor should be? He simply didn't have the slightest self-awareness. Brat, I think you are tired of living, right? A puny 6th grade combat emperor dares to come here and show off his prowess? There really are all kinds of people. If you take the initiative to jump into the lake now, we'll forgive you for your disrespect just now. Brat, jump into the lake yourself. Save us the trouble of having to deal with you. Otherwise you will suffer some physical pain. All the geniuses were mocking Xianxia. Since Wu Ningzhu hadn't appeared yet, they were bored. Using Xianxia to entertain themselves was a good idea. If that's the case, this pavilion will be reserved by me. All of you jump into the lake now, I will forgive you for your disrespect. Xianxia said in an indifferent tone. Everyone was stunned by his words. No one had thought that Xianxia would say something like this, completely reversing their words. What he said was really asking for a beating. This was going to incur the wrath of the crowd. Xianxia looked at Xianxia in an indifferent manner. Sure enough, Xianxia succeeded in infuriating everyone. A hot-tempered 8th grade combat emperor stood up. There were a total of 5 8th grade combat emperors in the pavilion and the rest were 9th grade combat emperors. I don't know, where did this punk come from? How dare you come here to show off your prowess? If that's the case, I will break one of your arms and throw you into the lake. The 8th grade combat emperor said. His hand was already reaching out to grab Xianxia. However, his movement was too slow in front of Xianxia. Xianxia grabbed his arm with one hand and locked his shoulder with the other. What? That person turned pale with fright. He didn't expect that he would be controlled by Xianxia in just one move. He circulated his yuan force, wanting to shake off Xianxia's hands, but to his horror, Xianxia's hands were like 2 iron pincers. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake them off. As you wish, I will break one of your arms and throw you into the lake. After saying that, Xianxia suddenly exerted his strength. Qi La sound was heard and the man's arm was torn off. Blood gushed out. Then Xianxia grabbed the man's collar and threw him into the lake with a miserable scream. This scene caused an uproar among the crowd. Not only the people in the pavilion but also the people in the other pavilions and the shore had witnessed this scene, causing a huge commotion. There is a fight going on over there. That white-robed youth is very powerful. 2 people have already been thrown into the lake. He is the young man who killed the people outside the city gate. I saw him killing 2 9th grade combat emperors with my own eyes. That 8th grade combat emperor dares to provoke him, he is courting his own death. This is too powerful. There will be a good show to watch. No one wasn't shocked. Many of them were looking at this place. When 2 geniuses met, sparks were bound to be created. This was just the beginning, but there was already such a big commotion. Kid, how dare you hurt the people of my Sky Origin sect? You are courting death. In the pavilion, a 9th grade combat emperor in gray clothes strode towards Xianxia. Without saying a word, he attacked. He and the man who was thrown into the lake by Xianxia were both genius disciples of Sky Origin sect in vertical domain. Bang! Without saying a word, Xianxia struck out the true dragon palm. The 9th grade combat emperor was slammed into the lake and flew out from the lake. He was infuriated. A combat weapon appeared in his hand and he slashed at Xianxia. He was a dignified representative of Sky Origin sect, but he was thrown into the lake. This was too shameful. If he didn't vent his anger, he wouldn't have the face to see Miss Wu Ningzhu. Roared Xianxia struck with his palm. The fire dragon seal flew up and heavily hit the 9th grade combat emperor's body. The 9th grade combat emperor let out a wail and was sent flying away again. He fell into the lake and didn't come out for a long time. With Xianxia's current combat strength, it would be hard for him to find an opponent below the minor saint realm. This scene stunned everyone in the pavilion. Everyone's expression changed when they looked at Xianxia. Only now did they remember the 6th grade combat emperor who killed the people outside the city gate. Without a doubt, this guy in front of them was that person. Some of them felt regretful. Why did they offend such a person? If they knew this earlier, they would have given up 2 seats to Xianxia. While everyone was still in a daze, Xianxia moved again. He was like a whirlwind blowing past everyone. Bang bang bang. Chapter 731. The scene was too shocking. What was called overbearing? This was what it meant to be overbearing. This wasn't seizing a seat, it was seizing a pavilion. Exclamations were heard from the shore. Jiang Qin had become the focus of attention. By God! Where did this man come from? How could he be so overbearing? A 6th-grade combat emperor could defeat a 9th-grade combat emperor? Could he be a genius from the pure land of the divine continent? Domineering. Simply too domineering. He threw everyone into the lake. Those are all geniuses from the major powers. Every single one of them has an esteemed status and a tyrannical cultivation base. Now that they've been thrown into the lake, all of their faces have been lost. It seems like the selection of a son-in-law for Miss Wu Ningzhu will be very lively. This white-robed young man is definitely the biggest dark horse. Perhaps he will become the son-in-law of Danqing County. At that time he will be able to climb up the tree that is Danqing County and gain endless resources. No one wasn't shocked. The scene just now was absolutely unimaginable. The geniuses would certainly clash and fight. These geniuses were very overbearing, but the overbearing white-robed young man was the real overbearing one. No matter who the opponent was, he would throw all of them into the lake. The geniuses in the other pavilions also looked over. Their faces changed when they looked at Jiang Qin. To them this was a strong enemy. Damn it! How could this guy grow so fast? No wonder the 2 disciples of Sky Hill School were killed by him. It seems like it will be very difficult for us to take revenge. Yeah, this man's growth is too fast. If we don't get rid of him soon, he will be a great threat to us. If he succeeds in the selection of a son-in-law, he will gain the recognition of Danqing County. At that time he will get more resources and grow even faster. The Nebula sect will have the support of Danqing County, which will be disadvantageous to us. The faces of the geniuses of Xiaoyao Palace and Tan family darkened. Others might not know about the existence of Jiang Qin, but they who came from Xuanyu knew him very well. The current Jiang Qin was a famous person in Xuanyu. No one didn't know about him. However, judging from the situation after the selection of a son-in-law, Jiang Qin's reputation wouldn't only be in Xuanyu, the whole divine continent would know about him. Don't worry, he is only a 6th-grade combat emperor. As far as I know, the geniuses from other domains have powerful trump cards. No matter how powerful Jiang Qin is, he won't be a match to them. The leader of the geniuses of Tan family sneered. Interesting. It seems like the selection of a son-in-law will be very interesting. A black-clothed young man's eyes fell on Jiang Qin like a knife. His mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. He was also a 9th-grade combat emperor. Although he had seen the scariness of Jiang Qin just now, he didn't seem to be afraid of him. It was as if he was sure that Jiang Qin would win the selection of a son-in-law. Other than this black-clothed young man, there were a few others who seemed to have a well-thought-out plan. Even though Jiang Qin had shown his powerful strength, they still didn't put Jiang Qin in their eyes. Jiang Qin ignored the astonished eyes around him. He simply found a seat and sat down. There were only 3 people and a dog in the big pavilion. Although there were many empty seats in the pavilion, no one dared to go there. This pavilion had been reserved by Jiang Qin. Whoever went there at this time would only bring trouble to themselves. Voila, those experts who were thrown into the lake flew out from the lake one by one. They had yuan force to protect their bodies. The water on their bodies had been evaporated, but even so, it couldn't hide their sorry state. One of them, who had a fat and strong body, was filled with anger. He was floating above the lake, pointing his finger at Jiang Qin and shouted, "Brat, tell me your name if you have the guts." Xuanyu Nebula sect Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin announced his name loudly without any concealment. This time he came to Danyuan City for Wu Ningzhu. What he wanted was to be overbearing. Danqing County was a major power. If he could befriend them, it would bring great benefits to Nebula sect. That was why Jiang Qin had to make his name known. Jiang Qin, I, Lu Wang, will remember today's matter. If I meet you on the day of the son-in-law selection, I will definitely take revenge. Lu Wang left a ruthless sentence, then he stepped into the sky and left. The other geniuses who rushed out from the lake also felt that they had no face to continue staying here, so they also left. That fat man is Lu Wang. I heard that this person is very famous in the vertical domain. His swift blade is unstoppable in the world. With Lu Wang's support, I didn't expect that he would be defeated by Jiang Qin today. However, such a person must have a very powerful trump card. Of course, those who came to participate in the son-in-law selection, which one of them doesn't have a tyrannical trump card? However, they won't reveal their trump card now. They will only reveal it on the day of the son-in-law selection. The moonlight was like waves, sprinkling on the surface of the lake. Today's moon was very round and very bright. Coupled with the bright lights of the Blue Moon Lake, the entire Blue Moon Lake's night scene was emitting a colorful radiance. It was extremely beautiful. This kind of night scene was very rare, just like today's Blue Moon Lake. Everyone was waiting for Wu Ningzhu to appear and no one felt impatient. Suddenly, a melodious sound of a zither was heard from afar. The sound was clear and sweet and it was extremely comfortable to listen to. Then in the middle of the Blue Moon Lake, a flower boat appeared out of nowhere. This boat wasn't big and there was only a house built on top of it. This house was extremely beautiful and it was covered with silk and satin. There was also a layer of colorful radiance that constantly flickered. In front of the house, a beautiful silhouette was sitting. In front of her, there was a table completely made of crystal. On top of the table there was a zither. The girl's slender jade-like hands were like butterflies moving back and forth on the zither. Beautiful notes floated in the air, directly creating layers of ripples on the surface of the lake. The sound of the zither was too beautiful. For a moment on the surface of the Blue Moon Lake, other than the sound of the zither, no other noise could be heard. The sound of the zither was like the most beautiful thing in the world, making people unable to stop themselves. Everyone was infatuated with it. Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon the beautiful silhouette, and he couldn't move his gaze away anymore. The feelings between him and Wu Ningzhu were gradually formed. From the moment her veil was lifted, their feelings for each other had gradually changed. From the Eastern continent to the Divine continent, they had experienced too many things. It had been a very long time. When Wu Ningzhu came to the Divine continent with him, there hadn't been any news about her. Jiang Chen had always been worried about her. Even though he knew that Wu Ningzhu had become the adopted daughter of the Dan King, he still couldn't let go of this worry. It was just like how he couldn't forget Yan Chenyu in the Island of Ice even though he was far away. Until now, when Wu Ningzhu appeared in front of him again, he could finally let go of this worry. Wu Ningzhu's face was still covered by a thin veil, and there was a beautiful maid standing beside her. After the sound of the zither ended, Wu Ningzhu slowly stood up and walked into the room. Only now did the people come back to their senses. What a beautiful zither sound. I can't imagine that Wu Ningzhu has such a skill. Too beautiful, too beautiful. Did you guys see Wu Ningzhu's figure? Even though she is wearing a veil, her beauty is enough to cause the downfall of a city. If any man can obtain the love of Wu Ningzhu, it will be a happy thing. If I can find a partner like her in this life, even if I can only live for one day, it will be worth it. Everyone was amazed. The zither sound was beautiful and the person was even more beautiful. Even though they couldn't see Wu Ningzhu's real face, it was already a great satisfaction. Miss Wu Ningzhu, I am Wu Xing from the Lower Heaven Domain. I request to have a chat with you on the boat. I wonder if Miss Wu Ningzhu will do me the honor? At this time, a young man stood up from the pavilion and cupped his fists towards Wu Ningzhu's boat. I am Huang Xingwen from the Lower Heaven Domain. I have come especially for Miss Wu Ningzhu. If I can obtain Miss Wu Ningzhu's favor, I will have no regrets in my life. Those geniuses in the pavilion began to show off their talents. Everyone hoped to obtain Wu Ningzhu's permission to enter the boat and meet her. That would be a great honor. There were 8 major domains in the Divine Continent, namely Heaven, Earth, Profound, Yellow, Qian, Kuan, Vertical, Horizontal and Horizontal. Apart from these 8 domains, there was also a central region called the Pure Land of the Divine Continent. That Pure Land was the most powerful place in the entire Saint Origin world. Wu Ningzhu was completely indifferent towards these geniuses. At this time the servant girl Dong Mei took a step forward and cupped her fists towards the geniuses in the pavilion. She said in a clear voice, "Fellow geniuses, I am Dong Mei. I understand that all of you are eager to meet my Mississippi. You don't have to be anxious. On the day of the son-in-law selection, all of you will be able to see my Mississippi. My miss has already witnessed your elegance. Today my miss is very happy to meet all of you. Therefore she has decided to allow one of you to enter the boat and have a chat with her." As soon as Dong Mei's voice fell, the scene immediately became restless. Everyone was guessing who would be the lucky one. The group of geniuses all had nervous expressions on their faces. Some of them tidied up their clothes, revealing their most handsome and elegant side. I don't know who will be the lucky one. The one who is received by Miss Wu Ningzhu today must be the one who is favored by Miss Wu Ningzhu. He is also the one who has the highest chance to become the son-in-law of Dan King County. That's right. There are so many geniuses here, but it's not easy for Miss Wu Ningzhu to take a fancy to them. Similarly, whoever gets on the boat today will become the target of hatred and attacks from all the geniuses. But it's worth it. Everyone was talking about the lucky one. All of a sudden, the scene became strangely quiet. They were waiting for Dong Mei to name the lucky one. Is young Master Jiang Chen here? Dong Mei hesitated for a moment and said to the pavilion. Jie, little Chenzi, it's your turn. Chapter 732. Jiang Chen slowly stood up from his seat and clasped his fists at Dong Mei. Young Master Jiang Chen, my young lady invites you to the boat. Dong Mei's voice wasn't soft. Not to mention those geniuses in the pavilions, even those cultivators on the shore could hear her clearly. For a moment, countless envious and jealous gazes were directed at Jiang Chen. It was truly a great fortune for him to be invited to the boat by Miss Wu Ningzhu. Those geniuses from the 8 major regions looked at Jiang Chen with eyes that were about to spit out flames. Losing face, it was really losing face. Which one of the geniuses here wasn't a prestigious figure? With their identity and status, they had countless girls chasing after them. Now they were licking their faces and asking to see Wu Ningzhu, but in the end, they were invited to the boat by a boy who didn't even bat an eyelid. Damn it, it's him again. Why is this guy so lucky? Miss Wu Ningzhu actually likes him. It must be because of his performance just now that he has attracted Miss Wu Ningzhu's attention. I really regret it. If I had known this earlier, I would have shown my best performance just now. Even if I had to use my trump card, I would have thrown Jiang Chen into the lake. Perhaps the one who caught Miss Wu Ningzhu's attention is me. Humph. This Jiang Chen is really hateful. However, it's useless even if he boarded the boat now. There are still a few days before the selection of the son-in-law. When the time comes, we will enter Dan King County and see who can become the son-in-law of Dan King County. It all depends on one's true strength. Many geniuses who had trump cards and means felt regretful. In their point of view, the reason why Wu Ningzhu chose Jiang Chen was because of Jiang Chen's previous performance. This time, everyone was here to participate in the selection of son-in-law based on one's strength. Jiang Chen was so strong that he had thrown everyone into the lake. Naturally, Wu Ningzhu would like a man like him. However, in this way, Jiang Chen, who was originally rejected by all the geniuses, became the target of public criticism. He was treated as the #1 enemy by all the tyrannical geniuses. It was not hard to imagine that Jiang Chen wouldn't have an easy time on the day of the selection of the son-in-law. Junior Jiang, if looks could kill, you would have died without a burial place. Guo Xiaofei shook his head. He was completely convinced by his junior brother Jiang. No matter where he went, he would always be the center of attention. Jiang Chen grinned. He didn't care about those looks that wanted to devour him. With a leap, he directly jumped onto Wu Ningzhu's flower boat. Young Master Jiang Chen, please come in. Dong Mei made a gesture to invite him in. Jiang Chen slightly hesitated. He flipped his palm and a long and narrow sword appeared in his hand. The moment the sword appeared, it emitted an ice-cold, murderous aura. Dong Mei's eyes lit up when she saw the sword. She was also a combat emperor now. With her eyesight, she could naturally see how terrifying this sword was. This sword is for you. Treat it as a gift for our first meeting. Jiang Chen casually threw the long sword to Dong Mei. Dong Mei subconsciously caught the long sword, but she was immediately stunned. She didn't expect that Jiang Chen would give her such a generous gift when they first met. It was too generous. Why aren't you thanking young Master Jiang Chen? A voice came from inside the room. It was the voice of Wu Ningzhu. Dong Mei recovered from the shock and quickly bowed to Jiang Chen. Thank you, young Master Jiang Chen, for your generous gift. Thank you, young master. Dong Mei's words were filled with excitement. This sword was a true emperor weapon, and it was a high-grade weapon among all emperor weapons. The sword was filled with killing intent. One look and anyone could tell that it was a weapon that had been through hundreds of battles. Such a terrifying weapon, even those geniuses who came to participate in the selection of son-in-law might not be able to match it. However, Jiang Chen had given it to her so casually. This had instantly improved her impression of Jiang Chen to the extreme. She had almost decided that Jiang Chen was her son-in-law. This scene was clearly seen by the people outside. All of them couldn't help but praise Jiang Chen's extravagance. It had reached an unacceptable level. From the day he gave 1,000 heaven elixir pills to the guards at the city gate, to today he casually gave a high-level emperor weapon to someone. It made people feel that he was a prodigal son. Even those geniuses were speechless. That kind of combat weapon couldn't even be compared to the ones in their hands. Even if they had one, they couldn't just casually give it to someone else. It was more appropriate to give it to Wu Ningzhu, but this guy actually gave it to a servant girl. As for Jiang Chen, he didn't care about this thing at all. This weapon was obtained by him after he killed Jian Ming. It was the weapon of the dark shadow. Giving it to Dong Mei was tantamount to presenting Buddha with borrowed flowers. At the same time, it also made Wu Ningzhu gain face. Moreover, Jiang Chen had a lot of weapons in his hands. Not to mention the number of weapons he obtained from the Death Mountain, just by destroying the stronghold of the Dark Shadow. All the weapons he obtained were emperor weapons. Dozens of emperor weapons were in Jiang Chen's hands. This amount of wealth was incomparably shocking. Jiang Chen already had the Heavenly Saint Sword. These weapons weren't of much use to him, so giving them to Dong Mei was tantamount to presenting Buddha with borrowed flowers. Under countless jealous and murderous gazes, Jiang Chen walked into his room on the flower boat and closed the door. There was a sweet fragrance in the room. It was a type of flower that could make people feel relaxed and happy. It was extremely precious, but it was nothing to a Dan king. There was a crystal table in the room. When Jiang Chen came in, he saw Wu Ningzhu standing with her back facing him. "Miss Wu Ningzhu, aren't you going to invite me to have a seat?" Jiang Chen teased. After that, he didn't stand on ceremony. He strode to the table and sat down. The instant he sat down, Jiang Chen conveniently took off the veil on Wu Ningzhu's face. Impudent. Wu Ningzhu glared at Jiang Chen. However, her expression didn't look like she was angry. She was very happy to see Jiang Chen again. "Sister Ning, you are too much. You came to the divine continent and you didn't even inform me. You made me worry about you every day." Jiang Chen said with a smile. "Are you really worried about me every day?" Wu Ningzhu teased. She sat beside Jiang Chen and gave him a charming look. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. Here it comes again. Smelling the unique female fragrance coming from Wu Ningzhu, even with Jiang Chen's mental fortitude, he couldn't control himself. Since he couldn't control himself, he might as well not do it. Jiang Chen stretched out his arm and was about to hug Wu Ningzhu. However, Wu Ningzhu seemed to be prepared and dodged. "Hee, sister will be yours sooner or later. What's the rush? But you said that you will defeat all the geniuses for me." Wu Ningzhu giggled. "So you came up with this son-in-law selection just to test me?" Jiang Chen rolled his eyes again. "Of course, it's also a chance for you to make a name for yourself. I know everything about you in Xuanyu. I'm afraid only you, Jiang Chen, can stir up a big domain. However, this is the man that I, Wu Ningzhu, fancy." Wu Ningzhu didn't hide her admiration for Jiang Chen. "Sister Ning, since you are living so well in Danqing County, why didn't you look for me earlier?" Jiang Chen asked. "I have been inquiring about your whereabouts. However, the divine continent is too big. Looking for you is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even with the power of Danqing County, it's still very difficult. If not for your success in Xuanyu, I wouldn't have been able to find you." Wu Ningzhu expressed that she was also very helpless. Jiang Chen also expressed that he understood. Not to mention Han Yan was the young master of the Moyin cult. Even if he used the power of Moyin cult, he could only find Jiang Chen and not Wu Ningzhu. Ah Yan is now the young master of the Moyin cult in Xuanyu. Anan has also obtained great benefits in the Death Mountain. This time he came with me. We came here together. Now that we are together again, it can be said that one of our wishes has been fulfilled. How are you living in Danqing County? Jiang Chen said. Yes, the Dan King has always been obsessed with alchemy. He doesn't have a wife and he doesn't have any children. Although I am his adopted daughter now, he treats me as his own and taught me the art of alchemy. I am also a powerful alchemist now. Of course, I can't compare to a freak like you. Wu Ningzhu was very satisfied and confident with her current cultivation and alchemy. However, when she compared herself with Jiang Chen, she couldn't help but sigh. Sister Ning, stretch out your arm. Jiang Chen suddenly said. Wu Ningzhu didn't know what Jiang Chen wanted to do, but she still obediently stretched out her arm. Jiang Chen placed his index finger on Wu Ningzhu's wrist. A power flowed through Wu Ningzhu's meridians and entered her body. The bloodline of that race is really scary. You have inherited the complete bloodline of the ancient people. It's reasonable for you to improve so fast. Jiang Qin nodded. When he heard about Wu Ningzhu's secret in the eastern continent, he had guessed that Wu Ningzhu was related to the ancient people. Now it seemed that it was true. Wu Ningzhu's body possessed the complete bloodline of the ancient people. In addition to the abundant resources of Danqing County, Wu Ningzhu's cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th grade combat emperor. She was only one step away from the 9th grade combat emperor. Hearing the two words ancient people, Wu Ningzhu's expression suddenly froze. Little Qinzi, is my mother related to the ancient people? Where are the ancient people? How powerful are they? The reason why I came to the divine continent is to find my mother. However, I haven't found any information related to my mother after being here for so long. Jiang Qin frowned slightly. He didn't tell her when they were in the southern continent. Now it seemed that the time was right. Along the way they had been growing. With their current strength, they would soon come in contact with the terrifying power of the ancient people. Chapter 733. Wu Ningzhu's facial expression was very unnatural. Obviously, Jiang Qin had already guessed her identity, but he was only willing to tell her about it now. Although he had been inquiring about her identity everywhere since he came to Danqing County, he couldn't find any information about her identity. The pure land of the divine region was an incomparably sacred place. The power of the 8 major families wasn't something that Wu Ningzhu could imagine. Wu Ningzhu would never think that her mother was a descendant of the ancient people of the pure land of the divine region. The pure land of the divine region was high and mighty. Even the identity of Danqing couldn't penetrate into it. Little Qinzi, how much do you know about the ancient people? Wu Ningzhu asked. I can only tell you that they are the pinnacle power of Saint Origin world, dominating a part of the pure land of the divine region. This kind of colossus isn't something that the ordinary powers of the 8 major domains can compare with. I'm afraid that only the great lightning tune temple of the western domain can compare with the great families of the pure land of the divine region. The western domain is the horizontal domain of the 8 major domains. Because it is located at the westernmost part of the continent, it is also called the western domain. Ancient people had great saints and countless minor saints. With our current strength, we are no different than ants compared to the ancient people. Jiang Qin said. He knew about the 8 major families of the pure land of the divine region very well. Back when he was dominating the world, he had fought with the 8 major families many times. No matter what, I must find my mother. Wu Ningzhu's face revealed a trace of determination. Finding Gulan was her biggest purpose of coming to the divine region. She didn't have any good impression of the powerful ancient people. In the past, the ancient people forcibly separated her parents and took her mother, Gulan, away. Such a heartless family, even if it was the #1 family in the world, Wu Ningzhu didn't care about it. Don't worry. I have promised you that I will help you find Auntie. However, now is not the time to go to the ancient people. Our strength is still too weak. Let's reach the minor saint realm first. Jiang Qin comforted them. They were only advanced combat emperors. There was still a long way to go before they could reach the minor saint realm, let alone the great saint realm. Thank you. Wu Ningzhu looked at Jiang Qin affectionately, revealing her true feelings. There's no need to stand on ceremony with me. Jiang Qin smiled. Sooner or later, Wu Ningzhu's business would be his business. Naturally, he would not neglect it. By the way, Sister Ning, De Huang sensed the existence of a treasure in Danqing County. You should know what it is, right? Jiang Qin thought of the treasure in Danqing County and couldn't help but ask. With Wu Ningzhu's identity and position in Danqing County, there was nothing she didn't know. Baby, my foster father has collected a lot of treasures. I wonder what kind of treasure De Huang sensed. Wu Ningzhu was stunned. It must be an extremely precious treasure of the heavens and earth that could be sensed by De Huang. Jiang Qin said. As a matter of fact, he wasn't too interested in the treasure in Danqing County. What he lacked the most now were treasures. However, the treasure that De Huang dog sensed, Jiang Qin still wanted to know what it was. If it was useful to him, he would have to find a way to get it. My foster father has a mulberry divine tree. It was planted in his herb garden. This mulberry divine tree is very special. Because of the existence of this tree, it affected the growth of other spiritual herbs. The heaven and earth yuan qi in the entire Danqing County is at least 10 times stronger than the outside world. The treasure that De Huang sensed might be this mulberry divine tree. Wu Ningzhu said. As soon as his voice fell, Jiang Chen suddenly stood up from his seat. His face was filled with shock and surprise. There is actually a mulberry divine tree in Danqing County. I have worn out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. Jiang Chen couldn't help but be surprised. He cultivated the 5 elements combat dragon seal and needed to collect the spirits of the 5 elements. Now he had already collected 3. This mulberry divine tree was an extremely rare spirit of wood. If Jiang Chen could get it, the wood dragon seal would immediately transform. Moreover, once the spirit of wood was absorbed, Jiang Chen could help Tan Lang and Tan Ji how to repair their broken meridians. However, this kind of mulberry divine tree was extremely rare. It was almost the same as the pure land of heaven and earth pure water. He didn't expect that there would be one in Danqing County. He was really lucky. You want to get the mulberry divine tree? Wu Ningzhu looked at Jiang Chen. That's right. I cultivate a 5 elements combat skill. I need to collect the spirits of the 5 elements. This mulberry divine tree is a rare spirit of wood. I must get it, Jiang Chen said. However, the mulberry divine tree is regarded as a precious treasure by my foster father. It is impossible for him to give it to others. It is too difficult for you to get the mulberry divine tree. It is almost impossible. Wu Ningzhu shook her head. If Jiang Chen wanted other treasures, she could make the decision herself. However, this mulberry divine tree was out of the question. Danqing would never let go of it. If Jiang Chen insisted on getting it, it might even cause Danqing to be disgusted. Danqing is a powerful alchemist. He has been obsessed with alchemy all his life. To an alchemist, the most precious thing is definitely not a spiritual herb but something deeper. Sister Ning, don't worry. I will personally ask Danqing for the mulberry divine tree, Jiang Chen said with a smile. If this mulberry divine tree was in the hands of others, it would be extremely difficult for Jiang Chen to get it. However, it was in the hands of Danqing. He could take out something that was more precious than the mulberry divine tree in Danqing's eyes. Could it be that you can take out something more precious than the mulberry divine tree? Wu Ningzhu looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. When have I ever done something that I am not sure of? Jiang Chen smiled. His face was full of confidence. Wu Ningzhu could only shake her head helplessly. Based on her understanding of Jiang Chen, he had never done anything that he was not sure of. He was a super abnormal person who could always create miracles. Alright, but I won't bring you into Danqing County now. You have to wait until the day of the selection of son-in-law and defeat everyone in the Danqing County's arena. At that time my foster father will naturally notice you, Wu Ningzhu said. She had always longed to see the scene of her beloved man defeating everyone in the world for her. Of course, because of you I have become everyone's target. Wait until the day of the selection of son-in-law. I don't know how many people will want to tear me apart. At that time a fierce battle will be unavoidable. Jiang Chen shook his head, expressing his helplessness. In this selection of son-in-law he was destined to be the enemy of the whole world. Today he stepped on Wu Ningzhu's boat and became the thorn in the eyes of countless geniuses. There are still a few days left. At that time I will wait for you to marry me in Danqing County. Alright, you should leave now. If you stay here for too long, I am afraid that those geniuses won't be able to control themselves and will attack you tonight. Wu Ningzhu giggled. I'm not scared. Whoever dares to make a move on me isn't that just looking for trouble for themselves. Jiang Chen tidied up his clothes and prepared to leave. He only took 2 steps before he stopped and turned around to look at Wu Ningzhu. Why? Can't bear to part with me? Wu Ningzhu smiled sweetly. He was really charming. Yeah, Sister Ning is so charming. Any man can't stand her. Why don't I stay here and have a good night with Sister Ning? Jiang Chen chuckled. Get lost. Wu Ningzhu's face blushed slightly. This guy was extremely shameless when he was being sarcastic. Alright, let's get back to the main topic. I can see that your cultivation grade has reached the peak of 8th grade combat emperor. I might as well give you a helping hand, allowing you to break through to the 9th grade combat emperor. This is the 9 Yang Les Ronde pill. It was concocted during my tribulation. Jiang Chen took out the 9 Yang Les Ronde pill. He still had a few of these pills with him. He had concocted some more during his tribulation, but he couldn't simply take them out. This pill was extremely useful to anyone, including Great Master Ranfeng. What? The 9 Yang Les Ronde pill? Wu Ningzhu looked at the pill that Jiang Chen took out and exclaimed. As the daughter of Dan King, she was also a great alchemist. Naturally, she had heard about the supreme existence of the pill, the 9 Les Ronde pill. What she didn't expect was that this legendary pill had actually appeared. My little man's sister didn't choose the wrong person. Wu Ningzhu's gaze towards Jiang Chen was shining. Not only was Jiang Chen's combat strength powerful, he was also an expert in alchemy. He could even concoct the 9 Les Ronde pill. Just this point alone was enough to make Dan King admire him. It was imaginable how much Dan King liked Jiang Chen when he saw him. Sister Ning, after you go back, immediately refine this pill and advance to the 9th grade combat emperor. At that time it will certainly attract Dan King's attention. With Dan King's eyesight, he will be able to tell that your transformation is due to the consumption of some kind of miraculous pill. After that you will tell him about the 9 Les Ronde pill. I want him to ask me for help to pave the way for him to get the mulberry divine tree. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Giving the 9 Les Ronde pill to Wu Ningzhu, other than helping Wu Ningzhu advance to the next grade, it had another great use, which was to attract Dan King's attention. If Jiang Chen wanted to get the mulberry divine tree, it wouldn't be enough to rely on his combat strength to defeat all the geniuses and become the son-in-law of Dan King County. He must take out something that could attract Dan King's attention. You are really meticulous when you do things. Wu Ningzhu couldn't help but praise Jiang Chen again. He was really an outstanding and flawless man. After that, Jiang Chen walked out of the room and came to the boat. Seeing Jiang Chen coming out, Dong Mei quickly bowed to greet him. Jiang Chen nodded to Dong Mei and returned to the pavilion with a sway. Little Chenzi, why did you come out so quickly? The lingering time is too short. Don't tell me you are impotent? Nangong Wentian said in a weird tone. Your words will easily be thrown into the lake. Jiang Chen said and grabbed Nangong Wentian's shoulder, throwing him into the lake. What the fuck? Jiang Chen, you are being serious. Nangong Wentian felt like spurting out blood. Chapter 734. Jiang Chen and his group didn't care about the others and left the Blue Moon Lake, returning to their inn. After Jiang Chen left, Wu Ningzhu's boat also left. Those geniuses who were still standing in the pavilion were dejected. Today was a depressing day. Jiang Chen had appeared out of nowhere and suppressed everyone's sharpness. Brother Jiang, when I was in the pavilion I saw the geniuses of Xiaoyao Palace and Tan family. There were 4 of them and they were the first and second in the sky ranking of their sect. In the courtyard, Gua Xiaofei said. So what? Jiang Chen didn't put them in his eyes at all. The geniuses who came to participate in the selection of son-in-law were all 9th grade combat emperors. The strongest among them was only at the peak of 9th grade combat emperor. This was already the highest standard in the 8 domains. It wasn't an easy task to break through to the minor saint grade. He was afraid that only those big families in the Pure Land would have minor saint grade geniuses. However, with Dan King's reputation and influence, it was far from enough to affect the Pure Land. The big families in the Pure Land wouldn't come and lick Dan King's ass. They had their own powerful alchemists. They even had great saint alchemists, let alone a minor saint. Therefore, Jiang Chen didn't feel the slightest pressure in this selection of son-in-law. His current combat strength was enough to deal with all the geniuses. Although these 4 people aren't your opponents, you can't underestimate them. They hate you to the core and will certainly think of ways to deal with you, especially after they saw your rapid progress. When you entered the boat, I have been observing their movements closely. I saw that they have joined forces and secretly joined forces with the geniuses of other major powers. Seems like they are going to harm you. Wu Xiaofei said. Damn it, just kill them and be done with it. De Huang Dog bared his teeth. That's right, kill them all. Nangong Wentian sneered. I would like to see what kind of tricks they are going to come up with. Jiang Chen smiled casually and didn't care. In his mind, these 4 fellows wouldn't be able to cause any big waves. Late at night, there was a desolate mountain 1,000 miles away from Danyuan City. The desolate mountain was very quiet at night. 6 silhouettes appeared soundlessly on the desolate mountain. Every one of them had powerful combat strength. All of them were 9th grade combat emperors. They came from Danyuan City. If someone was here, he would be able to recognize them. 2 of them were in the same pavilion as Jiang Chen and were thrown into the lake by Jiang Chen. One of them was Quick Blade Lu Wang. The other 4 were from Xuanyu's Xiaoyao Palace and Qinjia Village. It was easy to imagine what these people wanted to do when they gathered together. Now that they had a common enemy, they could naturally become friends. Brother Chen, is your great array reliable? That kid is not easy to deal with. Lu Wang looked at an incomparably handsome youth in front of him and said with a frown. Brother Lu, don't worry. Brother Xi Ping has been proficient in all kinds of great arrays since young. No matter how strong that Jiang Chen is, as long as he enters the array set up by Brother Xi Ping, the 6 of us will unite and kill him. Another disciple of the Qinjiao village said confidently. That Jiang Chen is arrogant and despotic. Today he didn't give Brother Lu any face and threw Brother Lu into the lake. It's really hateful. I think Brother Lu won't be able to swallow this anger. Let's get rid of him in advance. Not only will we vent our anger, but we will also get rid of a strong competitor before the selection day. One of the people from Xiaoyao Palace said. Brother Lu, don't forget that there are 6 of us and we have the support of the Great Array. The ultimate killing array that I set up is formed by combining the Qiankun 8 trigrams. There are traps everywhere. With the 6 of us controlling the Great Array, even if there were 2 Jiangchens, they would still die in it. In the ultimate killing array, other than the killing array, there are also trapping and bewildering arrays. Once Jiangchen falls into it, we can see him but he can't see us. The 6 of us can even switch our strength back and forth through the Great Array. How can Jiangchen be a match for us? Xi Peng's face was full of confidence. He was the #1 figure in the heaven list of the Qinjiao village and was known as a peerless genius by the Qinjiao village. Not only was his combat strength tyrannical, he was also proficient in arrays. Since young he had been studying all kinds of strange great arrays. This ultimate killing array was created by him and it was very terrifying. However, this great array required 6 people of equal strength to execute. Hence Xi Peng Xiaoyao Palace and Quick Blade Lu Wang joined forces. Ji Hao had also received the order from his family to kill Jiang Chen. As long as he killed Jiang Chen, he would get the enormous Jiang Chen. From the beginning he didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes. He thought that as long as he met Jiang Chen he would be able to eliminate Jiang Chen with just a wave of his hand. However, when he saw Jiang Chen today, it wasn't the case at all. Jiang Chen's growth was too fast. The current Jiang Chen wouldn't be a match for him unless there was a minor saint. That was why Xi Peng thought of this plan to join forces with Xiaoyao Palace. Coincidentally, Jiang Chen had offended a lot of people in the Blue Moon Lake, which allowed Xi Peng to rope in the geniuses of the vertical domain. With 6 9th-grade combat emperors and the ultimate killing array, he didn't believe that they couldn't kill Jiang Chen, who was only a 6th-grade combat emperor. Humph. In order to kill Jiang Chen, I naturally have a trump card that I haven't used yet, but it will be used on the day of the son-in-law selection. Jiang Chen dares to offend me, he must die. Today we will join forces and eliminate this man. Lu Wang harumphed coldly. The embarrassing scene at night had infuriated him. With his status and identity, no one had ever treated him like this. It seemed that the scene of him being thrown into the lake had been seen by Miss Wu Ningzhu. When he thought about how he had left such a bad impression in Wu Ningzhu's heart, Lu Wang couldn't wait to skin Jiang Chen alive. However, we have to lure Jiang Chen here first. The genius who was following Lu Wang said. I will go and lure him here. A person from Xiaoyao Palace's chi fluctuated. His name was Lu Shuang, #1 on the sky ranking of Xiaoyao Palace. Brother Lu, be careful. Xi Peng said to Lu Shuang. Don't worry. This man is proud and arrogant. He will be lured here. You just need to set up the ultimate killing array in advance. Lu Shuang said. This place is suitable for setting up the ultimate killing array. I will set up the ultimate killing array now and arrange our positions. After that, Brother Lu can go. After Xi Peng finished speaking, both of his hands suddenly made a series of mysterious seals. His body swayed like a lightning, wandering back and forth in the sky above the mountain range. Within a radius of 10 miles, it was covered by the ultimate killing array. One had to admit that Xi Peng was indeed a genius in array. The array that he set up was mysterious to the extreme. There were almost no flaws. Once someone was trapped in it, they would immediately become a turtle in a jar. After the ultimate killing array was set up, Xi Peng and Lu Wang went into hiding. Lu Shuang's body swayed and flew towards the direction of Danyuan City. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. In the courtyard of the inn, 3 people and a dog were sitting around a stone table, drinking to their heart's content. Jiang Chen had now become an influential figure in Danyuan City. Everyone knew about him. There were still a few days before the selection of the son-in-law. These days, Jiang Chen was happy to have a peaceful life. Such a peaceful life was really rare. Although he had offended a lot of geniuses, among these geniuses, the ones with real strength were here for Wu Ningzhu. They would not make a move before the selection of the son-in-law and expose their trump cards. As for the other geniuses, even if they were given the courage, they would not dare to go against Jiang Chen. Whoosh. However, at this moment, a golden light pierced through the night sky. It was like a sharp sword shooting towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen reacted quickly. He grabbed the light with his big hand. It was a signaling talisman. With a thought from Jiang Chen, the talisman suddenly exploded. A message appeared in front of the three people and a dog. Jiang Chen, if you have the guts, come out and fight me. I am Lu Shuang from Xiaoyao Palace, on the desolate mountain range 1,000 miles northwest of Danyuan City. Damn it. Master Dog was worried that I had nothing to do. This guy actually dared to come to my door. De Huang Dog jumped up from his seat. This was a challenge. However, not only did De Huang Dog's face not have the slightest hint of fear, instead, it was filled with excitement. It seems that you want to get rid of me. Jiang Chen sneered coldly. Brother Jiang, this may be a trap. Lu Shuang isn't an idiot. He should know that he isn't your opponent. Xiaoyao Palace and Tan family must have formed an alliance. There might even be other geniuses. They have set up an inescapable net in Danyuan City, waiting for you to come. Gu Xiaofei frowned and said. There were too many people who wanted to kill Jiang Chen at this moment. Huh. What's there to be afraid of? I will still go and kill him. Nangong Wentian laughed loudly. These people were the kind of people who wanted to see the world in chaos. When they saw someone provoking them, they couldn't control themselves. Furthermore, Nangong Wentian's current cultivation grade had reached the peak of 8th grade combat emperor. His chi was a little restless, showing signs of advancing to 9th grade combat emperor. There was a possibility of advancing to 9th grade combat emperor at any time. What he desired the most was a battle. Nangong Wentian had obtained endless benefits in the herb garden of the Death Mountain. Now his entire body was like a supreme treasure. It wouldn't be surprising if he could advance any time and anywhere. Scope. Since they want to kill me, let's go and see what kind of inescapable net this is. Jiang Chen stood up. Lu Shuang and the rest wanted to kill him. This feeling of being stared at by a poisonous snake was really unpleasant. If that was the case, he would personally deal with this poisonous snake. Zoosh. 3 men and a dog vanished in the void. In the next moment they appeared outside of Danyuan City. They were heading towards the northwest direction. 1,000 miles of distance was covered in a blink of an eye. In front of them was a desolate mountain range. The moment Jiang Chen and his group appeared, Lu Shuang and Tan Jipeng also appeared. The 6 of them stood in a mysterious position with a sneer on their face. Jiang Chen had already entered the range of the formation. Chapter 735. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to really dare to come. Lu Shuang said loudly. Although Jiang Chen had brought 3 helpers, Tan Jipeng and the others didn't care. In their opinion, other than Gu Xiaofei, who was a bit of a threat, they didn't put the other 2 in their eyes. Their main target was Jiang Chen. As long as they entered the ultimate killing formation, it didn't matter if there were 1 or 4 of them. Lu Shuang, Tan Jipeng, I didn't expect you 2 to ally with the people from the outer domain to deal with us. Gu Xiaofei's tone revealed a trace of anger. As a genius of the Nebula sect, he was very clear about existences like Tan Jipeng and Lu Shuang. Cut the crap. Jiang Chen, since you dared to come today, it will be your death. Gu Xiaofei, you really shouldn't have appeared together with us. But since you are here, let's die together. Tan Jipeng's tone was cold, but it contained great confidence. It was the confidence of a formation master towards his own formation. Jiang Chen, today at the Blue Moon Lake you made me lose face. I, Lu Wang, will definitely tear you into pieces. Lu Wang shouted loudly. A huge blade appeared in his hand. The blade didn't look domineering or heavy, but the edge of the blade was exceptionally sharp. The cold light emitted from the blade was enough to make people tremble in fear. His blade was very fast, like lightning. The reputation of swift blade Lu Wang wasn't just for show. Cut the crap. Make your move. Jiang Chen's arms swayed and the heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand. Since they were enemies, there was nothing more to say. Since they wanted to kill him, Jiang Chen wouldn't be polite. Today this desolate place would be the burial place of these 6 people. Do it. Tan Ping shouted. The surroundings were filled with colorful lights. The formation automatically operated. Jiang Qin and the others were surrounded by glittering whirlpools. The moment the ultimate killing formation was activated, Tan Ping and the others disappeared in front of Jiang Chen's eyes. Or it could be said that the formation had blocked their sight. This is a bewildering formation. Being in the formation, we will be confused by the light of the formation. We won't be able to see where the enemy is, but the enemy can see us clearly. Seems that Tan Ping does have some skills. However, this formation has no effect on my great soul derivation technique. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He didn't put the grand formation in his eyes at all. Big Yellow didn't care about it either. He was proficient in the heavenly book of source of formations. His attainment in the art of formations wasn't comparable to Tan Ping. Big Yellow could come and go as he pleased in this grand formation. It would be very easy for him to break it. You guys block them first. Master Dog, I will break their formation. De Huang Dog raised his 2 front hooves and waved them in the air, making mysterious hand seals. It was not difficult for him to break this ultimate killing formation. Nangong Wen Tian and Guo Fei were a little depressed after being trapped in such a formation. Their faces were a little ugly because their eyes were completely fooled by the formation. Their attainments in formations were far from Tan Ping's, and now they couldn't even see their opponent's figure, let alone fight against him. Zhoosh. A cold light suddenly appeared in front of Nangong Wentian's face. It was extremely fast. Because of the bewildering formation, Nangong Wentian didn't even have the chance to react. However, Jiang Qin could see it clearly. It was Lu Shuang's sword. It seemed like he wanted to kill Nangong Wentian and Guo Fei first before killing him. Plang. Lu Shuang was fast, but Jiang Qin was even faster. The Heavenly Saint sword collided with Lu Shuang's sword in a blink of an eye, producing a loud clang and creating a large amount of sparks. In the next moment, Jiang Qin appeared in front of Lu Shuang like a ghost and slashed with the Heavenly Saint sword. What? You can actually see where I am? Lu Shuang was shocked. However, he didn't have time to think too much. Jiang Chen's attack was already in front of him. The Heavenly Saint sword was too powerful. The extremely strong pressure coming from it made Lu Shuang feel suffocated. Come back. Tan Ping shouted. Fortunately, he was able to control the situation. He immediately pulled Lu Shuang back, saving Lu Shuang from a disaster. Brother Qin, what happened? Why isn't Jiang Qin affected by the bewildering formation? Lu Shuang couldn't help but feel scared. If he didn't fight with Jiang Qin, he would never know how scary Jiang Qin was. When Jiang Qin struck with his sword, Lu Shuang had a feeling that he was facing death. This man is very mysterious. He was able to ignore my bewildering formation, but it doesn't matter. The most powerful part of the ultimate killing formation isn't the bewildering formation, but the ability to gather our combat strength together. Now we will combine our strength to deal a fatal blow to him. No matter how strong he is, he won't be able to withstand the combined attack of the 6 of us. In addition to the enhancement of the formation, we will certainly be able to kill him. Tan Ping said. He was still very confident in his ultimate killing formation. All right. Everyone shouted. Each of them unleashed their combat strength to the fullest. Endless 7-colored energy interweaved into a huge energy net. Combat techniques and combat weapons danced in the air. The entire sky was filled with destructive chi. The combined attack of 6 9th-grade combat emperors was unprecedentedly powerful. Honglong. The void shook and the space was torn apart. The dark night sky was completely illuminated. Gloomy chi was everywhere. The barren hills below began to collapse. Some of them were flattened and some of them had huge pits. Humph. Jiang Qin let out a cold humph. Even though he was facing the combined attack of 6 people, his face didn't show any signs of fear. The Heavenly Saint sword in his hand seemed to have come alive. The runes on the surface of the sword were rippling, then it was covered by layers of dragon marks. It was like a real dragon, bursting out an incomparably powerful and terrifying sword chi. Howl. The Heavenly Saint sword let out a deafening roar and slashed at the energy net in front of it. Honglong. 2 incomparably powerful destructive energies collided with each other. The void was completely torn apart in an instant. That kind of power was too strong. It had almost reached the peak of the combat emperor realm. The destruction caused by it was also unimaginable. The whole battlefield was filled with thick smoke and cold wind. It made people's souls tremble. Dang dang dang, Zhang Chen retreated 3 steps before regaining his balance. The combined attack of 6 ninth-grade combat emperors was indeed powerful. Even for him it was extremely strenuous for him to deal with it. However, this scene made Tanji Peng and the others even more shocked. There was no way that they wouldn't be shocked. The combined attack of 6 of them, together with the help of the ultimate killing formation, only managed to push Zhang Chen back. Forget about killing him, he wasn't even injured. Motherfucker, how could this guy be so strong? The geniuses of the vertical domain had the urge to spurt out blood. They were the elites of the vertical domain, but they had never seen such an abnormal existence. A 6th-grade combat emperor could be so powerful. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Don't think too much, attack again. Tanji Ping yelled again. Zhang Chen's strength was beyond their imagination, but they couldn't back down now. Today they and Zhang Chen were irreconcilable enemies. It was either you die or I die. They had no other way out. They had to rely on the ultimate killing formation to kill Zhang Chen. If this guy was left alive, he would be an absolute disaster. De Huang, what are you waiting for? Zhang Chen said to De Huang. It's here, open for me. In front of De Huang Dog, a dazzling illusory compass was condensed. The surface of the compass was covered with talisman marks. It was very mystical. Under De Huang Dog's control, the compass was violently struck at a point in the formation. Along with a loud bang, the ultimate killing formation was broken inch by inch, and finally, it was completely shattered. The formation that Tanji Peng had spent so much effort to set up was easily destroyed by Big Yellow. To Tanji Peng, this was a huge blow. Tanji Peng's chi was originally connected to the formation. Now that the formation was destroyed, he immediately spurted out a mouthful of blood. His body was greatly shaken and his face became extremely pale. Even the other 5 people's faces turned extremely ugly because the ultimate killing formation was suddenly destroyed. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. This dog actually broke through my great formation. Tanji Peng couldn't believe that this was real. The formation that he was so proud of was actually destroyed by a dog. This was something that he had never dreamt of. This result left a huge blow to Tanji Peng's heart. Kaka, you want to block this master dog with this broken formation? Aren't you just messing around? De Huang Dog laughed loudly. Playing with a formation in front of him was an extremely ridiculous thing. De Huang, well done. Nangong Wen Tian patted De Huang Dog's head to show his appreciation. Cut the crap. Kill them all, don't let a single one of them escape. Zhang Chen's chi fluctuated and his murderous intent soared to the sky. He turned into a ray of light and dashed forward. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lu Shuang. The heavenly saint's sword fiercely slashed down. Lu Shuang had no choice but to raise the long sword in his hand to defend himself. However, he was already scared out of his wits. How could he be Zhang Chen's opponent? The long sword in his hand was instantly knocked away by Zhang Chen. At the same time, the heavenly saint's sword swung and chopped off one of Lu Shuang's arms. Blood gushed out. However, before Lu Shuang could let out a scream, Zhang Chen swung his sword again. Puchi. A head was chopped off along the way. The number 1 genius of the Xiaoyao Palace on the heavenly ranking had fallen. Boundless sword technique. Guo Fei moved as well. He performed the boundless sword technique and slashed towards the 2nd genius on the heaven list of Xiaoyao Palace. Ever since he obtained the boundless sword technique, Guo Fei could be considered to have made some progress. If the Nebula sect were to conduct the assessment now, Guo Fei would definitely be the number 1 genius on the heaven list. Chapter 736. The limitless star transformation was unleashed by Nangong Wentian. It was also extremely imposing. He rushed out and fought against Tanji Peng. Although Tanji Peng was powerful, he had suffered from the backlash of the Grand Formation, causing his battle strength to drop. Nangong Wentian was more than enough to deal with him. Seeing Nangong Wentian confronting Tanji Peng, Zhang Chen only smiled. He didn't want to help Nangong Wentian. He knew that Nangong Wentian was on the verge of breaking through. Fighting with Tan Jipeng and using the pressure from Tan Jipeng to break through was a good thing for Nangong Wentian. Lu Shuang was killed. Tan Jipeng and the other genius from Xiaoyao Palace were blocked by Nangong Wentian and Guo Fei. Originally there were 6 of them, but now there were only 3 left to deal with Jiang Chen. Facing the powerful Jiang Chen, the 3 of them didn't have the slightest confidence. De Huang Dog didn't take any action, he just stood at a distance and watched the show. There was no need for him to do anything, Jiang Chen was more than enough to deal with him. Let's go, let's attack together. Lu Wang shouted. The blade in his hand instantly unleashed dozens of blade lights. Each of them was extremely sharp, capable of cutting the void apart. All of them rushed towards Jiang Chen. The other 2 didn't dare to be careless. Jiang Chen was too powerful, no one could defeat him alone. Even if they joined forces, they might not be able to defeat Jiang Chen. 9 phantom wolves. Jiang Chen wasn't afraid at all. He turned into a killing god and unleashed the 9 phantom wolves. In an instant, the entire void was filled with Jiang Chen's silhouettes. The 3 of them were stunned for a short moment, but this short moment was undoubtedly fatal in front of Jiang Chen. The heavenly saint's sword pierced through the head of the genius from Tan clan, killing him on the spot. This scene frightened Lu Wang and the other genius from Vertical Field. Both of their faces turned extremely pale. In their hearts, Jiang Chen was too terrifying. He wasn't a human but a peerless devil, a true murderous devil. Senior brother Lu, don't hide anymore. Quickly use your trump card and kill him. The genius of Vertical Domain was scared out of his wits. He shouted at Lu Wang. Not only him, Tan Jipeng and the disciple of Freedom Palace who was fighting with Guo Fei had also placed all their hopes on Lu Wang. They knew that Lu Wang had a powerful trump card. Now that the ultimate killing formation had failed, Jiang Chen was unstoppable. If this continued, it wouldn't take long for them to die here. At this moment, only Lu Wang could save them. Lu Wang, if you have any trump cards, use them. I'll give you a chance. Jiang Chen pointed his sword at Lu Wang. Lu Wang's blade was indeed fast, but it posed no threat to him at all. Jiang Chen's sword was even faster. Damn it, Jiang Chen, don't force me. You and I will mind our own business. Let's forget about what happened today. How about it? Lu Wang said to Jiang Chen. He would rather bury the hatchet with Jiang Chen than use his trump card. This trump card was his only trump card. He had to use it on the day of the son-in-law selection. If he used it now, he would lose the ability to fight for Wu Ningzhu. No, if you don't use it, I will not let you have the chance to use it. I will kill you now. Lu Wang, you have offended me. Do you still want to live? Let me tell you, you will die today. Even if you have a trump card, you will still die. Jiang Chen was ruthless. From the moment he appeared in this desolate mountain range, he had already sentenced the 6 of them to death. Today none of them would be able to escape. All of them had to die. Jiang Chen, in that case, don't blame me. Lu Wang's eyes were red. His eyes were filled with bloodlust and ferociousness. He hated Jiang Chen to the core. He must kill Jiang Chen to vent his hatred. Lu Wang flipped his palm and a golden talisman the size of a palm appeared. The instant the talisman appeared, it emitted an intense pressure, causing the void to tremble. Jiang Chen, this is the source of combat strength talisman of a first-grade minor saint. Let me see how you are going to resist it. Lu Wang shouted. After that, his divine sense penetrated the talisman. The talisman immediately exploded. Tan Jipeng and the other 2 couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief when they saw the talisman. They had guessed that Lu Wang might have a source of combat strength talisman. This was a talisman refined by a first-grade minor saint. It could unleash an attack of a first-grade minor saint. That kind of attack wasn't something an ordinary combat emperor could withstand. Jiang Chen, you have caused me to use my only source of combat strength talisman. Go to hell. Lu Wang roared as he unleashed his only trump card. It made his heart ache. Ordinary people wouldn't concoct the source of combat strength talisman because it would consume the cultivator's source. A powerful minor saint expert wouldn't concoct a talisman unless it was for his beloved descendant. From this, it could be seen that Lu Wang's identity wasn't ordinary at all. Lu Wang's body trembled. Tan Jipeng had such a high status in the Tan family, but he didn't have a source of combat strength talisman with him. Jiang Chen also had a source of combat strength talisman, but it was given to him by Great Master Ran Feng. It was infused with the attack of a 9th-grade minor saint. It wasn't something that Lu Wang's talisman could compare to. However, Jiang Chen wasn't willing to use it. He would only use it at the most critical moment. Hong Long, the source of combat strength talisman, exploded and turned into a white-robed elder. This elder was just an illusion. Even his face couldn't be seen clearly. After the elder appeared, he reached out his palm and grabbed at Jiang Chen. This grab had completely locked the void, giving Jiang Chen no way to escape or dodge. He had to face it head-on. Lu Wang's eyes revealed a sneer and a sense of pride. He absolutely didn't believe that Jiang Chen had any method to resist this attack. A single attack from a first-grade minor saint was definitely enough to turn Jiang Chen into a meat patty. However, what happened next made Lu Wang and the others fall into despair. Insignificant skill. Jiang Chen sneered. He stood there without moving. A terrifying and eerie skeletal claw suddenly rushed out from his body and collided with the elder's palm. Hong Long, the entire battlefield was boiling. Under this attack, Jiang Chen was forced to take 2 steps back. However, the illusory figure of the elder had vanished completely. The source of combat strength talisman was a one-time use item. It would be gone once it was used. What? Lu Wang exclaimed. He rubbed his eyes to make sure that he wasn't dreaming. Jiang Chen was still standing there and scathed. He couldn't accept such an ending. That attack just now was his greatest trump card, but it still couldn't do anything to Jiang Chen. No, this is impossible. Lu Wang couldn't believe it. Not only him, Tan Peng and the other 2 were in despair. He could feel the chi of death from the sharp claw just now. He seemed to have thought of something and exclaimed, Jiang Chen, you didn't release the Dark Soul Kings that you brought out from the Death Mountain. That's right. Unfortunately, it's too late for you to know this. Jiang Chen sneered. Lu Wang having a first-grade minor saint source of combat strength talisman wasn't a big deal. He had 2 powerful first-grade minor saints following him. Chapter 737. Tan Peng suddenly had the urge to spurt out blood. He had planned all of this to deal with Jiang Chen, but he didn't expect that the Dark Soul King that Jiang Chen brought out from the Death Mountain wasn't really released. He had even deceived the 5 masters of Xuanyu. Under such circumstances, the higher-ups of the Tan family sent them to kill Jiang Chen. This was simply ridiculous. What was the difference between this and seeking death? Tan Peng suddenly felt that what he had done was very childish. Jiang Chen didn't put them in his eyes at all. There were 2 powerful first-grade minor saints beside him. Who could be a match for him? What is that thing? Lu Wang asked with red eyes. He wanted to know what kind of method Jiang Chen had used to block his source of combat strength talisman. That gloomy feeling just now was too scary, it made his soul tremble. That's right. To you, knowing or not doesn't make any difference, Jiang Chen said. With a sway of his body, he appeared in front of Lu Wang. The Heavenly Saint's sword slashed at Lu Wang's head with a mountain-uplifting force. Lu Wang wasn't a match for Jiang Chen. Plus, he had already fallen into a state of despair. It was useless for him to block Jiang Chen's attack. Puqi, the Heavenly Saint's sword, was exceptionally sharp. Its divine power was matchless. It directly slashed Lu Wang's body into half. A genius of the vertical domain had fallen just like that. The scene was too bloody and horrifying. The other genius was so scared that his soul almost left his body. Looking at Jiang Chen was like looking at the god of death. He couldn't help but feel endless fear. Even Lu Wang was dead. How could he fight against Jiang Chen? Run. That's right. At this moment, running away was the only way out. Although he might not be able to run away, he wasn't afraid at this moment. What awaited him the next moment would be death. It's too late to run now. How could Jiang Chen give his opponent the chance to escape? He made a grabbing motion and a blood-red dragon claw that was more than 30 meters long descended from the sky, pressing down on that genius. The true dragon palm turned into an indestructible cage, firmly trapping that genius inside. He couldn't even move, let alone escape. The genius's heart instantly sank to the bottom. The huge dragon claw cage had already made him feel incomparably uncomfortable, and now Jiang Chen's Heavenly Saint sword was right in front of him. But that prodigy felt that he couldn't resist this. He could feel the aura of death. At this moment, other than letting out a scream, he couldn't do anything else. Puqi. Screaming was useless as it couldn't change the reality. Jiang Chen never gave his enemies any chance. The Heavenly Saint's sword pierced through his skull and another genius died. After killing these people, Zhou Xian made a grabbing motion with his hand, collecting all the combat weapons that were scattered on the ground. These were all emperor weapons and each of them represented a great fortune. A total of 6 people had joined hands to kill Zhou Xian. So far 4 of them had already been killed by Zhou Xian, and the remaining 2 were still fighting against Guo Xiaofei and Nangong Wentian. Arg! A blood-curdling scream resounded. Guo Xiaofei's opponent, who was ranked second on the celestial ranking of Xiaoyao Palace, had one of his arms chopped off by Guo Xiaofei. The boundless sword art seemed to be tailor-made for Guo Xiaofei. It could perfectly display his combat strength. His opponent's state of mind was already unstable, so he wasn't a match for Guo Xiaofei. Guo Xiaofei gained the upper hand in one move and laughed out loud. He brandished the sword in his hand like a flower. Rays of incomparably resplendent sword light floated and interweaved into a sword net. The boundless sword art carried the feeling of boundless. The huge sword net directly enveloped that genius. Arg! Another blood-curdling scream rang out, but this time, it wasn't as lucky as losing an arm. Under the sharp sword net cast by Guo Xiaofei's vast expanse sword art, the genius' entire body was strangled and he couldn't be more dead. On the other side, Tan Zhipeng had already lost all hope when he saw that everyone had been killed. Now he was entangled by Nangong Wentian, and Zhou Xian and Guo Xiaofei were around him. It was impossible for him to escape even if he wanted to. Today he could only die. Unwillingness. Tan Zhipeng's heart was filled with unwillingness. He still had a bright future ahead of him. He was a rare genius of the Tan family, and he was the one who had the highest chance of advancing to the minor saint realm among the young generation of the Tan family. In the future he would be a highly respected formation master. However, today everything would become a bubble and all his future would just be a dream. Tan Zhipeng, if you can defeat him today I will let you go. Zhou Xian said to Tan Zhipeng. Zhou Xian, are you serious? After listening to Zhou Xian's words, Tan Zhipeng's eyes suddenly brightened, as if he had seen a great hope. He was already in despair before this, plus the fact that he had suffered from the backlash of the formation, which left a certain degree of injury on his body. That was why he was entangled by Nangong Wentian, but Nangong Wentian was only an 8th grade combat emperor. After listening to Zhou Xian's words, Tan Zhipeng suddenly saw hope. Nangong Wentian was an 8th grade combat emperor. He wouldn't put any ordinary 9th grade combat emperor in his eyes, but Tan Zhipeng wasn't an ordinary 9th grade combat emperor. Nangong Wentian would have a hard time dealing with Tan Zhipeng. Of course. Zhou Xian smiled. He wanted to give Tan Zhipeng hope, so that Tan Zhipeng could use all his strength to deal with Nangong Wentian. Nangong Wentian was in urgent need of a breakthrough, and today was a great opportunity. Once he broke through, Tan Zhipeng wouldn't be Nangong Wentian's opponent. He would die in Nangong Wentian's hands. Although Zhou Xian had given Tan Zhipeng a glimmer of hope, he knew Nangong Wentian's character very well. He would never let Tan Zhipeng go. Only when a person was on the verge of death would he be able to summon the will to live, just like Tan Zhipeng. He had unleashed all of his abilities. The spear in his hand emitted an ear-piercing sound, piercing towards Nangong Wentian. Nangong Wentian's aura was unparalleled. The million stars ruler absorbed the power of the stars, turning into a ray of bright light, colliding with Tan Zhipeng's long spear. Long. The void was destroyed once again. However, Tan Zhipeng's survival strike was incomparably powerful. It actually forced Nangong Wentian to retreat. This situation made Tan Zhipeng very happy, but this happiness didn't last for long. What happened next made him feel despair. Roar! Nangong Wentian, who was pushed back, suddenly let out a roar towards the sky. Waves of qi burst out from his body like a fountain. Every wave of qi was extremely bright, illuminating the night sky within a radius of 10 miles. At this moment, Nangong Wentian had finally broken through during the battle, successfully advancing to the 9th grade combat emperor. How could this be? Tan Zhipeng spurted out a mouthful of blood. His last hope was gone. During the battle with Nangong Wentian, he had seen how terrifying Nangong Wentian was. If both of them were at the same grade, he wouldn't be a match for him. Now that Nangong Wentian had advanced to the 9th grade combat emperor, his combat strength was unparalleled. Limitless stars transformation. Nangong Wentian's hair fluttered in the wind. His majestic body was like a peerless war god. The million stars ruler in his hand rippled. The power of the stars in the sky turned into strands of blue light, surging towards the ruler. Honglong. A huge ravine appeared in the void as the terrifying all-stars ruler cleaved down. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Tan Jipeng. Arg. Feeling the terror of this attack, Tan Jipeng let out an unwilling roar. He barely raised the spear in his hand to block the attack, but it was useless. In the end, he was killed by Nangong Wentian. I have finally broken through. This feels great. Nangong Wentian laughed loudly. Advancing to the 9th grade combat emperor was an indescribable pleasure. The next step was to advance to the minor saint realm. Brother Jiang, all the people from the 3 major sects of Xuanyu who came to Danyuan City to participate in the selection of son-in-law have been killed by you. If this news is spread out, Xiaoyao Palace and Sky Hill School will spurt out blood on the spot. Their intention to kill you will be even stronger. Wu Xiaofei said. His face was filled with excitement. He had to admit that fighting beside Jiang Chen was an incomparably exciting thing. There would never be a lack of passion. Could make one's blood boil all the time. It doesn't matter. The grudge between me and them has always been irreconcilable. Tan Jipeng and the others wanted to kill me. Of course I have to kill them. Jiang Chen smiled. He didn't put the 3 major sects in his heart. Their higher-ups were restrained by the Nebula sect and the Moyin cult. Jiang Chen was most worried about the northern and southern dynasties. This guy was the one who gave him a headache. Why are you thinking so much? I will kill whoever is courting death. Nangong went in slowly kept the million stars ruler. His current objective was very simple. As long as he was beside Jiang Chen, he wouldn't need to think about anything else. When he was needed, he would fight with all his might no matter who the opponent was. Anan, congratulations on your breakthrough. Jiang Chen patted Nangong Wentian's shoulder. The stronger the people around him were, the happier he would be. After that, Jiang Chen set them on fire, burning their bodies to ashes. The 3 of them and the dog continued their journey towards Danyuan City. Not long after they left, 2 silhouettes suddenly appeared in the void. These 2 people were like ghosts. They stood there without emitting any qi as if they had completely merged with the void. The person standing in front had a medium build. He was wearing a yellow Dan robe. His eyebrows were filled with heroic spirit. He looked to be around 40 years old. His face was fair and clean, but his cultivation grade wasn't weak. He had already reached the 5th grade minor saint. This middle-aged man wasn't someone else, he was Dan King, the lord of Danyuan City. The old man beside Dan King was also a powerful 3rd grade minor saint. His position in Dan King County wasn't weak. Such a young and peerless genius. I'm afraid that it's hard to find one in the pure land of divine continent. Dan King looked at the disappearing figure of Jiang Chen and said indifferently. A 6th grade combat emperor who could easily kill a 9th grade combat emperor genius is indeed rare. This person seems to be a dragon or phoenix among men, a person with great luck. Chapter 738. Dan King nodded. A young man like Jiang Chen was indeed very rare. Even with his experience, it was the first time he had seen such a young man. However, there was something else that surprised him. He lowered his head and looked at the place where the 6 people were burnt to ashes. Elder Lu, did you notice that the flames he used just now were not ordinary flames? Dan King said. The old man who was addressed as Old Lu also noticed the burning corpses. Although he was not an alchemist, he had been by the Dan King's side for a long time and was influenced by him. He knew a little about alchemy. In the path of alchemy, other than a strong soul energy, one also needed a strong flame. The flame was filled with the aura of extreme yang, like the fire of heaven and earth. It was even more terrifying than your flowing cloud scarlet flame. This is too rare. How could such a mystical flame appear on a young man's body? Could it be that he is also an alchemist? Elder Lu felt the aura of the flame and was incomparably shocked. Even if he is not an alchemist, he has the talent to become one. It seems like Ning Er is very interested in this young man. Dan King's lips curled into a smile. This time he was choosing a husband for Wu Ningzhu because he wanted to find a peerless genius with extraordinary talent. In fact, these days Dan King had been secretly observing these geniuses. Jiang Chen's performance at the Blue Moon Lake had shocked Dan King. Since Wu Ningzhu was also interested in Xianxia, it couldn't be better. Yes, Miss Ning appeared at the Blue Moon Lake and invited him to the boat alone. Elder Lu said with a smile. And this young man is not bad. Let's see how he performs on the day of the selection. Dan King nodded. With regards to a genius like Xianxia, there was no one who didn't admire him. His enemies wanted him dead, but his own people liked him very much. That young man with the huge ruler was covered in spiritual medicines from head to toe. It was like a body made from spiritual medicines. Moreover, they were all extremely rare and precious spiritual medicines. What a miracle. Dan King's eyes were sharp. He saw Nangong Wentian as well. As an alchemist, Nangong Wentian was like a medicine pot. If he was thrown into a cauldron to refine, he would become a peerless spiritual medicine. However, Dan King didn't think so. There must be a reason for miracles like Nangong Wentian to exist. It was luck. There were still a few days before the day of the selection. Many geniuses were in seclusion to prepare for the selection. The emergence of a strong enemy like Jiang Chen had made them feel uneasy. As for the death of Tan Ji Peng and Lu Wang, no one would care about them. Not to mention those geniuses, even the ordinary cultivators wouldn't care about them. There were too many geniuses in Danyuan City. Losing a few of them wouldn't attract any attention. These few days, Dan King County was decorated with lanterns and streamers, preparing for the wedding of Wu Ningzhu. Wu Ningzhu had made it clear that as long as there was someone who could surpass all the geniuses on the day of the selection, she would get married immediately. On the third day of the incident at the Blue Moon Lake, Wu Ningzhu had successfully broken through to the 9th grade combat emperor. A strong wave of qi came out from the bamboo forest where she lived. The aura of a 9th grade combat emperor was rippling in the sky, causing a huge shock in Dan King County. With such a huge commotion, even the king of elixirs was alarmed. It's Ning Er. She has advanced to the 9th grade combat emperor in such a short time. This is really out of my expectation. Dan King's eyes were filled with ecstasy. With a sway of his body, he came to the side of the bamboo forest. He saw Wu Ningzhu sitting cross-legged in front of the pavilion. She had completely advanced to the 9th grade combat emperor and was constantly gathering her qi. Ah, Ning Er, I didn't expect you to advance to the 9th grade combat emperor in such a short time. Your father is exceptionally happy. Dan King laughed loudly. Wu Ningzhu quickly stood up and bowed slightly to Dan King. Father, the reason why I could advance so quickly was because of the help of a benefactor. Benefactor? Dan King was stunned, but his eyes brightened up immediately. His gaze fell on Wu Ningzhu's body. With his sharp senses, he could immediately sense that Wu Ningzhu's advancement was due to some kind of pill, because the overflowing pill in her body hadn't disappeared yet. It was because of this that Dan King was even more shocked, because he found out that after Wu Ningzhu took the pill to advance, not only did it not bring any discomfort to Wu Ningzhu, but Wu Ningzhu's essence, qi and soul were much more vigorous than before. Her flesh and bones had undergone some changes as if she had been reborn. One should know that it was very difficult to advance from 8th grade to 9th grade combat emperor. It wasn't impossible to use the pill to forcefully advance. Dan King could also concoct this kind of pill, but the repercussions of the advancement would be great. It would cause the cultivator's foundation to be unstable, and it might even cause the cultivator's progress to stagnate, losing the chance to break through to the minor saint grade in the future. However, Wu Ningzhu was obviously different. After she took the pill, not only did her foundation become more solid, her potential was stimulated once again. It wouldn't be a problem for her to break through to the minor saint grade in the future. That was why Dan King was shocked, because he knew that there weren't many pills like this. In the entire divine continent, it was even rarer to concoct such a pill. Ning Er, what pill did you take? Who gave it to you? Dan King asked in a serious tone. 9 Sun Less Rond pill. Wu Ningzhu said honestly. 9 Sun Less Rond pill? The king of Dan felt that the name of the pill was familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. In the next second, his body trembled violently as if he was struck by lightning. His expression changed drastically as his eyes shone with a bright light. He exclaimed, Ning, what did you say? 9 Sun Less Rond pill? It's the legendary 9 Sun Less Rond pill. How could such a pill exist in this world? Tell me quickly who gave it to you. I must meet this person. There isn't a person who can concoct the 9 Sun Less Rond pill in this world. Looking at Dan King's excited expression, Wu Ningzhu thought that as expected. As a Dan King, nothing was more attractive to him than the 9-sun less rond pill. Wu Ningzhu could imagine that when he mentioned the name Xianxia, this name would leave a heavy impression in his heart. It's Xianxia, Wu Ningzhu said. Xianxia, the young genius from Xuanyu? Dan King's eyes widened. He thought he had heard it wrong. That's right. That day when I invited him on the boat, he gave me a 9-sun less rond pill. He concocted this pill himself. Xianxia is truly a heaven-defying man, a peerless genius. He attracted heavenly tribulation when he broke through to the combat soul realm, and when he broke through to the combat king and combat emperor realms, he attracted heavenly tribulation. He concocted the 9-sun less rond pill during his heavenly tribulation and he still has it with him. Wu Ningzhu said. Dan King felt like he was struck by lightning. He couldn't believe this was true. A young man who looked like he was in his 20s could actually concoct the 9-sun less rond pill. If this didn't come from Wu Ningzhu's mouth, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. What a talented young man. He is indeed a peerless genius. I can't believe he attracted heavenly tribulation. However, attracting heavenly tribulation is one thing, and being able to concoct the 9-sun less rond pill is another. The conditions to concoct the 9-sun less rond pill are extremely stringent. It requires the 9 solar holy water and the force of lightning. Even if someone isn't afraid of lightning, it is still extremely difficult to concoct the 9-sun less rond pill. This requires a very high level of attainment in alchemy. With Father's current level, even if I am given the right conditions, I won't be able to concoct the 9-sun less rond pill. Dan King sighed. His impression of Xianxia had instantly become incomparably lofty. Age didn't matter when it came to cultivation. Just the fact that Xianxia was able to concoct the 9-sun less rond pill was enough to convince Dan King. He didn't dare treat Xianxia as a junior anymore. Xianxia said that on the day of the son-in-law selection, he will take out the 9-sun less rond pill and give it to father as a betrothal gift. Wu Ningzhu said with a smile. Xianxia didn't say this, but Wu Ningzhu directly made the decision for Xianxia. Xianxia wouldn't dare to object at that time. Although the 9-sun less rond pill was precious, could it be more precious than himself? Alright, just based on his attainment in alchemy, father will treat him warmly. When the time comes, I will definitely discuss alchemy with him. Dan King was incomparably excited. The appearance of Xianxia was his biggest gain from this son-in-law selection. As an alchemist who was obsessed with alchemy, to be able to see a treasure like the 9-sun less rond pill in his lifetime, his life wasn't in vain. To be honest, father, I and Xianxia have feelings for each other since long ago. We've known each other since we were in the southern continent. This son-in-law selection is for him. He once promised me that he will defeat all the geniuses and marry me. I want him to fulfill his promise. Wu Ningzhu didn't hide anything anymore. She told everything about how she and Xianxia had known each other for a long time. Even if you don't say it, father can still guess it. Ever since Xianxia entered Danyuan City, he first gave the guards 1,000 heaven elixir pills, then gave Dong Mei a high-rank emperor weapon at the Blue Moon Lake. He's so generous. Then he directly gave you the 9-sun less rond pill. How could he give such a precious thing away so easily? I can see that this person is sincere towards you. Dan King laughed heartily. He was quite satisfied with this prospective son-in-law. Father, please don't laugh at me. Wu Ningzhu smiled sweetly. Xianxia's visit to Danyuan City this time could be considered as making her proud. This was a real man who could make his woman proud at all times. The father and daughter were talking about Xianxia here. It was as if they had already regarded him as the son-in-law of Dan King County. If those geniuses who were waiting to participate in the son-in-law selection knew about this, their hearts would probably be filled with jealousy. Chapter 739. The view was bright and beautiful. The huge central square could accommodate at least hundreds of thousands of people or even millions of people. Even in such a spacious place, it was still crowded with layers and layers of people. Today's big event would be recorded in the history of the entire divine continent. Countless geniuses from the 8 regions had gathered here, and only the king of elixirs had such a great influence. At the center of the central square, a tall battle platform was erected. The platform was supported by a pillar that was completely made of dark stone. It was 100 meters tall, piercing through the clouds. On top of it was a circular platform that was extremely sturdy. Dan King had personally set up a restriction on the battle platform. Even if a 9th-grade combat emperor were to fight on it, it wouldn't cause any damage to the battle platform. Not far from the battle platform, there was another platform that was as tall as the battle platform. There were 7 seats on the platform. Those were the seats for the people of Dan King County, but no one had appeared yet. At this moment, all the geniuses from the 8 domains had arrived at the central square. They were standing in different places. Each of their faces was filled with arrogance. They were the elites of the younger generation. They had the right to be arrogant. All of their eyes were fixed on the battle platform filled with battle intent. Today on this battle platform I, Rong Hui, will leave behind my supreme glory. I want to let Miss Wu Ningzhu witness my valiant stance. I want her to admire me completely. Boasting shamelessly. Today is destined to be a fierce battle. No one has the confidence to win. With your strength, why don't you think about how to defeat Jiangchen first? Humph. Who does that Jiangchen think he is? That day at the Blue Moon Lake I didn't kill him. I only let him live for a few more days. If I meet him on the battle platform today I will surely tear him into pieces and kill him on the spot. No matter whether I can win Miss Wu Ningzhu's heart or not, I won't come here in vain if I can fight with so many geniuses today. The battle had not yet begun, but many geniuses were already impatient. Some were itching to give it a try, and it seemed like they wanted to directly rush onto the battle stage. At this moment, a few bright lights suddenly shot out from the direction of Dan King County. The speed of these lights was extremely fast. In a blink of an eye, they arrived at the central square and landed on the high platform. There were exactly 7 people. The one in the lead was a handsome man wearing a Dan robe. Although his stature was average, he was incomparably majestic. Especially that pair of bright and spirited eyes, it made people feel subdued. This middle-aged man was the true master of Dan Yuan City, a 5th-grade minor Saint Dan King. Beside Dan King there were another 5 minor saint experts. It was impossible to see so many minor saint experts in a normal day. One should know that minor saint experts were the true upper echelons of society. Such experts would only focus on cultivation and wouldn't appear in normal days. As for the other person, she was dressed in tight black clothes. Her hair was so long that it reached her waist. Although her face was covered by a thin veil, it still couldn't hide her unparalleled beauty. Wu Ningzhu's appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. She is truly a peerless beauty. There is actually such a beautiful woman in this world. I really don't know who would have such a great fortune to enjoy her. She is too beautiful. She is like a goddess. No one would dare to have any blasphemous thoughts towards her. For a woman like her, it is nothing even if I have to go against all the geniuses in this world. Everyone was sighing. The beauty of Wu Ningzhu was every man's dream. King of Elixirs looked down and raised his hand. Instantly the crowd quietened down. Everyone's gaze landed on King of Elixirs. Dan King's chi is truly extraordinary. His gestures are filled with the power of a superior. Guo Xiaofei couldn't help but praise. A 5th-grade minor saint is indeed very powerful. There isn't any 5th-grade minor saint in the entire Xuanyu. Nangong Wentian nodded. Although Jiangchen didn't think much of a 5th-grade minor saint, he knew that Dan King wasn't an ordinary person. His body was flowing with yang qi. He could be considered as a rare hero. Everyone, today is the day of my daughter's selection. I would like to welcome all the geniuses here. Let's cut to the chase. The battle platform has already been prepared. The son-in-law of Dan King must be an expert. You will compete on the platform. My daughter and I will be watching your performance. Finally, we will choose an outstanding genius. The wedding will be held 3 days later in Dan King County. Dan King went straight to the point. All the geniuses were incomparably excited when they heard that the wedding would be held 3 days later. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Putting aside the fact that Wu Ningzhu was already the #1 beauty in the world, becoming the son-in-law of Dan King would bring them endless benefits. Alright, let's begin now. The rules of today's battle platform is that there are no rules. All the geniuses can perform as they please. Dan King waved his hand and slowly sat on his seat. A battle without rules was the most difficult. For a moment all the geniuses were deep in thought. No one wanted to be the first to go up the platform. Since it was a battle without rules, It was equivalent to an arena battle. Under such circumstances, who would be willing to be the first to go up the platform? Even if they could win 3 rounds in a row, would they be able to keep winning? One should know that all the geniuses here were geniuses. All of them had their own trump cards and techniques. If they continued to fight, they would be exhausted sooner or later. Eventually they would be defeated. They couldn't possibly take a break in the middle of the battle. That would be too shameful. Therefore, those who had their own trump cards would wait until the end of the battle. At that time they would only need to defeat the people in front of them. I will go first. A loud shout was heard. An incomparably sturdy man jumped onto the platform. He held his fists at the direction of Dan King County's platform and said, "I am Wang Suo of the Wang family of Earth Domain. I will be the first to go up the platform." Wang Suo was a 9th-grade combat emperor. Wang family was considered as one of the major powers in the Earth Domain, similar to the Tan family. In Wang Suo's point of view, Dan King and Wu Ningzhu didn't say that they must choose the final winner as their son-in-law. As long as he performed well, he would still have a chance. Lu Peng of the Tianyi Gate of Western Domain is here to give me some advice. At this time, a valiant silhouette appeared. He jumped onto the platform and stood opposite to Wang Suo. Both of them were 9th-grade combat emperors. Their battle was like a needle against an awl. It was supposed to be an extremely exciting battle. Both of them didn't say anything unnecessary. The battle began immediately. The sky above the platform was covered by a layer of restrictions set by Dan King. Therefore, even though the ripples of their battle were extremely strong, it didn't leak out from the restriction. It wouldn't cause any disaster to the innocent. There were too many people in the central square today. If Dan King didn't take precautions, the ripples of the battle between 2 9th-grade combat emperors would be a disaster to any ordinary person. How long? The two of them fought back and forth for more than 100 rounds. In the end, Lu Peng of the Tianyi Gate won. He defeated Wang Suo and became the first arena master. Who else is there? Lu Peng laughed heartily. He had won a match and his entire aura had changed. He had started to be a little arrogant. The people of the Tianyi Gate are the best. Xianxia revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. He took a step forward and jumped onto the platform, standing opposite to Lu Peng. He initially planned to go up after a few rounds, but he didn't expect that the people of the Tianyi Gate would appear. Xianxia absolutely couldn't tolerate it. He didn't have a good impression of the Tianyi Gate. Back in the Western Domain, he was framed by the Tianyi Gate, and it was Great Master Ranfeng who helped to settle the matter. Moreover, Xianxia speculated that the person who hired the assassins of the Dark Shadow to deal with him was the people of the Tianyi Gate. The Tianyi Gate was in the Western Domain. They didn't dare to offend the people of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. Great Master Ranfeng had once said that Tianyi Gate was not allowed to touch him. Tianyi Gate didn't dare to disobey Great Master Ranfeng. That was why they hired the assassins of the Dark Shadow. Although this was only his guess, he couldn't think of anyone else besides the Tianyi Gate who could hire the assassins of the Dark Shadow. As for the other enemies, they didn't need the help of the Dark Shadow to deal with him. Only the people of the Tianyi Gate dared not to deal with Great Master Ranfeng. Who are you? Tell me your name. Lu Peng looked at Xianxia and asked. Seeing that Xianxia was only a 6th-grade combat emperor, his eyes revealed a trace of disdain. That day at the Blue Moon Lake he wasn't there, so he didn't know that the man in front of him was Xianxia. It's Xianxia. He has finally made his move. It seems like there's going to be a good show. Xianxia has made his move. This Lu Peng still dares to look down on him. He's really courting death. I guess he's no match for Xianxia. Is there a need to guess? Unless he has an extremely powerful trump card, he won't be a match for Xianxia. Seeing that Xianxia had made his move, the crowd became restless. Xianxia was a dark horse and was the biggest attraction of this competition. Many of them came to watch Xianxia, but they didn't expect that Xianxia wouldn't hide his strength. He was the second one to make his move. Only a person with such confidence would do so. When Xianxia appeared on the battle stage, a smile appeared on Wu Ningzhu's face. It was a smile of satisfaction and pride. Dan King also smiled. His eyes fell on Xianxia. It seemed that he was very eager to see Xianxia's performance today. You're Xianxia? Lu Peng also reacted. With his strength, he could hear the discussion of the crowd even though he wasn't present at the Blue Moon Lake. Although he didn't participate in the incident at the Blue Moon Lake, he had heard about it. A 6th-grade combat emperor was afraid that only Zhou Xian would dare to go on the battle stage. More importantly, he wasn't unfamiliar with this Zhou Xian. The incident at the Tianyi Gate of the Western Domain had made Zhou Xian famous in the Tianyi Gate. Therefore, when he saw Zhou Xian, a trace of killing intent was revealed in Lu Peng's eyes. "That's right, Xuanyu Nebula Sex Zhou Xian." Zhou Xian said with a clear voice. "I heard that you have defeated a 9th-grade combat emperor when you are only a 6th-grade combat emperor, but I don't believe it. Today I will see if it's true." Chapter 740. Lu Peng had never been to the Blue Moon Lake and had never seen Zhou Xian's attack. He didn't fear Zhou Xian at all. He firmly refused to believe that a 6th-grade combat emperor could defeat a 9th-grade combat emperor. Even if it was true, it was just an accident. He wanted to test it himself. "Then you can try." Zhou Xian's tone was flat, but the coldness in it made Lu Peng uncomfortable. Fiery fist. Lu Peng moved. He cultivated a fire attribute cultivation technique. His fist was covered with scarlet flames. The entire void trembled and the air was burning. Obviously, Lu Peng didn't dare to show any neglect to Zhou Xian. He immediately struck out his strongest attack. Zhou Xian, and Zhou Xian, Lu Peng's cultivation technique is of the fire attribute. Zhou Xian shook his head. He didn't put Lu Peng in his eyes at all. This man's combat strength was weaker than Lu Wang's. Lu Peng was courting death by using the fiery fist in front of him. Zhou Qian's water dragon seal could restrain Lu Peng to death. However, Zhou Qian didn't even need to use the water dragon seal to deal with Lu Peng. He halted his steps and threw a punch. It was a simple punch, but it carried endless power. Bang! The two fists collided with each other, producing a muffled sound. It was accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. Under everyone's horrified gaze, Lu Peng was sent flying by Zhou Qian's punch. He retreated to the edge of the platform before stopping. Currently, Lu Peng was in an extremely difficult situation. One of his arms was broken by Zhou Qian. It was completely twisted. White bones could be seen on his wrist. He looked extremely miserable. Sweat was dripping down from his head. The severe pain had distorted his facial expression. "My God, this is too powerful. This Zhou Qian is truly a peerless monstrous genius. It's terrifying. A single punch could injure a 9th-grade combat emperor. Who would believe it if I didn't see it with my own eyes? He's too powerful. Lu Peng is no match for him. Although this Zhou Qian is only a 6th-grade combat emperor, it would be hard for him to find an opponent below the minor saint realm. I wonder if he could fight a minor saint when he reaches the 8th or 9th-grade combat emperor." No one wasn't shocked. Zhou Qian's attack had shaken the entire place, igniting the atmosphere. On the high platform, Dan King's eyes lit up. The other minor saints were the same. They had nothing to say about Zhou Qian's performance. They could see that Zhou Qian hadn't used his full power. If he had used his full power, Lu Peng would be a dead man by now. Zhou Qian's mouth carried a smile, walking towards Lu Peng step by step. Feeling the pressure from Zhou Qian's body, Lu Peng fell into deep fear. He still couldn't believe what he had just seen, but he finally knew that the rumor in the Blue Moon Lake was true. Zhou Qian was too powerful, he was no match for him. "I admit defeat," Lu Peng hastily said. He could already feel the dense killing intent from Zhou Qian's body. If he didn't admit defeat now, what awaited him next would be death. He knew the relationship between Zhou Qian and Tianyi Gate very well. "Admit defeat? I won't allow it," Zhou Qian said. He clenched his hand and the true dragon palm turned into a huge cage, trapping Lu Peng inside. Admit defeat? This was a joke. If it was someone else, they would admit defeat, but the people of Tianyi Gate didn't even have the qualification to admit defeat in front of Zhou Qian. Only death awaited them. Arg! Zhou Qian made his move decisively. The true dragon palm pressed down like a mountain, killing Lu Peng. A 9th-grade combat emperor died tragically on the battle stage. It was a miserable scene. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The faces of those geniuses from different domains darkened. This wasn't a competition, it was a battle of life and death. No one had thought that Zhou Qian would be so cruel. He killed Lu Peng as soon as he arrived. His opponent had already admitted defeat, but he still killed him. Motherfucker! What is this bastard doing? This is the selection of a son-in-law. not a battle of life and death. He killed Lu Ping as soon as he arrived. Is he treating this place as a slaughterhouse? This is too cruel. This man can't be left alive. It will be too dangerous for us to face him. Lu Ping has already admitted defeat, but he still won't let it go. This is too overbearing. Those who were eager to go up the stage gritted their teeth when they saw Jiang Chen's cruelty. The selection of a son-in-law and a battle of life and death were two completely different things. Many of them went up the stage with the thought of fighting against the geniuses. Even if they were defeated, it would still be beneficial to their cultivation. But now that Jiang Chen had started to kill people, the atmosphere of the competition had completely changed. Many of them didn't dare to go up the stage, at least they didn't dare to face Jiang Chen. However, it was different for those who were watching the show. The more intense the scene was, the more excited they were. Jiang Chen's overbearing manner had attracted countless admiring eyes. Nephew Jiang Chen, he has already admitted defeat. Why do you still want to kill him? King of Elixirs said. At this moment he had to speak. This was a competition, not a battle of life and death. However, from his words, there wasn't the slightest hint of reprimand. At most it was a reminder. King of Elixirs, you may not know this, but I have been to the western regions and was framed by Tianyi Gate. I almost lost my life there. Now that I have encountered him, I naturally have to kill him. I, Jiang Chen, will never be lenient to my enemies. If someone from Tianyi Gate comes up, I will kill him without hesitation. Jiang Chen's qi was tyrannical. There were indeed 3 people from Tianyi Gate below the stage. Their faces were extremely ugly and they probably wouldn't dare to go up the stage again. Everyone heard it. Nephew Jiang Chen can't kill people because he has a grudge against Tianyi Gate. In the next battle, as long as someone admits defeat, he must stop killing immediately. King of Elixirs said to the geniuses. This was equivalent to defending Jiang Chen. However, many of them felt relieved. At least there was still a chance for him to admit defeat. Otherwise it would be too miserable. However, even if there was a chance to admit defeat, not many of them dared to go up and fight Jiang Chen. A battle without suspense was basically meaningless. If they knew that they would lose, why would they go up and embarrass themselves? It seems like we have to eliminate this Jiang Chen if we want to have a good battle today. Let me do it. At this time, a youth in red robe walked out. With a sway of his body, he went up the battle stage and stood opposite of Jiang Chen. His qi was very strong, many times stronger than Lu Peng. His cultivation grade had already reached the peak of 9th grade combat emperor. Tell me your name. Jiang Chen said. Huang Xingwen of Earth Domain. Huang Xingwen said. Make your move. Jiang Chen still had some impression of this Huang Xingwen. That day at the Blue Moon Lake, this guy and another guy called Wu Xing stood out and volunteered to meet Wu Ningzhu, but ended up being rejected. After that, Jiang Chen was invited to the flower boat. It seemed like this Huang Xingwen hated him to the bone. Zhoosh. Huang Xingwen's arm swayed. A black blade appeared in his hand. This battle was incomparably strong, emitting an incomparably cold qi. This was a blade used to kill people. No one knew how much blood it had been stained with. Vast ocean blade light. Huang Xingwen didn't hesitate to use his strongest attack. He knew that he wasn't a match for Jiang Chen, but he still had to try. For a moment, endless blade light was floating in the sky. It was filled with killing qi, covering the entire sky above the battle stage. The place had become a battlefield of death. One had to admit that Huang Xingwen was indeed strong. The power of his blade was earth-shattering, killing and killing. However, this little bit of skill was still far from enough to deal with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's qi fluctuated. The heavenly saint sword roared out. Under the activation of the dragon transformation skill, the heavenly saint sword had completely turned into a dragon sword. The sword hilt had turned into a ferocious blood-red dragon head. Numerous dragon marks wrapped around the heavenly saint sword like the shadow of a real dragon, making it look extremely mystical. Slash. Jiang Chen lightly shouted. The heavenly saint sword in his hand directly slashed out. The sword edge was indestructible. All the blade light cast by Huang Xingwen were destroyed by the attack of the heavenly saint sword. The whole scene was as if it was a piece of rotten wood. Slash. Jiang Chen unleashed another slash. His speed was too fast. Even though Huang Xingwen had been prepared for this, his expression still changed dramatically. He couldn't withstand this attack and he was pushed to the edge of the fighting stage by Jiang Chen's attack. At the same time, the heavenly saint's sword appeared on Huang Xingwen's left side like a ghost, cutting off one of his arms. Arg! Huang Xingwen let out a loud cry. He looked at his severed arm. His eyes revealed a trace of viciousness and remorse. He hated himself for forcing himself to compete with Jiang Chen. He should have used his trump card right away. Now that he had lost an arm, the loss was too great. It would be a huge obstacle to his future cultivation. You cut off my arm. Damn it. Jiang Chen, you deserve to die. Huang Xingwen was heartbroken. The anger in his eyes was like an erupting volcano. That kind of hatred had seeped deep into his bones. My God. Huang Xingwen of Earth Domain had his arm cut off in one move. How strong is this Jiang Chen? This ferocious bastard. That Huang Xingwen deserved it. He obviously had a trump card in his hand, but he still chose to fight with that abnormal being. Now that he has lost an arm, his future cultivation will be greatly affected. Too strong, too overbearing. He was simply the incarnation of invincibility. It was hard to find an opponent below the minor saint realm. No matter how strong a 9th grade combat emperor was, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single strike from Jiang Chen. You have lost. Jiang Chen arrived in front of Huang Xingwen, ignoring Huang Xingwen's anger, and said in an extremely cold tone. I haven't lost. Who said I have lost? Jiang Chen, you have cut off one of my arms. I will make you pay with your life. I want you to die. Huang Xingwen roared loudly. Chapter 741. The current Huang Xingwen had completely fallen into madness. The loss of one of his arms made him feel as if the whole world was going to collapse. His future was going to be bleak. Only by killing Jiang Chen would he be able to relieve the hatred in his heart. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Huang Xingwen took out a talisman. It was a golden talisman that was filled with a saint's aura. Intense combat intent was overflowing from it. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. He already knew that the trump card of these geniuses was the source of combat strength talisman given by a first-grade minor saint. Lu Wang and Huang Xingwen were the same. What is that? Such a strong force is overflowing from it. How could Huang Xingwen have such a trump card? I know. That is the source of combat strength talisman. It seems to be a minor saint grade talisman. That is equivalent to an attack of a minor saint. Even a first-grade minor saint wouldn't be able to withstand such an attack. No matter how strong Jiang Chen is, he is only a 6th-grade combat emperor. How could he withstand it? I didn't expect Huang Xingwen to have such a trump card. However, isn't it against the rules to use the source of combat strength talisman of minor saint grade during the battle? That is an external force, not Huang Xingwen's own strength. The moment the source of combat strength talisman appeared, everyone was shocked. The battle was supposed to be without suspense, but because of the talisman, Jiang Chen had fallen into a dangerous situation. Many of them began to worry about Jiang Chen. Unless Jiang Chen could also use the source of combat strength talisman, he would certainly die. Stop. Upon seeing this, Wu Ningzhu quickly stood up from her seat and shouted. Her face was filled with nervousness and worry. Nier, sit down. Dan King waved his hand, gesturing to Wu Ningzhu not to be nervous. Godfather, that Huang Xingwen is borrowing external strength and not his own strength. This is against the rules of the competition. I don't like people like that. Wu Ningzhu was incomparably worried. Initially, she was very confident in Jiang Chen and she wanted to see Jiang Chen defeat all the geniuses in the world for her. However, the premise was not to use Jiang Chen's life as a joke. Could Jiang Chen withstand the source of combat strength talisman of a first-grade minor saint? Nier, don't worry. Once you're on the battle stage, you can use all your techniques. This source of combat strength talisman might not be able to kill Jiang Chen. Dan King smiled. His face was incomparably calm. Elder Lu, who was beside him, was also smiling while stroking his beard. If they didn't see how Jiang Chen dealt with Lu Wang's source of combat strength talisman, they would have already stopped him. Even though Dan King said so, Wu Ningzhu was still worried. However, when she saw the smile on Jiang Chen's face, she felt relieved. In her impression, Jiang Chen would never fight a battle that he wasn't confident of winning. Many of the geniuses below the stage were sneering. They weren't surprised that Huang Xingwen had such a trump card. Among them there were some who had such a trump card. It was the source of combat strength talisman that was concocted by the higher-ups of their sects and families for this competition. They couldn't get their hands on it during normal times because they wanted to gain the favor of Wu Ningzhu and build a good relationship with Danqing County. In their point of view, Jiang Qin was going to die under Huang Xingwen's talisman. Once they got rid of Jiang Qin, they would be able to put up a good fight in the remaining battles. Jiang Qin, you have cut off one of my arms. Now I will take your life. Go to hell. Huang Xingwen roared loudly. He sent his divine sense into the talisman. The talisman suddenly exploded and turned into a dazzling golden palm. This palm was like a heavenly barrier that locked onto Jiang Qin's qi and pressed down on him. This was the terrifying attack of a first-grade minor saint. It had already locked onto Jiang Qin. There was no way for him to escape or evade. He could only take it head-on. Huang Xingwen's face revealed a ferocious smile. He seemed to have seen the scene of Jiang Qin dying under the palm. However, what happened next made everyone widen their mouths in shock. Under everyone's horrified gaze, Jiang Qin waved his hand. A ghastly skeletal claw rushed out. The claw was 3 meters wide and collided with Huang Xingwen's golden palm. Honglong. Terrifying waves spread out in all directions. The entire fighting platform was plunged into chaos. The void was torn into terrifying cracks. It was incomparably terrifying. The source of combat strength talisman was indeed powerful, but it was blocked by Ada. Jiang Qin's body only swayed a little before returning to normal. What? Huang Xingwen exclaimed after seeing what happened. He looked at Jiang Qin as if he was looking at a ghost. He couldn't believe that this was real. He had used the source of combat strength talisman of a first-grade minor saint, but it couldn't do anything to Jiang Qin. Not to mention killing him, Jiang Qin didn't even lose a hair. His qi was still unparalleled. By God! Jiang Qin managed to block it. I can't believe it. That skeletal claw was so terrifying. It doesn't seem to be Jiang Qin's power. This Jiang Qin has too many trump cards. He actually has a treasure that can unleash the power of a first-grade minor saint. Huang Xingwen is finished this time. Amazing. Such a battle is truly exciting. It's rare to see a heaven-defying figure like Jiang Qin in Xuanyu. No one wasn't shocked. When they saw Huang Xingwen taking out the source of combat strength talisman, they thought that Jiang Qin was dead for sure. Even if he didn't die, he would at least suffer a crushing defeat. Who would have thought that Jiang Qin had a trump card that could fight against a first-grade minor saint? Wu Ningzhu couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. She looked at Dan King beside her. Dan King's face was indifferent and didn't look surprised at all. It seemed like Dan King already knew that Jiang Qin had a trump card that could fight against a first-grade minor saint. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed Huang Xingwen to use the source of combat strength talisman. One should know that Jiang Qin was able to concoct the 9-yang Lesrond pill. In Dan King's eyes, it was a miracle. How could Dan King bear to see Jiang Qin die here? Swoosh! Jiang Qin's body flashed and appeared in front of Huang Xingwen. The heavenly saint sword in his hand was vibrating, producing a buzzing sound. Intense murderous intent overflowed from Jiang Qin's body, scaring Huang Xingwen so much that his soul almost left his body. Jiang Qin, don't kill me. I admit defeat. Huang Xingwen said in a trembling voice. Go to hell and admit defeat. Jiang Qin's face was cold. The heavenly saint sword was swung at lightning speed, cutting off Huang Xingwen's head. He would never show mercy to someone who wanted to kill him. If it wasn't for Ada and Air, that source of combat strength talisman would have taken his life. Another person was killed. The battle platform was dyed red with blood. This had become a bloody battlefield. Jiang Qin was like a god of war. His black hair was fluttering in the wind. His eyes were like torches as he looked down the battle platform and shouted. All of you come at me together. Don't waste my time. Hua. His words caused an uproar in the central square. All the geniuses' faces changed. Jiang Qin was looking down on them by asking them to come at him together. This was a serious humiliation to them. Motherfucker. So domineering. I didn't come here in vain. So domineering. Fighting against the world alone. This is what a real man should be like. Let's go together. Let's go together. Thousands of people started to shout. They wanted to see the scene of Jiang Qin fighting against all the geniuses alone. Only then would it be exciting and hot-blooded. On the high platform, Wu Ningzhu's face was filled with a happy smile. For any woman, when there was a man who was willing to fight against the world alone, it was an indescribable happiness. Wu Ningzhu was feeling very happy at this moment. Look, that unparalleled man was her man. That was her Wu Ningzhu's eyesight. Ning heir, your eyesight is very good. Dan King couldn't help but praise. A man like Jiang Chen had powerful combat strength, majestic qi, and the ability to concoct the 9 yang-less rond pill. He was perfect and flawless. The central square was filled with clamoring voices. The onlookers wanted the show to be even more exciting. They were eager for all the geniuses to attack together. However, these voices seemed to be cheering for Jiang Chen. It made the geniuses feel incomparably uncomfortable. Jiang Chen was too strong. Plus, he had the ability to deal with the source of combat strength talisman of first-grade minor saint. Under such circumstances, there was no doubt who would die. Among them, even if they had a trump card, it would only be a source of combat strength talisman of first-grade minor saint grade. So, after witnessing Huang Xingwen's tragedy, all of them had lost their confidence. However, in the face of such a situation, if they didn't attack and just admit defeat, it would be too disrespectful. Everyone, since this brat is courting death, why don't we attack him together? We will release all of our source of combat strength talismans at the same time. I don't believe that Jiang Chen can withstand it. Someone said. He was Wu Xing from Heaven Domain. Just like Huang Xingwen, he asked to see Wu Ningzhu at the Blue Moon Lake, but she wasn't rejected. All right. A few of us have source of combat strength talismans. When we release them at the same time, I don't believe that he can withstand it. That's right. We can't just retreat like this. That would be too shameful. Someone replied to Wu Xing. 5 to 6 people stood out. Including Wu Xing, there was a total of 7 of them. All of them had trump cards. They had powerful source of combat strength talismans in their hands. Their thoughts were the same as Wu Xing. Although Jiang Chen was powerful, they were afraid that he had the ability to withstand the attack of a first-grade minor saint just like them. However, if 7 source of combat strength talismans were released at the same time, the power would be unimaginable. Even Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to withstand it. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Jiang Chen didn't have the ability to withstand the source of combat strength talismans. Instead, he had 2 terrifying first-grade minor saints. Chapter 742. 7 peak 9th grade combat emperor geniuses leaped onto the platform. Each of them was filled with murderous intent. The nature of today's competition had changed completely. Ever since Jiang Chen stepped onto the platform, 2 of them had died. This platform had turned into a life-and-death battle. To geniuses like Wu Xing and the other geniuses, fighting 7 against 1 was simply a shameless act. They were people who valued their reputation and had their own pride. They had never thought of such a scene even in their dreams. However, it wasn't a matter of reputation anymore. They had to unite and kill Jiang Chen. As long as they could eliminate Jiang Chen, it would be worth it even if they lost their reputation. 7 against 1. Seems like they have the source of combat strength talisman. I wonder if Jiang Chen can withstand it. This scene is too intense. I hope that Jiang Chen can win. If that's the case, he will create a miracle. His name will be known by everyone in the 8 domains. Let's see. I guess there will be more deaths. Although Dan King County has set the rules, Jiang Chen doesn't look like a person who would follow the rules. Everyone's face was filled with excitement. They couldn't help but feel their blood boiling when they thought of such an intense scene. Many of them were worried about Jiang Chen once again. The difference between 7 of them fighting against 1 Huang Xingwen and 1 Huang Xingwen wasn't just a little bit. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. However, there were 3 people in the crowd who were smiling without a hint of worry. They were De Huang Dog and the other 2 geniuses. Others might not know about Jiang Chen's means, but they knew it very well. 2 first-grade minor saints were protecting him. No matter how many source of combat strength talisman he had, it would be useless unless these people could take out a higher-grade talisman. However, that was obviously impossible. The source of combat strength talisman was extremely precious. It was already considered very good for a 9th grade combat emperor to have a first-grade minor saint source of combat strength talisman. Facing the joint attack of 7 people, Jiang Chen's expression didn't change at all. He was as confident as ever. This kind of confidence made Dan King and Wu Ningzhu feel more at ease. If the 7 of you admit defeat now, I won't kill you. If you don't, what awaits you isn't defeat but death. Jiang Chen's tone was incomparably cold. As long as these 7 people dared to attack him, he would not let them leave. In his battles there was no victory or defeat, only survival or death. What bullshit rules? In Jiang Chen's eyes, life and death were the rules. In this world, the weak obey the rules while the strong break the rules. Jiang Chen, don't talk too much. It's still uncertain who will live and who will die. Everyone, let's attack together and kill him. Wuxia shouted at the other 6. Almost instantly, everyone took out the source of combat strength talisman and released it together. Honglong. 7 first-grade minor saint source of combat strength talismans were unleashed at the same time. The powerful sound of the talismans was so loud that it could shatter one's eardrums. The 7 talismans turned into 7 different forms of attack. The entire battle platform was filled with 7 colored light. Each light was filled with destructive energy. Many people were staring at the battle platform, not daring to blink their eyes. This was an incomparably crucial moment. The combined power of this attack was many times stronger than Huang Xinwen's attack. It was hard to imagine how a combat emperor could survive in the center of such energy. Roar. Right at this moment, 2 bone-chilling roars suddenly sounded out. Then 2 gigantic skeletons rushed out from Jiang Chen's body. Each of them was more than 30 meters tall, and they surrounded Jiang Chen from both sides to protect him. What is that? Such strong yin qi and death qi. Those are dark souls, dead creatures. They are first-grade minor saint existences. I can't believe that Jiang Chen could subdue such existences. On the high platform, the minor saints of Danqing County couldn't help but stand up from their seats. With their eyesight, they could naturally see the scariness of Ada and Air. So this is Jiang Chen's trump card. Dan King was incomparably shocked, but after seeing Jiang Chen's trump card he felt relieved. Those were 2 genuine first-grade minor saints. No matter how many source of combat strength talisman he had, he wouldn't be a match for them. The talisman could only be used once and it wouldn't be the full power of the owner of the talisman. However, these 2 giant dark soul kings could attack countless of times. Ada and Air roared. The powerful destructive energy around them didn't make them feel any fear. As dark souls, they didn't know what fear was. Now that they had been edified by Jiang Chen, they would listen to Jiang Chen's command without any hesitation. Da and Air were extremely fast. When they used their full strength, they blocked all the attacks in the blink of an eye. Although the powerful attacks caused Da and Air's bodies to sway, they did not harm them at all. What the hell is that? Jiang Chen, what the hell did you do? You are an evil devil. Everyone has the right to punish you. The 7 geniuses' facial expression changed completely. Their plan was ruined. It was impossible to kill Jiang Chen now. They regretted coming to the stage just now. They didn't think that Jiang Chen would have such a powerful trump card. Even if they had more source of combat strength talisman, they wouldn't be able to kill Jiang Chen. Ada and Air. Jiang Chen shouted coldly at Ada and Air. The 2 dark soul kings roared again. They stretched out their 4 sharp claws, trapping the 7 geniuses. No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't break free from the claws of Ada and Air. Jiang Chen, what are you doing? Let us go now. Wuxia shouted. He felt fear and dread. Let you go? You've probably forgotten what I said before. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. He signaled Ada with his eyes. Then Ada opened his mouth and bit off Wuxia's head with a kacha sound. The whole scene was extremely bloody and brutal. Everyone's hair stood on end. Some of them couldn't help but vomit. This dark soul king was just too ferocious. They simply couldn't bear to look at it. This scene completely terrified the other 6 people. All of their faces were pale to the extreme. It was the first time they felt that they were so weak. Before the Dark Soul King, they were like ants that were waiting to be slaughtered at will. Jiang Chen, we admit defeat. Don't kill us. Dan King, tell Jiang Chen to stop. We have already admitted defeat. You said that as long as we admit defeat you can't kill us. Before the man could finish his words, he was attacked by Air. His whole body was pierced by the sharp claws and torn into a few pieces. Dan King, they have used a first-grade minor saint source of combat strength talisman on me. This is a typical attempt to take my life. If we are talking about violating the rules, they are the ones who violated the rules again. Could it be that they are allowed to kill me but I am not allowed to kill them? What kind of logic is this? Besides, I have already reminded them before they went up the stage that they will die if they don't admit defeat. Jiang Chen's domineering aura was overwhelming. As soon as his voice faded, Ada and Air killed the other 5 geniuses without waiting for Dan King to say anything. All 7 of them died tragically on the battle stage. Upon seeing this, Dan King could only sigh. Initially he wanted to stop them because they had already admitted defeat. However, Jiang Chen was too fast and didn't give him a chance to speak. Of course he wouldn't blame Jiang Chen because of this. He needed to maintain a good relationship with such a rare genius. Moreover, Jiang Chen was going to be his son-in-law. Jiang Chen moved his divine sense, retracting Ada and Air. He returned to the edge of the battle stage and looked down. Who else is there? His question made countless people have the urge to spurt out blood. Who else is there? Motherfucker. Who else dares to go up? Isn't that asking for death? Everyone could see that the current Jiang Chen was unstoppable. No one could stop him. Plus, this man was brutal and overbearing. Anyone who went up to him would die. Even the 7 geniuses were killed, let alone the others. Wu Xing, Huang Xingwen and the others were the top geniuses of their respective domains. But they were killed by Jiang Chen. This was a great loss to their sects and families. By killing them, Jiang Chen had offended countless major powers. Jiang Chen, you have killed the #1 genius of Sky Origin Sect. Just wait for the wrath of Sky Origin Sect. Jiang Chen, our Wang family is absolutely irreconcilable with you. We won't let you go. Jiang Chen, you are finished. You have offended everyone in the world. Even if you have 9 lives, it won't be enough for you to die. Many people below the stage threatened Jiang Chen. They didn't dare to go up to the battle stage so they could only vent their anger. In fact, these people weren't talking nonsense. What they said was the truth. After today's battle, Jiang Chen would definitely become famous. Everyone in the 8 domains would know about him. However, at the same time, Jiang Chen would also become the enemy of countless major powers. Today he had killed so many geniuses, which meant that he had become the enemy of the whole world. Come and kill me if you have the ability. Jiang Chen was extremely arrogant. This was his character. It wasn't the first time that he had become the enemy of the whole world. A true expert needed to have countless enemies. He needed to step on the corpses of his enemies. He needed to create his own world in the face of adversity. In Jiang Chen's previous life, he had become the first saint in the world by killing. So handsome. He's my idol. If I can be like him one day, even if I am killed by the joint forces of the whole world, it will be worth it. Yeah, he is so domineering. How many people in the world dare to be so arrogant? Today's battle will definitely establish his reputation and position. The #1 genius of the young generation in the 8 domains. I am afraid that only the peerless genius of the Pure Land can compete with him. Chapter 743. Jiang Chen had killed the 9 great geniuses in a row. Jiang Chen's bravery and overbearingness had left a mark in everyone's heart. He was standing on the battle stage, no one dared to challenge him anymore. He was standing at the peak looking down at the world. Good. Since no one else is going to challenge him, today's battle will be won by nephew Jiang Chen. However, winning the battle doesn't mean that he will become my son-in-law. He still needs to pass the test of my daughter. If she agrees, then he will pass the test. Dan King stood up from his seat. His voice was loud and clear. Everyone in the central square could hear it clearly. After that, Dan King looked at Wu Ningzhu with a smile. He knew that Wu Ningzhu was in a very good mood at the moment, but he still put on an act and asked, Ning Heir, are you satisfied? I will follow father's decision. Wu Ningzhu said with a smile. Good. I hereby announce that Jiang Chen has surpassed all the geniuses. He has gained the approval of both me and Ning Heir. From now on, Jiang Chen will be the son-in-law of Dan King County. The wedding will be held 3 days later. Dan King announced loudly. To Dan King County, it was a good thing to have a young man like Jiang Chen join them. Besides, Dan King couldn't wait to discuss with Jiang Chen on the topic of alchemy. He wanted to know if Jiang Chen was really a great alchemist. Great. Congratulations to brother Jiang Chen for winning the beauty. Congratulations. Brother Jiang Chen's name has spread far and wide today. You are the role model of our generation. Exclamations were heard in the central square. Many of them were congratulating Jiang Chen said loudly. Although Zhou Xian was only a 6th-grade combat emperor, his performance today was enough to make everyone respect him. No one dared to look down on this young man. Countless of young men had regarded Zhou Xian as their idol. Under the lead of Dan King, Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog went to Dan King County. As for the geniuses of the 8 domains, they were dejected and left Danyuan City. It was meaningless for them to stay. Were they going to Dan King County to attend the wedding of Zhou Xian and Wu Ningzhu? They hated Zhou Xian so much that they were gnashing their teeth. They were afraid that Zhou Xian would be hunted down after they returned. The major powers who came to participate in the competition had suffered a great loss. According to the previous plan, even if they couldn't become Dan King's son-in-law, they wouldn't die. Unfortunately, they had met an abnormal person like Zhou Xian, which resulted in such an ending. However, it wasn't an easy task to take revenge on Zhou Xian given the current situation. Putting aside the fact that Zhou Xian was a disciple of Nebula Sect, he had the backing of Nebula Sect. Now that he had become Dan King's son-in-law, he was a member of Dan King County. How could Dan King watch others kill his son-in-law? The interior of Dan King County was like a beautiful garden. Because of the mulberry divine tree, the Genesis chi of heaven and earth in the entire Dan King County was at least 10 times denser than the outside. It was simply a treasure land for cultivation. No wonder Dan King moved the battle stage to the central square instead of the Dan King County. It was better not to expose a treasure like the mulberry divine tree. What a beautiful place. Cultivating here is much better than cultivating in Nebula Sect. Dan King is indeed Dan King. Look, the whole Dan King County is filled with elixirs. Guo Xiaofei and Nangong Wentian couldn't stop praising the scenery of Dan King County, especially Nangong Wentian. This guy had eaten a lot of elixirs and had a unique insight. To put it bluntly, Nangong Wentian could tell the age and name of those elixirs with just a glance. This was the experience gained from eating them. De Huang Dog's behavior was completely different. Ever since he entered the Dan King County, he had been drooling non-stop. His eyes were staring at those elixirs and his saliva was flying everywhere. It was really embarrassing. Nangong Wentian and Guo Xiaofei took the initiative to distance themselves from De Huang Dog. They pretended that they didn't know this dog. At least they weren't familiar with him. Zhou Xian didn't dare to stay too far away from De Huang Dog. He had to keep a close eye on this dog. Otherwise, this guy would directly rush out and destroy those elixirs. Although this was Dan King County and no one dared to cause trouble here, Zhou Xian had never doubted De Huang Dog's courage. That day when he sensed that there was mulberry divine tree in Dan King County, De Huang Dog still wanted to come in and snatch it. Zhou Qian's performance in the central square had spread throughout the entire Dan King County. Everyone in Dan King County was looking at Zhou Qian with respect. Everyone was quite satisfied with their young Mrs. Son-in-law. Wu Ningzhu prepared a courtyard for Zhou Qian and the others beside the bamboo forest where she lived. She and Zhou Qian hadn't met each other for a long time. Now that they finally got together, they had a lot to talk about. At noon, next to a small stream beside the bamboo forest, there was a crystal table. On it, the best dishes and wine of Dan King County were placed. Zhou Qian, Wu Ningzhu, De Huang Dog, Nangong Wentian and Guo Xiaofei. 4 people and 1 dog sat around the table on the stone benches. Such a scene could appear in the divine continent. It was something they had never dreamt of. The environment here is really good. Young Miss Wu is really a person who knows how to live. Your zither is also very beautiful. I'm afraid only in this kind of environment can you play the zither so beautifully. Guo Xiaofei was full of praise for Wu Ningzhu and the environment here. Senior brother Guo is overpraising me. Wu Ningzhu smiled. At this moment she had already taken off her veil, which shocked Guo Xiaofei. Previously, Zhou Qian had already introduced Guo Xiaofei to them. Regarding Guo Xiaofei's identity, Wu Ningzhu also knew. Following Zhou Qian, she also called him Senior Brother Guo. However, Guo Xiaofei knew that in terms of strength he would have to call him Senior Brother Zhou Qian. However, none of them were people who cared about trifles. Sister Ning is getting more and more beautiful. I really regret that I didn't take action earlier. Nangong Wentian sighed intentionally. Sister will introduce you to a good one later. Wu Ningzhu smiled. She had been in the divine continent for so long, but today was the happiest day. De Huang Dog didn't have much nonsense to say. In front of delicious food, this fellow's resistance was completely non-existent. As old friends reunited, everyone chatted for a long time. Jiang Chen roughly told them about his experiences. Compared to Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's experiences, whether it was Han Yen, Wu Ningzhu or Nangong Wentian who had been staying in the Death Mountain, their days were too comfortable. Until evening, everyone was still laughing. However, Wu Ningzhu felt that it was about time. She said to Jiang Chen, "Little Chenzi, that day when I told my foster father about the 9 Les Rond pill, he couldn't wait to see you. However, in order not to disturb our reunion, he didn't say anything. I guess he can't wait anymore. I also have something to talk to him about. Sister Ning, please bring me there." Jiang Chen stood up from his seat. He knew very well how tempting the 9 Les Rond pill was to an alchemist. It was normal for a Dan King to be unable to resist the temptation. If he could, it would be abnormal instead. Coincidentally, Jiang Chen also wanted to obtain the mulberry divine tree. This matter must be discussed with the Dan King personally. No one else could make the decision, not even Wu Ningzhu. "Alright, I will bring you to see my foster father now. Anan, Senior Gui, you guys can chat with De Huang here first," Wu Ningzhu said. "No problem. I say, little Chenzi, you should be more polite when you see your father-in-law. The divine tree isn't that easy to obtain," Nangong Wentian said. At the center of Dan King County there was a big garden. In the middle of the garden there was a big hall. Currently, all the minor saints of Dan King County were gathered in the hall. Half of them were alchemists. Currently, their faces were filled with anticipation. Dan King was pacing back and forth as if he had a lot on his mind. "Dan King, are you sure that Jiang Chen is able to concoct a divine pill like the 9 Les Rond pill? He is only a 6th grade combat emperor. How could he have such an ability? Could it be that little miss is lying?" A 3rd grade minor saint alchemist asked. His tone was filled with disbelief. "No, Ning Er won't lie. Plus, the pill that she has consumed has allowed her to break through to the 9th grade combat emperor. More importantly, after using the pill to advance, not only did it not affect her foundation, it also allowed her to be reborn. Based on our lifetime of experience in alchemy, other than the legendary 9 Les Rond pill, what other pill could have such an effect?" Dan King said. He had no doubts about what Wu Ningzhu said. This man is a peerless genius. It's rare to see someone who could trigger the heavenly tribulation at such a low level. If he really can concoct the 9 Les Rond pill, it means that his attainment in alchemy is much higher than ours. I have encountered a lot of problems in alchemy these few years. I would like to consult him. I want to see if he is the real deal or not. Everyone had serious doubts about Jiang Chen's alchemy skills, but the appearance of the 9 Les Rond pill was real. This filled them with anticipation. Therefore, they were eager to meet Jiang Chen and seek advice from Jiang Chen. At this time, 2 silhouettes walked in from the outside. They were Wu Ningzhu and Jiang Chen. This was the most important place of Dan King County. Only Wu Ningzhu could enter without any obstruction. "Father Elders, Jiang Chen is here." Wu Ningzhu greeted them. "Greetings to Dan King and elders." Jiang Chen held his fists at Dan King and the others. "Hehe, shouldn't you call me father like Ning Er?" Dan King chuckled. Chapter 744. Foster Father. Jiang Chen bowed towards Dan King and called him foster father. No matter what, Dan King had saved Wu Ningzhu and even gave Wu Ningzhu very good cultivation resources. Wu Ningzhu's elder was also his elder. After all, being reborn was equivalent to starting all over again. Other than his identity as the greatest saint, he had an even more important and realistic identity. He was the hedonistic son of Fragrant Sky City, Jiang Chen. In this life he had a father and relatives. He was no longer the lonely martial fanatic of his previous life. "Ah, good. Dan King laughed heartily. He was very happy with Jiang Chen. Today, Jiang Chen's performance on the battle stage had shocked the world. Such a young talent was unparalleled in the world. His future achievements would be immeasurable. "Young master, I heard that other than your tyrannical combat strength, you are also a powerful alchemist. You can even refine a pill like the 9 Les Rond pill. I wonder if it is true." An old man couldn't wait to ask. Although Dan King had accepted Jiang Chen as his son-in-law and made Jiang Chen the young master of Dan King Manor, as a minor saint alchemist, he had always been a person of virtue and prestige. He didn't care about the young master's identity. He only cared whether Zhou Xian was really a powerful alchemist or not and whether he could really refine the 9 Suns less round pill. Chen, that day when you killed Lu Wang and the others outside the city, I saw it with my own eyes. I saw that you have an incomparably mystical flame. Later on, I heard from Ning that you gifted her the 9 Suns less round pill. Chen, your alchemy skills are definitely not weak. Dan King also said. Now, everyone was very interested in Zhou Qian's identity as an alchemist. If Zhou Qian was really an alchemist, he would receive a different kind of treatment. It wouldn't be as simple as being the young master and son-in-law of Dan King Manor. Zhou Qian didn't say anything. He flipped his palm and another 9 Suns less round pill appeared in his hand. The moment the pill appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. At the same time, the pill floated above his palm, surrounded by dense lightning. At the same time, Zhou Qian also released the true dragon fire and lightning fire. He also released the aura of the 9 Suns holy water. At this moment, the aura of the pill completely fused with his own body. There was no need for further explanation. The people in front of them were all alchemists who had a certain amount of fame in alchemy. Their eyesight was sharper than the other and they could see through everything. 9 Suns less round pill. Heavens, this pill contains both the power of lightning and the power of 9 Suns holy water. Its color is like jade and it's extremely masculine. It's exactly the same as the 9 Suns less round pill described in the legends. This is the real 9 Suns less round pill. I never thought that this old man would be lucky enough to see such a supreme treasure like the 9 Suns pill in my lifetime. Look, the aura of this pill has almost fused with the young master's body. That is the power of lightning. Only those who have passed through the heavenly tribulation can absorb this kind of power of lightning. The young master was able to pass through the heavenly tribulation at such a young age. He is simply a monster. And that flame, it is actually the fusion of 2 kinds of flames. Compared to his flame, all of our flames are trash. Amazing, too amazing. This 9 Suns less round pill is actually refined by the young master himself. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it even if you beat me to death. Not to mention the precious materials needed to refine this 9 Suns less round pill, and the support of a sacred item like the 9 Suns holy water. Just the absorption of the power of lightning under the heavenly tribulation is something that no one has ever done. Even those supreme alchemists of the great sage level couldn't do it. Otherwise, the 9 Suns less round pill wouldn't only exist in legends. The young master is really an extraordinary person. Everyone was shocked. The group of highly respected old men stared at the 9 Suns less round pill in Zhou Qian's hand. They didn't have any of their usual calmness. They were very excited. At this moment, everyone's impression of Zhou Qian changed instantly. That kind of change was earth-shaking. It was a kind of respect. That's right, it was respect. Any alchemist should show respect to the person who could refine the 9 Suns less round pill. Dan King widened his eyes. From the moment Zhou Qian took out the 9 Suns less round pill, his eyes had never left it. The more powerful an alchemist was, the more restless his heart would be at this moment. He finally knew that Wu Ningzhu wasn't lying. The pill in front of him was the best proof. The 9 Suns less round pill and Zhou Qian's qi had merged, indicating that this pill was personally concocted by Zhou Qian. There was no need for too much explanation. With their eyesight they could naturally see it. Looking at the expressions of these influential seniors in the alchemy world, Wu Ningzhu was overjoyed. This kind of feeling was even happier than when she concocted the 9 Suns less round pill herself. The legendary 9 Suns less round pill has appeared. Qian is only a 6th grade combat emperor, but he is able to concoct such a pill. This is beyond common sense. Your existence itself is a miracle. Dan King praised from the bottom of his heart. All along, as an alchemist, one's combat strength would be relatively weaker. However, not only is young master's alchemy skill incomparable, his combat strength is also rare and terrifying. He is only a 6th grade combat emperor, but he is almost invincible under the minor saint realm. This old man has never seen such a genius before. Rudely nodded his head and praised Zhou Qian. Father, this 9 Suns less round pill is a gift for our first meeting. I hope Father will accept it. Also, here is some 9 Suns holy water. It will be my betrothal gift for Sister Ning. Zhou Qian said. He took out a bottle of 9 Suns holy water and handed it to Dan King together with the 9 Suns less round pill. Dan King was stunned. The others were also shocked. No one had thought that Xianxia would give the 9 suns less rond pill and a bottle of precious 9 suns holy water as a gift. Such a betrothal gift was too precious. It was so precious that even a 5th-grade minor saint would be at a loss. The higher the level of alchemist, the more they would understand the value of a 9 suns less rond pill. Jiang Chen's gift of a 9 suns less rond pill and a bottle of 9 suns holy water was too big. Dan King was now a 5th-grade minor saint. If he could get the help of a 9 suns less rond pill, it wouldn't take long for him to advance to the 6th-grade minor saint. This gift is too precious. Dan King didn't dare to accept it. We are family in the future. You don't have to be so polite with me. Besides, I still have something that I need your help with. Jiang Chen didn't give him any chance to explain. He directly threw the 9 suns less rond pill and the bottle of 9 suns holy water into Dan King's arms. Dan King didn't reject it and kept the 2 treasures. Since that's the case, I will accept it. Just tell me what conditions you have. I will definitely agree to it. Dan King said solemnly. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile in his heart. This was exactly what he wanted. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to get the mulberry divine tree. Young master is able to concoct a pill like the 9 suns less rond pill. It's enough to show that you are extremely skilled in concocting pills. This old man just happened to run into some difficult problems in concocting pills recently. I wonder if young master can help me solve this problem. An old man said. Everyone understood that this old man didn't just want to ask for advice. He also wanted to test Jiang Chen. In their opinion, Jiang Chen was able to concoct the 9 suns less rond pill mostly because of the help of the heavenly tribulation. However, they didn't know how good Jiang Chen's concocting skills were. Elder, please tell me. Jiang Chen said with a smile. How could he not know what this group of old men wanted to do? However, he also expressed his understanding. This group of old men had spent almost half of their lives on concocting pills. It was normal for them to run into problems that they couldn't solve. If he could help them solve their problems, it would be of great help to their cultivation and concocting pills in the future. Jiang Chen was also happy to do Dan King a favor. More importantly, he wanted to show them his ability. Alchemists would only respect other alchemists. When the time came, even Dan King would have to respect him. Then it would be logical for him to ask for the mulberry divine tree. This old man has been researching the golden spirit pill recently. This kind of pill is extremely difficult to concoct because it needs to fuse the medicinal ingredients of the golden spirit pill with the essence of Tai gold. The essence of Tai gold is used to forge weapons. It is completely opposite to concocting pills. Moreover, the essence of Tai gold is extremely difficult to smelt and can't be fused with spiritual herbs. This made this old man suspect that the pill formula of the golden spirit pill was fake. However, this pill has really appeared before. The old man opened his mouth and asked. This question had been bothering him for a long time. If I'm not wrong, Elder must have first fused the 58 spiritual herbs needed to concoct the golden spirit pill, and then tried to fuse them with the essence of Tai gold, right? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. Hearing this, everyone, including Dan King, looked at Jiang Chen with a different gaze. A pill like the golden spirit pill was extremely rare. Jiang Chen actually said that it needed 58 spiritual herbs. From this, it could be seen that Jiang Chen was really capable. That's right. The old man nodded. You have fallen into a misunderstanding. The medicinal ingredients and the essence of Tai gold used to forge weapons cannot be fused together. There is a medicinal ingredient in the golden spirit pill called the golden silk kasha. This medicinal ingredient is very obscure and is not the most precious among the 58 spiritual herbs. It is often overlooked. However, to fuse the essence of Tai gold, it must be the golden silk kasha. Jiang Chen paused for a moment and continued. Therefore, the first step in concocting the golden spirit pill is to separate the essence of Tai gold and the essence of the golden silk kasha and let them fuse together. This way, the essence of the Tai gold will be completely integrated into the medicinal ingredients. Then it will be fused with the other 57 spiritual herbs. This way there will not be any conflicts and the golden spirit pill will be formed. Hua. Chapter 745. Young Master's words have really awakened this old man. The golden silk kasha is just an ordinary spirit herb. It is so inconspicuous among the 58 spirit herbs that it is easily overlooked. However, the attribute of the golden silk cassia is the same as the Tai gold. It can absorb the essence of the Tai gold first and transform it into medicinal power. I first fused the golden silk cassia with the other spirit herbs. Because the medicinal power of the other spirit herbs was too strong, the attribute of the golden silk cassia was completely covered up. Naturally, it was unable to complete the fusion with the Tai gold. My God, I didn't think of such a simple reason. Young master is really brilliant. The old man admired Zhou Xian from the bottom of his heart. Although it was a very simple reason, if Zhou Xian hadn't pointed it out to him, he was afraid that he would be stuck in a dead end for the rest of his life. He would never be able to get out of it and this problem would never be solved. Not only him, even Dan King and the other alchemists were looking at Zhou Xian in shock. They had discussed this problem before, but they couldn't find a more suitable solution. They even thought of finding other spirit herbs to replace a part of it, but in the end they still failed. They didn't expect that the solution to the problem would be so simple. The old man only asked his own question and Zhou Xian gave the answer almost without thinking. It was enough to show that Zhou Qian's attainments in alchemy were beyond them. Qin heir, you really made foster father look at you in a new light. Dan King had a feeling that he had picked up a treasure. Foster father, you're flattering me. I can't say much about other things, but when it comes to alchemy I'm sure I can do it. Elders, if you have any questions just tell me and I'll solve them all at once. Although Zhou Qian's words sounded casual, they were filled with great confidence. This confidence came from deep within his bones and he wasn't bragging. Besides, after the explanation of the 9 Suns Les Ron pill and the Golden Soul pill, no one dared underestimate Zhou Qian anymore. They had no idea why a young man like Zhou Qian, who was only in his 20s, would have such a profound attainment in alchemy. This was not something they could imagine. However, there were always miracles in this world and Zhou Qian was one of them. He was able to attract heavenly tribulation when he was only a combat soul warrior, and he was able to concoct the 9 Suns Les Ron pill. This was a miracle. There were always some things in this world and some monstrous geniuses that couldn't be judged with common sense. Young master, this old man indeed has a lot of questions to ask, but, another alchemist said. In the next hour, a few alchemists took turns to ask Zhou Qian questions about alchemy, telling him all the questions they had in their lives. Even Dan King had a few questions, but Zhou Qian didn't even need to think about it. He immediately gave them the answers and it was the best way to solve their problems. This scene was very shocking. Zhou Qian was like a teacher teaching his students. Every movement he made was filled with majesty as if he knew everything. There was nothing in this world that he didn't know. Those minor saint alchemists would sometimes lower their heads and ponder, and sometimes they would be enlightened. They were like children, their expressions were all on their faces. There was another elder in the hall who wasn't an alchemist. They saw everything that happened and the shock in their eyes had reached an extreme level. Even though they weren't alchemists, they had followed Dan King for a long time, so they more or less had some understanding of alchemy. This was the first time they had met someone as amazing as Zhou Qian. They would be lying if they said they weren't shocked. What kind of freak is he? How can he be so powerful? Is he really only 20 years old? Why do I feel that he is like an old fox that has lived for thousands of years? That's right. An ordinary young man would tremble in fear when he meets so many minor saint seniors, but this young man's expression didn't change from the beginning to the end. He was incomparably calm. This kind of temperament isn't something that a young man should have. Plus, his attainment in alchemy has far surpassed Dan King. This guy is a freak. The two of them shook their heads and smiled bitterly. After living for so long, they finally saw what a real miracle was. All these years of confusion have finally been solved. It's like a sudden enlightenment. I feel that my concoction technique will have a great improvement, a qualitative leap. Plus, I feel that it won't take long for me to break through to the 4th grade minor saint. Young master, there's no way I can ever repay your kindness. If young master is angry in the future, I will definitely do my best to help you. That's right. The benefits that young master has given us today can't be exchanged with countless treasures and wealth. This is the true essence of alchemy. The benefits that it brings to us are endless. Young master is really a genius. He has such attainment at such a young age. I'm afraid that even the most outstanding alchemist in Saint Origin world wouldn't be able to match young master. Until now, not only these alchemists, Even Dan King admired Jiang Chen wholeheartedly. In their eyes, Jiang Chen was no longer the 6th-grade combat emperor with extraordinary combat strength, but a senior whose attainment in alchemy was out of their reach. They had the greatest respect for Jiang Chen. That's right, it was respect. Jiang Chen was qualified to be respected by them. Wu Ningzhu's pair of beautiful eyes were staring at the man next to her. The adoration in her eyes couldn't be concealed. As a matter of fact, Wu Ningzhu felt like she was seeing Jiang Chen again. She had never thought that Jiang Chen's attainment in alchemy would be so terrifying. Those complicated problems weren't a problem for Jiang Chen at all. He could solve them with ease. Wu Ningzhu felt incomparably proud of such an outstanding man. She had never thought that Jiang Chen would have such terrifying attainment in alchemy. Ancient people? So what? So what if they were the pure land of divine continent? Even the great saint alchemists of the 8 major families couldn't be compared to Jiang Chen. No matter how strong the ancient people were, Jiang Chen would surpass them sooner or later. Wu Ningzhu had no doubt about this. Father, I have one more request. I hope that Father will agree to it. Jiang Chen suddenly said in a serious tone. The timing in front of him was undoubtedly ripe. What do you need? Just tell me. If there's anything in Dan King County that you like, just take it. Dan King said straightforwardly. Today he had obtained great benefits from Jiang Chen. Not to mention the value of the 9-yang less rond pill, Jiang Chen had also helped him solve the problem that had troubled him for many years. This was an incomparably precious treasure that couldn't be exchanged with any amount of wealth. Since Father has said so, I won't be polite. I want the mulberry divine tree. Jiang Chen didn't beat around the bush and directly mentioned the mulberry divine tree. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed slightly, including Dan King. They didn't expect that Jiang Chen would ask for the mulberry divine tree. This was Dan King's lifeblood. Chin heir, what do you want the mulberry divine tree for? You should know that the reason why my Dan King County is so full of heaven and earth yuan qi is because of the existence of the mulberry divine tree. Dan King asked. He wasn't angry. In front of a supreme alchemy saint he couldn't be angry. To be honest, I have cultivated a combat technique that needs to absorb the spirits of the 5 elements. This mulberry divine tree is a powerful wood spirit. If I get it, the benefits will be endless. I naturally know how precious the mulberry divine tree is. However, I don't want to take the entire mulberry divine tree away. I only need to extract half of its essence. It won't affect the heaven and earth yuan qi in Dan King County too much. Jiang Chen said. Dan King, this mulberry divine tree is your heart's blood and sweat. I shouldn't say this, but since young master needs it, why not give it to him? He only wants half of the essence of the divine tree. What we got from young master today is much more precious than half of the divine tree essence. An alchemist said. The others nodded in agreement. A 9-sun less rond pill was more than enough to get half of the divine tree essence. Moreover, Jiang Chen had helped them solve the problem that had been troubling them for so many years. That was a priceless treasure. Jiang Chen had done so much for them. If Dan King County didn't give him something in return, it wouldn't make sense. Moreover, Jiang Chen didn't want to take the entire mulberry divine tree away. He only wanted half of its essence. As long as the mulberry divine tree didn't die, it could still grow again in the future. All right, I promise you that I will give you half of the divine tree essence. Dan King didn't think too much and agreed to it. Regardless of how many benefits Jiang Chen had given him today, Jiang Chen's potential was enough for him to rope him in. Without a doubt, Jiang Chen's future achievements would be limitless. Thank you, Father. Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu expressed their gratitude to Dan King at the same time. This mulberry divine tree could be said to be one of their biggest gains in Dan King County. As long as they could get the essence of the mulberry divine tree, Jiang Chen's wood dragon seal would undergo a transformation. Under the impact of the wood dragon seal, his cultivation grade would advance to the 7th grade combat emperor. Chin heir, I will bring you to get the divine tree. Dan King said and took the lead to walk outside. Jiang Chen and the rest followed behind him. Very quickly they came to an herb garden in the garden. In this herb garden there was a tree that was as tall as a human. The trunk of the tree was curved like a dragon. It looked very mystical. Jiang Chen's eyes fell on the divine tree. The qi of vitality was exuding from the divine tree. The herbs around the divine tree were growing vigorously. Even the flowers and plants in the garden were showing signs of vigorous vitality. The divine tree was the symbol of life. It was imaginable that after Jiang Qin obtained the essence of the divine tree, his body's recovery would reach an extremely terrifying level. The recovery ability of the dragon transformation art was already very amazing. Now, with the addition of the essence of the divine tree, the recovery ability would be unimaginable. Chapter 746. Qin Heir. This is the mulberry divine tree. The entire Dan King County is affected by it. Since you want to extract the essence of the divine tree, just do it now. King of Elixirs said. To him this was a huge loss. Thank you, father. Jiang Qin nodded. He knew very well what this mulberry divine tree meant to Dan King. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was Dan King's life. This was probably Dan King's greatest treasure. Now that he was willing to let Jiang Qin extract the essence of the divine tree, it showed that Dan King really wanted to befriend Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin had always been generous to his own people. Today he had accepted Dan King's kindness. He would definitely repay him in the future. Since Dan King had spoken, Jiang Qin naturally wouldn't be polite. He clenched his hand and Yuan Li surged out from his palm like a tide. The Yuan Li in the shape of a dragon instantly covered the entire mulberry divine tree. As if it could feel an external force trying to absorb its essence, the mulberry divine tree began to tremble violently. Wood dragon seal, calm down. Jiang Qin shouted. He secretly casted the wood dragon seal. Immediately, the mulberry divine tree quieted down as if it was summoned, allowing Jiang Qin to extract its essence. Upon seeing this, Dan King and the other minor saints couldn't help but exchange a glance with each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Jiang Qin's endless means had shocked them. The mulberry divine tree had its own spirituality, but now it was completely controlled by Jiang Qin in an instant. It seems like young master's combat skill is really miraculous. Even the mulberry divine tree was subdued by it in an instant. Elder Lu stroked his beard and nodded. His words were filled with admiration for Jiang Qin. The essence of the mulberry divine tree was incomparably vigorous. With the help of the wood dragon seal, it took Jiang Qin more than 10 minutes to absorb half of the essence of the divine tree. After losing half of its essence, the mulberry divine tree was no longer as vigorous as it was at the beginning. It looked a little dispirited and its trunk was a little crooked. However, the foundation of the mulberry divine tree was still there, and it wouldn't affect its future growth. The essence that had been lost would slowly grow back. It just needed some time. Alright, half of the divine wood essence is just enough. Any more would be a waste. I will leave now to transform the wood dragon seal and advance to the 7th grade combat emperor. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. Without the slightest hesitation, he circulated the dragon transformation art to rapidly absorb the massive amount of divine wood essence that had entered his body. At the same time, the wood dragon seal began to undergo an earth-shattering transformation. Buzz buzz. A buzzing sound came from Jiang Qin's body. An invisible force made his robe flutter. The chi that a 6th grade combat emperor emitted was something that even a 9th grade combat emperor couldn't compare to. Jiang Qin simply sat down cross-legged, using all his strength to break through to the 7th grade combat emperor. Everyone here was on his side. Jiang Qin could feel at ease and wouldn't be disturbed. Young master has absorbed the essence of the divine wood essence. He is now working hard to refine it. Judging from his chi, he is going to advance to the 7th grade combat emperor. Amazing. Young master is a peerless genius, one of a kind throughout the ages. He's simply a monstrous genius. Don't talk, don't disturb young master's cultivation. A few of them were standing not far from Jiang Qin, watching Jiang Qin's transformation closely. This was an important place in Dan King County. There was no need to worry that someone would come and disturb him unless it was someone who was courting death. After half an hour, Jiang Qin had finally absorbed all the essence of the divine wood essence. At this time, the wood dragon seal had undergone a complete transformation. Jiang Qin couldn't help himself. Both of his hands waved and a seal appeared. A long green dragon that let out a deafening roar was struck out by Jiang Qin. Roar after the green dragon appeared, it was as if a real dragon had appeared. It roared continuously. It was more than 100 meters long and was circling above the herb garden. It looked extremely mystical. What a powerful green dragon seal. The attack of this green dragon is extremely powerful. Even a 9th grade combat emperor would be killed by it. However, this green dragon doesn't only have a powerful attack, its body also contains vigorous energy. It feels like it is the representation of life. Someone exclaimed. Under Jiang Chen's control, the green dragon didn't attack anything. Instead, it exploded in the sky above the herb garden, turning into green rain that sprinkled down. This green rain was like the rain of life in the heavens and earth. The chi of life contained in it could be smelled. Voila, the green rain fell and sprinkled on the spiritual herbs in the herb garden. Those spiritual herbs that were already flourishing were as if they had received great nourishment. They revealed a cheerful emotion. All the spiritual herbs and flowers were swaying. In the blink of an eye, they had grown a lot. Even the withered mulberry divine tree's condition instantly improved after receiving the nourishment of the green rain. Heavens! After young master absorbed the essence of the divine wood, he used that terrifying battle skill to unleash it. To think that it would have such a powerful effect. In the blink of an eye, the plants and spiritual herbs have grown to such a state. This is too terrifying. Amazing! This is simply a miracle. I can smell the true breath of life. That green rain seems to represent the origin of life. It has an extremely powerful recovery ability. Dan King, young master, has magnified the effect of the divine wood infinitely. That's right. Yes. If our Dan King County could receive such green rain frequently, the heaven and earth yuan qi would be even denser than before. Young master is really a miracle. After absorbing the mulberry divine tree, not only did it not go to waste, but it also brought out such a great effect. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. No one wasn't shocked. Even Dan King's mouth was wide open. Initially, he felt sorry for the mulberry divine tree. Now, it seemed that this divine wood could only bring out its greatest value in Jiang Chen's hands. Leaving it in his hands was simply the biggest waste of God's gift. After Jiang Chen absorbed the essence of the divine wood, the wood dragon seal wasn't just an offensive combat technique. It had become a powerful regenerative and healing ability. It was imaginable that any ordinary injury could be healed by Jiang Chen using the powerful wood dragon seal. It was more powerful than any spiritual pills. Regarding this point, Dan King and the elders were very clear about it. Because of this, they were even more astonished. Wang at the same time, a buzzing sound was heard from Jiang Chen's body. His qi began to fluctuate violently. His qi was rising continuously. Look, young master is going to break through to the 7th grade combat emperor. Elder Lu exclaimed once again. At this moment, new dragon marks began to form in Jiang Chen's body. Blood-colored dragon marks filled the entire qi sea. 51,000 dragon marks. 52,000 dragon marks. Kacha, the 7th grade combat emperor's grade, was broken through. It was the huge impact from the wood dragon seal. It pushed Jiang Chen to the 7th grade combat emperor. After reaching the 7th grade combat emperor, Jiang Chen's qi didn't stop immediately. It continued to rise. After a few minutes, the rising qi gradually stopped. The current Jiang Chen had 53,000 dragon marks in his body. Not only had he reached the 7th grade combat emperor, he had also reached the peak of the 7th grade combat emperor. He only needed to condense another 1,000 dragon marks to reach the 8th grade combat emperor. Roar! Jiang Chen let out a roar towards the sky. His voice was like a dragon's roar. His entire being was mystical to the extreme. His qi was like a vast ocean carrying a strong impact. So powerful. A 7th grade combat emperor could have such a powerful qi. This is the strongest combat emperor I have ever seen. With young master's current combat strength, no matter how strong a 9th grade combat emperor is, they wouldn't be able to withstand a slap from him. He's only a 7th grade combat emperor, but I feel that young master is able to fight against an ordinary 1st grade minor saint. This is terrifying. That's right. Even if he couldn't defeat a 1st grade minor saint, it would still be extremely difficult for a 1st grade minor saint to kill him. I have never seen a 7th grade combat emperor being so powerful. Everyone was shocked once again. Jiang Chen was a peerless, monstrous genius. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe that there was such a monstrous genius in this world. Jiang Chen let out a long sigh of relief. He slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were incomparably bright like the stars in the sky. No one dared to look into his eyes. At this moment, Jiang Chen's body made a ka-ka sound when he moved. It was a powerful feeling. Jiang Chen felt that if there was a 9th-grade combat emperor standing in front of him, he would kill him with a slap. He would even dare to fight against a 1st-grade minor saint. Even if he couldn't defeat the 1st-grade minor saint, his opponent wouldn't be able to kill him. Chin heir, I didn't expect that this mulberry divine tree could bring you such great benefits. Great, this is great. Dan King was incomparably happy. Father, I, Jiang Chen, will remember this favor. I will definitely repay you in the future. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at Dan King. This time, getting the mulberry divine tree could be said to be unprecedentedly smooth. All of this was because of Dan King. Alright, we are family. There is no need to be so courteous. You Ning heir, go and prepare. The wedding will be held 3 days later. Dan King patted on Jiang Chen's shoulder and laughed. Congratulations, young master. Congratulations, miss. The other elders congratulated Jiang Chen said. When he heard that the wedding was going to be held, Jiang Chen's heart couldn't stay calm anymore. He was a man who dominated the world and feared nothing. But now he suddenly felt scared. As a man of 2 lives, he had never thought that he would get married one day. Chapter 747. There was an arch bridge outside the bamboo forest, and below it was a tranquil brook. The water was clear, and with the help of the moonlight, one could see the colorful fishes swimming in the water. On the arch bridge, 2 figures stood side by side, a man and a woman. The man was extraordinarily handsome, and he had a domineering aura about him, while the woman was incomparably beautiful, enough to cause the downfall of nations. Little Chenzi, will you marry me? Wu Ningzhu suddenly asked. Of course. Jiang Chen nodded. There was no doubt about it. How could he let someone else marry his woman? But if we get married 3 days later, what about little Yu? Wu Ningzhu knew Jiang Chen very well. In Jiang Chen's heart, Yan Chenyu would always play a very important role. No one could replace her. This is my promise to you and to little Yu. Both of you are my women. Jiang Chen said. Whether it was Wu Ningzhu or Yan Chenyu, Jiang Chen would never let them down. 3 days later, Dan King County was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, ushering in the most prosperous day of the entire Danyuan city. Not only Dan King County, the entire Danyuan city was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. It was filled with a festive atmosphere. Today was the wedding day of Dan King's daughter. The entire Danyuan city was celebrating. All these years, under the leadership of Dan King, Danyuan city had become more and more prosperous. Many people had obtained great benefits here and lived a comfortable life. In the hearts of all the cultivators in Danyuan city, the position of Dan King was supreme, just like an emperor. In other words, the Dan King was truly a tyrant in this Danyuan city. A high stage was built inside Dan King County. On the stage there were carvings of dragons and phoenixes. The stage was the place where the wedding was going to be held. Jiang Chen was wearing a red robe. His eyes were fit and strong. His movements were filled with a domineering aura. Beside him, Guo Xiaofei and Nangong Wentian had changed into festive clothes. De Huang Dog had also chosen a red robe, but it was taken down by Nangong Wentian and Guo Xiaofei. De Huang Dog looked too funny in a red robe. Nangong Wentian looked at the sun that was about to rise and smiled at Jiang Chen. Little Chenzi, it's almost time. Sco. Congratulations, junior brother Jiang. It's a pity that no one from Nebula sect came to attend your wedding. Normally, the sect master should have come personally. Guo Xiaofei cupped his fists and congratulated Jiang Chen, but he was a little regretful. Dan King didn't invite anyone to attend the wedding today. It's fine as long as Master Dog is here. Is there a need for others to attend? De Huang Dog said in a narcissistic manner. However, in Jiang Chen's heart, this dog's weight wasn't light. Sco. Don't let the bride wait for too long. Guo Xiaofei laughed. The few of them left their residence and went to the wedding venue. When they arrived, Dan King was already sitting on the high platform. He was wearing his usual Dan robe. He didn't change his clothes for the wedding. However, his chi was much stronger than 3 days ago. His cultivation grade had reached the peak of 5th grade minor saint. He was only a step away from the 6th grade minor saint. This was obviously the effect of the 9 Sun Less Rond pill. Behind Dan King were the elders of Minor Saint Realm. A powerful minor saint would have a distinguished status no matter where they were. Naturally, they were qualified to sit together with Dan King. Zhou Xian leaped up the platform and cupped his fists at Dan King and the elders. Good. Dan King praised. Young master is really a dragon among men. Every gesture of yours is filled with the chi of a superior. A person with such luck will have an unimaginable achievement in the future. Elder Lu couldn't help but praise. The other minor saints also nodded. The current Zhou Xian had a very high status in their hearts. If it wasn't because of the huge age gap between them, they wouldn't be able to resist calling Zhou Xian senior. At this time a melodious sound was heard. A fairy-like girl wearing a phoenix crown and a red robe was escorted by a few beautiful girls. She slowly landed on the high platform and stood opposite of Zhou Xian. This fairy-like girl was Wu Ningzhu, the heroine of today's wedding. So beautiful. Zhou Xian looked at Wu Ningzhu from a close distance. Even with his experience, he had to admit that Wu Ningzhu's beauty was unparalleled. Wu Ningzhu smiled sweetly. She had never thought that she would have such a day, but this day had come. She was very satisfied with this man in front of her. Young master, miss, the time has come. Let's begin the ceremony. Elder Lu stood up from his seat and came to their side. Zhou Xian and Wu Ningzhu nodded. They were already prepared. Who allowed you two to get married here? At this time a loud shout came from the sky. This voice was incomparably gloomy, reverberating in the sky above Dan King County. Dan King's facial expression changed. He was already a 5th grade minor saint, but the owner of this voice had a higher cultivation grade than him. In the next moment an elder in gray robe appeared out of thin air. He was hovering in the sky, overlooking everything that was happening on the high platform. He seemed to be in his 60s or 70s, but he was in high spirits. His eyes were as bright as torches. No one dared to look him in the eye. Moreover, after this old man appeared, a faint pressure was emitted from his body. Just this pressure alone was much stronger than that of a king of elixirs. Zhou Qian's eyes fell upon the elder. He couldn't help but frown. With his eyesight, he could tell that this elder was a 7th grade minor saint. Such a powerful strength was rarely seen in the 8 domains. Who are you, old brother? Today is the wedding day of our Dan King County. Why are you stopping us? Dan King clasped his fists at the elder. Although his identity as Dan King was incomparably respectable, the elder was a powerful 7th grade minor saint after all. His cultivation grade was higher than his. Thus he had to be polite when speaking to the elder. For God's sake, where did this old man who looks like he deserves a beating come from? De Huang Dog said in exasperation. The appearance of this old man didn't seem to have good intentions. The wedding of Zhou Xian and Wu Ningzhu was about to be ruined. Humph. The elder harumphed coldly. He wasn't polite to Dan King at all. Then his eyes shifted to Wu Ningzhu. After a careful examination he nodded. Then he turned to Zhou Xian. His eyes were filled with extreme coldness. A yellow-haired brat who came out of nowhere dares to marry the daughter of the ancient people? He must be courting death. The elder said in an incomparably cold tone. When the words ancient people came out from the elder's mouth, Dan King and the other minor saints' facial expression changed. Although they weren't from Pure Land, they knew very well about the powerful ancient families in Pure Land. This elder actually came from the ancient people. How terrifying was that family? It wasn't something that Dan King County could fight against. But what puzzled them was, what was the relationship between Wu Ningzhu and the ancient people? This old man is Gumu. Greetings, young miss. The elder bowed slightly to Wu Ningzhu and addressed her as young miss. What? Dan King exclaimed. Everyone on the scene couldn't keep their calm anymore. Could this Wu Ningzhu be the young miss of the ancient people? That was too ridiculous. Zhou Xian didn't say anything. Obviously this Gumu came for Wu Ningzhu. The ancient people must have sensed the bloodline of Wu Ningzhu. That was why they came looking for her. Where is my mother? Wu Ningzhu asked immediately. Don't worry, young miss. Gulen is fine. I'm here today to bring young miss back to the clan. How can the bloodline of the ancient people be left outside? Gumu said. His words were plain and ordinary. No one could find anything strange about it, but Zhou Qian frowned. Gumu addressed Wu Ningzhu as young miss. This showed that Wu Ningzhu's mother was from the ancient people. She might be the daughter of the patriarch of the ancient people. Since Gulen had such a high status, how could Gumu address her directly by her name instead of calling her young miss? From this, it could be seen that Gulen's status among the ancient people wasn't as good as what Gumu said. Back then you forcefully separated my parents and abandoned me. Now that you want me to return to the clan, I don't care. I'm now the adopted daughter of the King of Elixirs. Today is my wedding day and I hope you won't interfere. Ancient people, I will return to the ancient people sooner or later. I will personally look for my mother. Wu Ningzhu didn't have the slightest respect for the ancient people. Towards this clan she only had hatred. The bloodline of the ancient people is so noble. How can young miss marry an ordinary person? Your marriage can only be decided by the clan. Young miss, follow me back to the clan now. Gumu said. I have nothing to do with the ancient people. What right do you have to decide my marriage? Let me tell you, other than Xianxia, I won't marry anyone. Wu Ningzhu was infuriated. If that's the case, I'll kill this brat. Gumu's eyes narrowed as he looked at Xianxia. You dare. Wu Ningzhu was enraged. If young miss agrees to follow me back to the clan, I will spare him. Furthermore, don't you want to see your mother? The bloodline of the ancient people flows in your body. You are destined to be a member of the ancient people. Gumu said faintly. Wu Ningzhu wanted to say something but was stopped by Xianxia. Sister Ning, go back with him. You have the bloodline of the ancient people. They won't do anything to you. Furthermore, if you want to look for your mother, you have to go to the ancient people. As for our marriage, I will personally go to the ancient people. Xianxia said. He understood the ancient clans of the Pure Land. Since the ancient people had found Wu Ningzhu, they would definitely bring her away. No one could stop them. All right, I will go to the ancient people and see how my mother has been all these years. Chapter 748. Miss has the complete bloodline of our ancient people. Returning to the ancient people will allow you to obtain the cultivation resources of the ancient people. Your cultivation will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Gumu nodded and said. This time he was ordered to bring Wu Ningzhu back. Now that Wu Ningzhu was willing to go back, it was naturally for the best. If someone tried to stop him, he would directly take action. Wu Ningzhu ignored Gumu. She didn't have a good impression of the ancient people. However, she had to go to the ancient people. It wasn't easy for Wu Ningzhu to figure out her identity. This was the biggest reason why she came to the Divine Continent. She wanted to go to the ancient people to see her mother. She always had a feeling that her mother didn't live a good life in the ancient people. Wu Ningzhu came to the front of Dan King and bowed deeply to him. Father, regarding my identity, I only learned about it recently. It's true that I have the blood of the ancient people in my body. However, I have never had any interaction with such an unfamiliar big clan. Ning-er is unable to repay your kindness. A father for a day, a father for a lifetime. You will always be Ning-er's father. Dan King quickly helped Wu Ningzhu up. He didn't have any descendants in his life. He completely treated Wu Ningzhu as his own daughter and doted on her. Now that Wu Ningzhu was about to leave, it was impossible to say that he wasn't sad. However, Dan King was very clear that since Wu Ningzhu's identity was related to the big clan in the Pure Land, it was not something he could control. Ancient people are a big clan in the Pure Land. You can go to the ancient people to cultivate. I'm very happy for you. Dan King said with a smile. Although the cultivation conditions in Dan King County were very good, it was still a lot worse compared to the ancient people. Later, Wu Ningzhu walked up to Xianxia and gave Xianxia a big hug. Little man, remember our wedding. To Wu Ningzhu, her long-awaited wedding was mercilessly interrupted just like that. Naturally, she was furious in her heart. However, there was nothing she could do about it. Putting aside the Gu family, just Gu Mu alone was so powerful that no one could resist him. Don't worry, you are my Jiangchen's woman. Jiangchen smiled. In a flash, Wu Ningzhu appeared beside Gu Mu and said in an extremely calm tone, "Let's go." All right. With a smile on his face, Gu Mu turned around and prepared to leave. Wait a moment. Just at this moment, Jiangchen let out a loud roar. His body moved and like a phantom he appeared in front of Gu Mu and Wu Ningzhu. Brat, if you dare to block my path, I can kill you instantly. Gu Mu's eyes flickered with two flames. He seemed to be a hot-tempered person. There are many people who want to kill me. Unfortunately, I am still alive and kicking. Old man, don't act high and mighty in front of me. Jiang Chen gave Gu Mu a casual glance. His eyes showed that he didn't put Gu Mu in his eyes at all. Dan King and the others couldn't help but gasp when they saw this scene. This young master Jiang Chen was too ferocious. His audacity was unimaginable. He was completely lawless and didn't put anyone in his eyes. The person standing in front of him was a powerful 7th grade minor saint. If the opponent was angry, he could kill Jiang Chen with a flick of his finger. Gu Mu was stunned at first, then he was infuriated. A puny 7th grade combat emperor dared to show off in front of him, completely not putting him in his eyes. This was simply outrageous. However, just as Gu Mu was about to slap Jiang Chen to death, Jiang Chen spoke again. I stopped you just now because I want to give you some good fortune. If I'm not mistaken, you weren't this hot-tempered in the past. You used to be a very humble and steady person, but because your fire attribute cultivation method has reached a bottleneck, you couldn't break through it. Now your body has accumulated fire poison, which is the result of your anger. The hotter your temper is, the harder it will be for you to break through the bottleneck. Even if the fire poison doesn't affect you much, you can only be a 7th grade minor saint for the rest of your life. It is impossible for you to break through to the 8th grade minor saint. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth carried a hint of a smile as he said in an indifferent tone. Gu Mu's eyes widened as soon as he heard this. He slowly put down his raised palm and looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. He knew his problem very well, but he had never told anyone about it before. This young man in front of him was his first time meeting him, but what Jiang Chen said was exactly the problem he was facing. He had been stuck in a bottleneck for the past few years and was affected by the fire poison in his body. His temper was getting hotter and hotter, but he didn't know how to break through the bottleneck. Today this young man had pointed out all his problems with just a few words. He couldn't help but feel surprised. While Gu Mu was still in a daze, a divine sense surged into his mind like a tidal wave. The content of this divine sense was actually the method that Jiang Chen had taught him. Gu Mu was immediately attracted by the content of the divine sense. He was stunned on the spot. Not long after that, his body began to tremble violently. Gu Mu's body was trembling. His bones were producing cracking sounds. The surface of his body was soon covered with a layer of fiery red flame. His expression alternated between happiness and excitement. The divine sense of Jiang Chen had actually helped him solve the problem that had troubled him for so many years. All of a sudden, an incomparably strong qi shot out from Gu Mu's body. Jiang Chen reacted quickly. He pulled Wu Ningzhu's arm and dodged the attack. The qi that erupted from a 7th grade minor saint wasn't a good thing if the distance was too close. The entire sky above Danqing County had turned into a sea of fire. An intense pressure was emitted from Gu Mu's body. Many of the people below turned pale and trembled violently. Some of the weaker ones even prostrated on the ground. My God, what happened? How did this bastard advance to the 8th grade minor saint? Elder Lu, who was on the high platform, was shocked. It's young master. Gu Mu almost went berserk during his cultivation. He will never be able to advance to the 8th grade minor saint for the rest of his life. It was young master who gave him some pointers. By God, what kind of monster is young master? Just a casual pointers could actually help a person who was stuck in a bottleneck advance to the next grade. This is unbelievable. This Gu Mu has been stuck in the bottleneck for a very long time. Now that he has received the pointers from young master, he broke through the bottleneck immediately and advanced to the next grade. No one wasn't shocked, especially those minor saints on the high platform. Their eyeballs almost popped out. The others might not know what happened just now, but they saw it clearly. Gu Mu advanced to the next grade after receiving the pointers from Jiang Chen's divine sense. This made everyone's impression of Jiang Chen rise to an unreachable level. Young master is most likely the reincarnation of a great immortal. That's why he is so miraculous. Elder Lu sighed. He exchanged a glance with Dan King and couldn't help but nod. Dan King was even more determined to befriend Jiang Chen. Little Chenzi, why did you help him? Wu Ningzhu looked at Jiang Chen. Help him? I am helping you. Jiang Chen smiled. Wu Ningzhu was stunned for a moment. Then a trace of happiness appeared on her face. You are the best. Wu Ningzhu wasn't an idiot. Given Jiang Chen's temperament, it was already good enough that Jiang Chen didn't fly into a rage after what Gu Mu had done to him. But now Jiang Qin had disregarded the past and helped Gumu advance to the next grade. On the surface it seemed like he was helping Gumu, but in fact he was helping himself. Although Wu Ningzhu had the complete bloodline of the ancient people, she had never been to this big family before. She was afraid that Gulan's situation in the family wouldn't be too good. Otherwise there wouldn't be no news of Gulan for so many years. Wu Ningzhu wouldn't have a good life in such a strange and powerful family. Jiang Qin helping Gumu was equivalent to finding a backer for Wu Ningzhu. Gumu's qi lasted for more than 10 minutes. His cultivation had stopped at the 8th grade minor saint. With a flick of his divine sense, the sea of fire returned to his body. The entire sky returned to its original calmness. Haha. 8th grade minor saint, I have broken through. I Gumu have finally broken through. The fire poison in my body has completely disappeared. Gumu faced the sky and laughed like a madman. That kind of excitement wasn't something that ordinary people could understand. All these years he had been stuck at the peak of the 7th grade minor saint. He didn't have the chance to reach a higher level. Today, with the guidance of Jiang Qin, not only did he advance to the 8th grade minor saint, his thoughts were clear and the bottleneck was lifted. In the future, it wouldn't be impossible for him to advance to the 9th grade minor saint or even the great saint. As the saying goes, perfect enlightenment. Once you have an epiphany, you would be enlightened. The benefits would be boundless and the path of cultivation would be unobstructed. Gumu stopped laughing and came to the side of Jiang Qin. The way he looked at Jiang Qin had completely changed. There was no longer any of the ferocious look in his eyes. Instead, it was filled with shock and gratitude. There was no way he wouldn't be shocked. A young man who looked like he was in his 20s was able to resolve his doubts regarding his cultivation. This young man was definitely a master. Even if Gumu was a powerful 7th grade minor saint, he wouldn't dare to look down on Jiang Qin. Little friend, Jiang Qin's kindness is as great as the heavens. I Gumu am unable to repay it. Gumu bowed slightly to Jiang Qin. His tone was very sincere. This kind of gratitude came from the bottom of his heart. There wasn't any hypocrisy. If one didn't stand in Gumu's shoes, they would never know how great the kindness that Jiang Qin had given him today was. This was a kindness that Gumu would use his life to repay. You don't have to thank me. You should know better than me why I am helping you. Sister Ning has just arrived in the ancient people's world. I don't want to see her being bullied. Jiang Qin said straightforwardly. Don't worry, young master. As long as I, Gumu, am here, I will ensure the safety of Miss Ning and the ancient people. Chapter 749. Gumu left with Wu Ningzhu. When he left, his attitude was completely different from when he came. When he came in an aggressive manner, as if no one would dare to disobey him. When he left, he didn't have the slightest bit of spirit. He left with gratitude towards Jiang Qin. That's right. The current Gumu was filled with gratitude towards Jiang Qin, and he left with his promise to Jiang Qin. Junior Jiang is truly a god. Could he be the reincarnation of a high immortal? He could actually help a 7th grade minor saint advance. This is too miraculous. Guo Xiaofei saw everything from afar. He admired Jiang Qin even more. It wasn't only him. In many people's hearts, Jiang Qin was a living miracle. He was truly a heaven-defying person. If there was anyone who wasn't surprised by the scene, it would be Nebula Kid, who knew the identity of Jiang Qin. Although we have known each other for a long time and have gotten used to seeing him create miracles, he can always create miracles again and again. Nangong Wentian's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. It wasn't that he wasn't shocked by Jiang Qin's miracles, but he had already gotten used to it. That was why he appeared to be very calm. For God's sake. That old bastard really deserves to die. Today is little Chinzi's wedding day, but it was ruined just like that. They didn't even have the chance to enter the bridal chamber. De Huang Dog's face was filled with anger. It seemed like he was angrier than his wedding being ruined. If it was me, I would have fucked him and even guided him, allowing him to obtain great benefits. Looking at De Huang Dog's expression, if it wasn't for his lack of strength, he would have rushed to Gumu and bit him to death. What do you know? Little Chinzi isn't helping Gumu. He is helping Sister Ning indirectly. I really didn't expect that Sister Ning is a descendant of the ancient people. Now that Gumu has received help from Little Chinzi, he must be grateful to Little Chinzi. The ancient people will definitely take good care of Sister Ning. Nangong Wentian said. Of course I know. De Huang Dog naturally understood Jiang Chen's way of doing things, but he was a little depressed and aggrieved in his heart. A great wedding was ruined. Anyone would feel uncomfortable in their heart. What Junior Marshal Brother Jiang did was very correct and wise. With Junior Marshal Brother Jiang's current cultivation and strength, it is completely unsuitable for you to be enemies with a pure land like the ancient people. Wu Xiaofei said. He admired Jiang Chen's ability to deal with things calmly. If he had gone against Gu Mu impulsively today, even if he could save his life, he would have completely offended the ancient people. The ancient people weren't people that the likes of Xiaoyao Palace and Qin family could compare with. They were a pure land, a top power in Saint Origin world. A casual blow from them could annihilate a power like the Nebula sect 100 times over. After Wu Ningzhu left, Jiang Chen's body flashed. The red groom's attire disappeared and was instantly replaced by a pure white gown. His expression was calm but a little cold. What happened today had made him extremely angry. He had lived 2 lives and this was his first wedding. It was impossible for him not to be angry because the ancient people had left a very bad impression in his heart. Dan King waved his hand and said, "Disperse." At this moment, Dan King's mood was also very gloomy. A joyous occasion had been ruined. He felt that he had lost a lot of face. What made him feel even worse was that his daughter was taken away just like that. On the same day, Jiang Qin went to Dan King to bid farewell. "Qin heir, although you and Ning heir aren't married yet, you can be considered as my foster son. Why are you in such a hurry to go back? Stay here for a few more days. I happen to have some questions about alchemy that I want to discuss with you." Dan King said. He was a little reluctant to see Jiang Qin leave. "Foster father, there are still some very important things waiting for me in Xuanyu. The reason why I came to Danyuan City was because of Sister Ning. Now that the important matter has been resolved, I have to go back as soon as possible. Xuanyu is going to be in chaos soon. I may need foster father's help in the future. We still have a lot of time to meet each other." Jiang Qin said with a smile. He had to rush back now. Currently, the relationship between the major powers in Xuanyu was like fire and water. The key point was that he had killed the first and second geniuses in the sky ranking of the 3 major powers. This had made the 3 major powers even angrier. However, what Jiang Qin really cared about wasn't these. What he cared about was the northern and southern dynasties. As long as the northern and southern dynasties existed in Xuanyu, it would be a great hidden danger. Moreover, Jiang Qin had a feeling that the day when the northern and southern dynasties would take action in Xuanyu wasn't far away. Although he had reached the 7th grade combat emperor, it was still far from enough to deal with the upcoming chaos in Xuanyu. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible. "If that's the case, I won't keep you any longer. If you need any help from foster father in the future, just tell me," Dan King said. He had now treated Jiang Qin as one of his own. After bidding farewell to Dan King, Jiang Qin brought De Huang Dog, Nangong Wentian and Gu Xiaofei back to Dan King County. Apart from the wedding being ruined, Jiang Chen's trip to Dan King County had also brought him a great harvest. He had obtained the mulberry divine tree, completely transformed the wood dragon seal, and advanced to the 7th grade combat emperor. Now he had already obtained 4 of the 5 elemental spirits. The only thing he lacked was the metal spirit. Regarding the metal spirit, Jiang Qin already had a target in his heart. Or, it should be said that he already had a target and had already thought of how to deal with it. He was now waiting for that day. Furthermore, Jiang Qin had a feeling that as long as all the 5 elemental spirits were gathered, the 5 elemental combat dragon seal would completely transform and reach the grand completion. At that time, not only would the power of this combat technique increase by several folds, the dragon transformation art would also usher in a new transformation, making up for the loss of his previous enlightenment. With the dragon transformation art, his combat strength would be even scarier. Along the way, 3 men and a dog rushed at full speed. After 2 days they returned to Xuanyu. Jiang Qin didn't waste any time and went straight to Nebula Sect to look for Tan Lang and Tan Zhihao. "Little Qinzi, you are back?" Seeing that Jiang Qin had returned, Tan Lang's face immediately revealed a hint of joy. These days in Nebula Sect, his and Tan Zhihao's condition had recovered a lot. Except for the broken meridians that couldn't be restored, other injuries had been completely healed. Their complexions were much better than when they had just come out from Tan Family Village. "Let's cut the crap. I have already obtained the mulberry divine tree and mastered the wood spirit. Now I will restore your meridians. Zhou Xian opened his mouth and said. Hearing that the broken meridians could really be restored, the two of them were stunned at first. Immediately, their faces revealed an ecstatic expression. That was the excitement that came from the bottom of their hearts. That's right, they were too excited. When their meridians were broken, they thought that their lives were over. Never did they expect that they would recover one day. This was equivalent to seeing the sun again. Restoring meridians was not an easy task. Even if Zhou Xian had the support of the strong wood spirit, he would need at least one day to completely restore the meridians of Tanlang and Tanjihao. In the completely enclosed courtyard, Zhou Qian's palms were placed on the back of Tanlang and Tanjihao respectively. Both of them were covered by a huge amount of wood spirit. Their bodies were emitting green light, rippling with vigorous qi power. Both of their faces were covered with sweat. Their bodies were trembling in pain as if they were going through some kind of metamorphosis. The rebirth of broken meridians was an extremely painful process. The degree of pain was even worse than when the meridians were broken. Moreover, the more the meridians were restored, the more intense the pain would be. At the last moment, even with the tenacity of Tanlang and Tanjihao, they couldn't help but let out a scream. Fortunately, they weren't ordinary people. No matter how painful it was, they managed to endure it. One day later, Zhou Xian retracted his palms and let out a long sigh of relief. With such a huge consumption, even he felt a little tired. On the other hand, Tanlang and Tanjihao, who had their meridians restored, were in high spirits and full of qi power. I finally recovered. I can feel my elemental force circulating. This feeling is really great. Tanjihao laughed excitedly. He couldn't help but be excited. In this world, there were many things that one would only know how precious they were after losing them. To a cultivator, if his cultivation and right to cultivate were taken away, that kind of painful torture would be more unbearable than death. This is great. Finally, I can cultivate again. I'm no longer a useless person. Tanlang was also very excited. Both of them bowed deeply to Zhou Xian at the same time. The kindness of rebirth of broken meridians was no different from saving their lives. Not only did Zhou Xian save their lives, he also helped them recover from their injuries. This was a great kindness that they couldn't repay. Your meridians have been nourished by the powerful wood spiritual qi. It's so much stronger than before. It's no doubt that you've been reborn. It'll be very beneficial for your future cultivation. You too should stay in the Nebula sect and cultivate well. Zhou Xian said with a smile. After healing their injuries, one of his wishes had been fulfilled. The next thing to do was to think about how to deal with the upcoming chaos in Xuanyu. After adjusting his condition, Zhou Xian received Nebula Kid's summon. In the hall where Nebula Kid was staying, Zhou Xian arrived without any obstruction. Today, Zhou Qian's status and position in the Nebula sect was incomparably high. In addition, with Nebula Kid's special permission, Zhou Qian could walk anywhere he wanted. Zhou Qian, I've heard about what happened in Danyuan City. You've done a good job this time. You've made King of Dan a great ally. Nebula Kid said with a smile. Chapter 750. Let's not talk about Dan King County for now. Sect Master, I am going out for a period of time. Zhou Qian said. Oh, where do you want to go? You have too many enemies now. You have killed the geniuses of the three major powers of Xiaoyao Palace in Danyuan City. They hate you so much that they can't wait to tear you into pieces. At this time you can only stay in the sect to be safe. Nebula Kid said. According to Zhou Qian's current situation, staying in the Nebula sect was indeed the safest option for him. The Nebula sect isn't safe. The whole of Xuanyu isn't safe. Xuanyu is going to be in chaos soon. I have a feeling that the northern and southern dynasties are preparing a big conspiracy that will break out soon. I don't want to stay here and perish together with the Nebula sect. I want to lead the Nebula sect to prosperity. The reason I am going out is to gain experience and improve my cultivation to deal with the upcoming chaos. Zhou Qian said solemnly. He wasn't exaggerating at all. He and the northern and southern dynasties had been enemies since they were in the eastern continent. No one knew the northern and southern dynasties better than him. They were the same kind of people. If they wanted to do something, they would do it. Nebula Kid's facial expression slightly changed after hearing what Zhou Qian said. As far as the current situation in Xuanyu was concerned, Although there were constant conflicts between the major powers and their relationship wasn't good, it was still far from a real chaos. If this was said by someone else, Nebula Kid wouldn't believe it and would think that the person was joking. However, it was completely different when it was said by Zhou Xian. Nebula Kid had no choice but to believe it. At the same time, he felt a sense of crisis. Although his cultivation was strong, if what Zhou Xian said was true, his strength was far from enough to protect the Nebula sect. However, Zhou Xian might be able to do it even though Zhou Xian was only a 7th grade combat emperor. Where are you going? Nebula Kid asked. Western regions. Zhou Xian said. For him, the fastest place to improve his strength was the Devil World outside of the Western region. The Devil World was a place where devils lived. Zhou Xian practiced the dragon transformation art, which was the nemesis of these devils. Coupled with the edifying light which could purify all kinds of evil devils, Zhou Xian would not only have the opportunity to greatly improve his strength, but also purify more powerful devils for his own use. This was the reason why Zhou Xian wanted to go to the Western region. Alright, the Western region is an important place for Buddhists, but you still have to be careful. Nebula Kid nodded. He didn't ask where Zhou Xian had gone to the Western regions. After all, he couldn't ask about Zhou Xian's affairs. Zhou Xian, you should know about the brilliant mirror, right? Nebula Kid suddenly changed the topic and asked. Isn't the brilliant mirror the treasure of the Nebula sect? When I first came to the Nebula sect, the brilliant mirror detected that I had other intentions. Zhou Xian was stunned. He didn't know why Nebula Kid mentioned the brilliant mirror at this time. That's right. The brilliant mirror is the treasure of the Nebula sect. However, it's a treasure that has been passed down for generations. It's a powerful minor saint weapon, and it's at the peak of the minor saint weapon. It's only second to the legendary great saint weapon. It already has a certain level of spirituality. This treasure has always been used as a treasure for assessment in the Nebula sect. It has no other use. It's not because the brilliant mirror has no other uses, but because no one can control it. Nebula Kid said. He couldn't help but smile bitterly when he mentioned the brilliant mirror. Oh. Zhou Xian was surprised. As the greatest saint in the world, he naturally knew that powerful holy weapons had a certain level of spirituality. Such weapons often chose their own masters. If the person who owned the weapon didn't have the ability to tame it, he wouldn't be able to control the weapon. That's right. Although I'm the leader of the Nebula sect, I can't control the brilliant mirror and get its approval. However, you're different. You're the reincarnation of the greatest saint in the world. Your means are extraordinary. Maybe you can control the mirror. In this way, we'll have a trump card against the northern and southern dynasties. Nebula Kid said. It seemed that he was going to give the brilliant mirror to Zhou Xian. Even Zhou Xian didn't expect this. The brilliant mirror was a treasure passed down in the Nebula sect. Its level was at the peak of the minor saint weapon level. Nebula Kid had made a great decision to give such a treasure to someone else. He had completely treated Zhou Xian as one of his own. Where's the brilliant mirror? I'd like to see it. Zhou Xian's interest was immediately piqued. He wasn't really interested in combat weapons. The Heavenly Saint's sword was his natal weapon, and it would become stronger as he grew stronger. However, until now, the Heavenly Saint's sword was still an emperor weapon, while the brilliant mirror was a powerful minor saint weapon, second only to a great saint weapon. If he could obtain a combat weapon like this, his combat strength would be greatly improved. Therefore, he was very interested in the brilliant mirror. Oh. Nebula Kid seemed to be prepared for this. He extended his finger and drew a line in the void. A crack appeared in the void. Nebula Kid's body flashed and disappeared into the crack. Zhou Xian took a step forward and followed Nebula Kid into the crack. The scene in front of him suddenly changed. It was a void space. It wasn't big, only a dozen li in radius. There was an extremely ordinary altar in front of him. It was the only thing in the entire space. Apart from that, there was nothing else in this space. On top of the altar there was a large mirror. This mirror was entirely reddish gold in color, and it was engraved with incomprehensible runes. It looked very mystical. One as if it had sensed someone's arrival, the mirror emitted a buzzing sound. Rays of light overflowed from it, giving off a holy aura. The mirror was 1 zhang large. It was placed on the altar like a scorching sun, making people not dare to look at it directly. This is the true form of the brilliant mirror. Do you know why it's called the brilliant mirror? Nebula Kid looked at Zhou Xian. Tell me. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders. This mirror symbolizes light and holiness. It represents the righteous Tao. If you're fighting against someone from the evil Tao, you won't be able to use this brilliant mirror even if you obtain it. Furthermore, this brilliant mirror is extremely effective against evil Tao cultivators. The greatest power of this mirror is its counterattack. It can reflect the opponent's attack back at you with the same amount of power. If your opponent is an evil Tao cultivator, the brilliant mirror will reflect twice the amount of power back at you. Its killing power is astonishing. Nebula Kid explained the power of the brilliant mirror. Such a powerful ability made even him feel a trace of fear. After listening to Nebula Kid's words, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly shone. He had to admit that the brilliant mirror's ability was too powerful. It could absorb the opponent's attack and reflect it back. It was simply a heaven-defying ability. What a great mirror. If I can control it, it'll be a rare trump card. Jiang Chen couldn't help but praise. It's a pity that no one can control the brilliant mirror. Even if I'm the sect master here, I can't get the recognition of the brilliant mirror. Nebula Kid smiled bitterly. All these years he had lost count of how many times he had tried to communicate with the brilliant mirror, but every attempt ended in failure. To him this was a huge blow. This was also the reason why he was willing to give the mirror to Jiang Chen. It was a waste for such a powerful treasure to be placed here as it had no place to use it. Let me try. Jiang Chen's eyes shone. He was very interested in challenging things like this. Alright, if you can get the recognition of the brilliant mirror and control it, this mirror will belong to you. Nebula Kid said. Jiang Chen nodded. His body flashed and directly jumped onto the altar. He came close to the brilliant mirror. The brilliant mirror felt that someone was approaching and trembled even more violently. It was a great repulsion. You symbolize the brilliant mirror. I also symbolize the brilliant mirror. Surrender to me. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone, but his tone didn't allow for rejection. He slowly stretched out his palm and his palm was covered with a golden light. He was secretly circulating the dragon transformation skill. The dragon transformation skill was a peerless skill with extreme yang energy, and its essence was the same as the brilliant mirror. Jiang Chen placed his hand on the brilliant mirror. Suddenly he felt a burning sensation. The brilliant mirror that was originally trembling violently weakened after sensing Jiang Chen's aura. Seeing this, Nebula Kid's eyes suddenly lit up. He secretly thought that Jiang Chen was indeed more powerful than him. He didn't know how many times he had tried, but every time, the brilliant mirror would tremble violently. There had never been such a situation before. Although this situation was still far from being enough to subdue the brilliant mirror, it was already very rare for the brilliant mirror to be able to do this. At least it meant that Jiang Chen still had a great chance. Then Jiang Chen released his divine sense and soul power, directly penetrating into the brilliant mirror. He wanted to obtain a deeper level of communication with the brilliant mirror. However, the brilliant mirror once again trembled in response to the external divine sense and soul power. The brilliant mirror considered Jiang Chen as an external invader and produced a great repulsion towards him. Sigh. Nebula Kid couldn't help but sigh. Looking at the brilliant mirror's performance, Jiang Chen was probably going to fail. However, he didn't have much hope. The brilliant mirror isn't easy to subdue, but I won't give up. In this world there isn't a combat weapon that I, Jiang Chen, can't subdue. Since the dragon transformation skill isn't enough, I will add the edifying light. You symbolize the light. The edifying light is the supreme existence of Buddha sect. It can suppress all evil and it also symbolizes the light. It won't be a disgrace if you and the edifying light work together. Chapter 751. The moment the edifying light appeared, Nebula Kid's eyes couldn't help but brighten up. Although he didn't know what that light was, the power and light intent that it represented was real. He knew that the light wasn't as simple as it looked. After the edifying light entered the brilliant mirror that wasn't as resistant as before stopped resisting. It became completely quiet. It was an unprecedented silence. The golden light became even more radiant. Such a situation gave Nebula Kid an intuition that the brilliant mirror had found the true holy object that represented the light, and it had to obey it completely. In fact, that was the case. The dragon transformation art had already made the brilliant mirror no longer repelled. Jiang Chen's edifying light was the supreme existence of light, the supreme holy object of Buddha sect. It instantly resonated with the brilliant mirror. In addition to the divine sense and soul power that Jiang Chen had infused into the edifying light, the brilliant mirror had completely accepted Jiang Chen's divine sense and soul power. It had imprinted Jiang Chen's soul imprint on the brilliant mirror. Rise. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. With a slight sound, the huge brilliant mirror flew up from the altar. The mirror that was 3 meters in size gradually shrunk. In a few minutes, the brilliant mirror had shrunk to the size of a palm and was held in Jiang Chen's hand. It's really a good treasure. Jiang Chen couldn't help but praise it. He could feel the power of the brilliant mirror. Although it was just a small mirror, if it wasn't recognized by Jiang Chen, even if he was a 9th-grade combat emperor, he wouldn't be able to pick it up. But now the brilliant mirror was nothing in his hand. Good Jiang Chen. You are worthy of being the reincarnation of the greatest saint. You have extraordinary luck. This brilliant mirror has been passed down for many years. No one has ever been able to pick it up. Today you have finally subdued it. However, your current cultivation is still too weak. You can't unleash the true power of the brilliant mirror. It will be difficult for you to use it. Even so, the brilliant mirror is still a rare trump card. Nebula Kid was incomparably excited. Although the brilliant mirror had fallen into someone else's hand, his wish had been fulfilled. He could see the brilliant mirror's power in his lifetime. In his heart, he had already treated Jiang Chen as one of his own. Ever since he knew Jiang Chen's true identity, he had made up his mind to follow Jiang Chen. He was a man with foresight. Following the greatest saint would bring him endless benefits in the future. The brilliant mirror is indeed not bad. With this mirror, I will be more confident in dealing with the upcoming chaos in Xuanyu. Jiang Chen walked down from the altar with a sway of his body and approached Nebula Kid. His chi was unparalleled. Every move he made was filled with a domineering aura that could make people admire him. I, Nebula Kid, am happy to be able to see the brilliant mirror's power in my lifetime. Nebula Kid nodded. I will leave Nebula Kid and head to the Western Domain. During my absence, you have to work hard to break through to the 5th-grade minor saint and find a way to ally with the Moyin cult. Let's not talk about Xiaoyao Palace. The Tan family and Sky Hill School are our enemies. However, if they don't ally with us and go near Xiaoyao Palace, they will become the food of the northern and southern dynasties sooner or later. The Nebula sect and Moyin cult must ally with each other. Jiang Chen told Nebula Kid. Currently, the situation in Xuanyu was very clear. Because of the northern and southern dynasties, Xiaoyao Palace wanted to dominate the entire Xuanyu. Sky Hill School and Tan family were enemies of Jiang Chen, but their relationship with Xiaoyao Palace wasn't very good either. Their situation was the most dangerous. The Nebula sect and Moyin cult must ally with each other to increase their strength and defense. Alright. Just go. With Wu Emo and Zai here, there won't be any big problem in Xuanyu. Nebula Kid said. He was, after all, a powerful minor saint. With him and Wu Emo here, it wouldn't be easy for Xiaoyao Palace to eliminate them. After that, Jiang Chen left the spatial zone where the bright mirror was stored. This time he didn't disturb anyone. He left the Nebula sect alone and headed towards the Western Domain. This time Jiang Chen was truly going alone. He didn't even bring the Huang dog with him. When Jiang Chen left, it was nighttime. In the dark of the night, he disappeared into the night sky like a stream of light. However, Jiang Chen didn't notice that in the depths of a mountain 100 miles away from the Nebula sect, a dark shadow was lurking there like a ghost. It was unknown how long this dark shadow had been lurking there. After seeing Jiang Chen leave, a talisman appeared in the dark shadow's hand. Under the control of the dark shadow, the talisman turned into a green smoke and disappeared. The divine continent had a total of 8 big domains. Heaven Domain, Earth Domain, Xuanyu Domain, Yellow Domain, Gon Domain, Kun Domain, Horizontal Domain, and Horizontal Domain were named according to the Heaven, Earth, Xian, Huang and Qian Kun. Horizontal Domain was also known as the Western Domain due to its special geographical location. It was the Holy Land of Buddhism. Jiang Chen's journey from Xuanyu to the Western Domain was the farthest. Even with his current cultivation, it would take him 2 or 3 days to reach there. However, Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry. He had a solid foundation now, so he needed some time to digest it. On the way to the Western Domain, Jiang Chen took the opportunity to comprehend the dragon transformation skill. Ever since he started cultivating it, it had always brought him different miracles. In the beginning he thought that the dragon transformation skill was just a simple skill, but when he started cultivating it he found that it was completely different. Every time the dragon transformation skill transformed, it would bring great benefits to Zhou Xian. Especially the last time, a drop of dragon blood had appeared. Last time when he was fighting against the brilliant mirror, an ancient dragon roar had appeared in the depths of his soul, which had shattered the brilliant mirror. In addition, when he had comprehended the dragon transformation skill the last time, Zhou Xian knew that the dragon transformation skill was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. It must be related to a very important secret. When he was in the Eastern Continent's purgatory, there was a blood charm in Inferno City. Zhou Xian still remembered it very clearly. It was that blood charm that helped him deal with the Earth Devil. That blood charm gave Zhou Xian a feeling of blood connection. He understood that he didn't have a direct relationship with the blood charm, but it was related to the dragon transformation skill and the blood charm. Regarding the blood charm in the Eastern Continent's purgatory, Zhou Xian had never forgotten it. One day he would go back to purgatory to find out what the blood charm was used for, and what kind of relationship it had with the dragon transformation skill. Zhou Xian was completely immersed in the dragon transformation skill. Time passed unknowingly as he hurried along the road. Suddenly Zhou Xian's whole body quivered, and he was instantly awakened from his cultivation state. Swoosh, swoosh. Zhou Xian's divine sense moved. Ada and Air immediately rushed out from the spatial ring and stood in front of Zhou Xian to protect him. Zhou Xian had cultivated the Great Soul Derivation technique, so his senses were much sharper than an ordinary person's, especially when it came to danger. Just now he felt a dangerous qi. The vast void was filled with darkness, but in Zhou Xian's eyes, there was no difference between darkness and light. Zhou Xian's eyes were like a poisonous snake in the dark, scanning the surroundings. Come out. Zhou Xian shouted coldly at the void in front of him. What a sharp sense. You really aren't an ordinary person. It's a pity that such a genius will fall today. An old voice was heard. In the next moment, a ghost-like figure appeared out of nowhere. It was an old man who seemed to be in his 70s or 80s. He had a stooped body and looked very skinny, as if he could be blown away by a gust of wind. However, if anyone treated this old man as a weak ordinary person, the consequences would be very serious. Second-grade minor saint. Zhou Qian's pupils shrank. A powerful second-grade minor saint was lying in ambush for him. It couldn't be that he was here to have a chat. The old man raised his eyes. His eyes were very bright. He first looked at Zhou Qian, then at Ada and Air who were standing beside Zhou Qian. His mouth revealed a disdainful smile. As a powerful second-grade minor saint, he wouldn't put two first-grade minor saints in his eyes, let alone two dead objects. Who are you? Zhou Qian's tone was calm. He didn't show the slightest bit of panic. Good composure. You are still able to maintain your composure after seeing your father. This is really rare. What a pity. I am from the Tan family. I think you should know what I am here for. The old man revealed his identity, but Zhou Qian didn't feel surprised at all. It was normal for the people of the Tan family to find him. Moreover, since he was from the Tan family and was waiting for him here, his purpose was self-evident. You have killed so many geniuses of the Tan family. This is an unforgivable crime. The reason why I am here today is to kill you and get rid of a disaster for the Tan family. I have been lying in ambush, waiting for you to walk in front of me. Then I will attack you secretly and crush you into pieces. I didn't expect you to have such sharp senses to be able to sense my presence. It's a pity, but it's not a big deal. I can kill you with my bare hands. The elder said faintly. A dignified second-grade minor saint needed to set up an ambush to kill a 7th-grade combat emperor. It was a very shameful thing to do, but when it came out from the elder's mouth, there wasn't a hint of discomfort, as if it was a very normal thing to do. Many people want to kill me, but I am still alive. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you leave now, you might still be able to make it. Otherwise, not only will you not be able to kill me, you will be killed by me. If a second-grade minor saint of the Tan family dies, it will be a great loss to the Tan family. Zhou Qian said coldly. After listening to Zhou Qian's words, the elder was stunned for a moment. He thought that his ears were playing tricks on him. A 7th grade minor saint wanted to kill him even though he had 2 1st grade minor saints as his helpers. This was an incomparably funny matter. Chapter 752. The old man laughed out loud, causing the sky to tremble. It was unknown how far his laughter traveled in the dark night, causing the demonic beasts in the mountain range below to flee in disarray. The old man felt as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "Brat, I have to say that you are the most arrogant young man I have ever seen. Unfortunately, arrogance requires strength. It seems like you don't know the power of a minor saint. Let me tell you, no matter how strong a combat emperor is, he will never be a match for a minor saint. You are only relying on these 2 dead things beside you, but in my hands, these 2 dead things are as good as non-existent." The elder was amused by Zhou Xian. He didn't seem to be in a hurry to attack. In his eyes, Zhou Xian was already a prey that couldn't escape. It would be effortless for him to kill Zhou Xian with his bare hands. "By the way, I heard that you brought these 2 big guys out from the Death Mountain. Even the 5 sect masters were deceived by you. You're really a cunning fellow. However, I am very curious about how you made these 2 big guys listen to you. If you tell me, I will give you a quick death today. I will absolutely not torture you." The elder looked at Ada and Air, then said to Zhou Xian, "A combat emperor could subdue 2 minor saint dark souls. Not everyone had such an ability. At least he couldn't do it. Therefore he really wanted to know how Zhou Xian did it." "You talk a lot." Zhou Xian shook his head. He really didn't want to waste any more time talking to this old man. The Heavenly Saint's sword instantly appeared in his hand. With a forceful swing, the frightening Heavenly Saint's sword split the void in half and arrived in front of the old man in the blink of an eye. Feeling the terror of Zhou Qian's sword, the elder's facial expression changed. Immediately he struck his palm upwards. A bright palm print collided with the Heavenly Saint's sword and bounced it away. Dang dang dang! Zhou Qian felt a strong counterforce. He couldn't help but take 3 steps back before he regained his balance. However, he was very satisfied with this situation. With his current combat strength, it was absolutely impossible for him to fight a 2nd grade minor saint, but after the collision he had a deeper understanding of his combat strength. Although he couldn't defeat a 2nd grade minor saint, he still had the power to fight an ordinary 1st grade minor saint. What a good kid. This is really surprising. A mere 7th grade combat emperor is able to unleash a combat strength that is beyond that of a combat emperor. His combat strength is comparable to an ordinary 1st grade minor saint. This is simply a miracle. Such a monstrous existence, if we don't kill him as soon as possible, he will become a big problem in the future. The elder was moved. There was no way he wouldn't be moved. This was his first time meeting an abnormal being like Zhou Qian. Although the elder didn't put the attack in his heart and could easily deal with it, the combat strength that Zhou Qian had unleashed shocked him. The Tan family was considered as one of the top forces in Xuanyu. There were countless geniuses in the family, but none of them was as monstrous as Zhou Qian. The elder couldn't help but compare the geniuses in the family with Zhou Qian. He suddenly felt that those geniuses were trash in front of Zhou Qian. Kid, go to hell. The elder's murderous intent had been ignited. He stopped playing around with Zhou Qian. Immediately he struck out another palm. The giant palm print was more than 30 meters in size. It was as bright as the sun, illuminating the entire night sky. The void was shattered by the impact. The giant palm print let out a rumbling sound and rushed towards Zhou Qian. "Ada and Air!" Zhou Qian shouted at Ada and Air. The 2 Dark Soul Kings let out an earth-shattering roar and rushed towards the giant palm print. Zhou Qian didn't hesitate. He used the Heavenly Saint sword again. All the Yuan force in his Qi was channeled into the Heavenly Saint sword. He joined hands with Ada and Air to attack together. Pong. The violent rumbling sound and the powerful shockwave almost burned the void. The battlefield within 100 miles radius was turned into chaos. A 2nd grade minor saint was too powerful. Even if Zhou Qian, Ada and Air joined hands to attack, they still weren't a match for the elder. They were sent flying away by a single strike. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Zhou Qian's mouth. He had suffered a great shock. Immediately he circulated his with spiritual qi and combined it with the dragon transformation art. The injury caused by the shock was instantly healed. Such a powerful recovery ability was truly terrifying. However, Ada and Air didn't have such a terrifying recovery ability. Visible cracks could be seen on the bodies of the two Dark Soul Kings. Xianxia couldn't help but frown when he saw this. Ada and Air were dead creatures. No matter how powerful his spiritual chi was, he couldn't heal them. If this is the case, Ada and Air will die in today's battle. Xianxia squinted his eyes. He knew very well that although Ada and Air had the combat strength of a first-grade minor saint, they didn't have much of an advantage. They weren't a match for a second-grade minor saint. If this battle continued, Ada and Air would be completely killed in a few rounds. Given the current situation, running away was certainly not an option. The Elder had already used a powerful domain to seal the entire void. There was no way for them to run away. They could only fight against the Elder, but Xianxia didn't care. He still had a more powerful technique. As for Ada and Air, it didn't matter if they died. When he arrived at the Devil World, he could use the edifying light to edify even more powerful devils. These devils were much stronger than the Dark Souls. The Dark Souls themselves didn't have any Yuan Qi and they didn't know any combat techniques. They could only rely on their sturdy bodies to fight. He has actually recovered? The Elder looked at Xianxia and couldn't help but be stunned. His attack just now had clearly injured Xianxia. His chi was in a mess, but Xianxia had completely recovered in an instant. He wouldn't dare to believe it if he didn't see it with his own eyes. This brat is truly an anomaly. I absolutely can't let him live. Seems like I have to use my strongest attack. I can't give him the chance to breathe. The Elder's eyes revealed a hint of ruthlessness. I will kill these two Dark Souls first, then I will get rid of Xianxia. The old man moved again. He suddenly shouted, "Prison capturing technique." Both of the Elder's hands reached into the void, conjuring two terrifying golden cages. With the addition of the powerful domain, Ada and Air were directly restrained by the cages. Furthermore, this Elder was very cunning. He conjured a third prison to trap Xianxia, but Xianxia used the spatial shift to escape. Rumble. Under the Elder's great strength, the golden cages released a terrifying power, crushing Ada and Air on the spot. The two Dark Soul Kings had died miserably. However, Xianxia had brought them out and had made great contributions to Xianxia. Now that they had died miserably in front of Xianxia, Xianxia was extremely angry. However, he was waiting for the Elder to unleash his strongest attack so that he could use the brilliant mirror to deal with it. The edifying light definitely couldn't be used on the Elder. This Elder wasn't an evil spirit, so the edifying light wouldn't have any effect on him. Xianxia, surrender. Even if you have 3 pairs of wings, you won't be able to survive today. The Elder's aura became incomparably sharp. He didn't look like a hunchbacked Elder at all. His divine might was unparalleled, like a king. Kill me first if you have the ability. Xianxia's silhouette flickered as he executed the 9 phantom wolves. Combined with the spatial shift, the entire void was filled with Xianxia's silhouettes. Even the Elder was somewhat dazzled. This brat is too mystical. It's better to kill him directly to avoid any accidents. The Elder's thoughts turned solemn. His purpose for coming here this time was to kill Xianxia. Xianxia had displayed too many abilities. This was a mystical fellow, an existence that had attracted a heavenly tribulation. In order to avoid any accidents, the Elder was prepared to kill Xianxia with a single strike. The Elder's aura rose once again, sweeping through the void like a huge wave. He raised his palms and gathered all the energy in his body into a single point, condensing into an incomparably resplendent beam of light. This beam of light was like a heavenly pillar. It was many times more terrifying than Xianxia's 9 solar dazzling fingers. Here's my chance. Xianxia's eyes sparkled. He was waiting for the Elder to use his strongest attack. This was the perfect time to test the power of the brilliant mirror. With his current strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to use the brilliant mirror to deflect the attack of a second-grade minor saint. If the opponent was a third-grade minor saint, he would be in danger. Xianxia's cultivation grade was limited, so the power of the brilliant mirror was limited. Xianxia, accept your death. The Elder bellowed. The powerful beam of light emitted a deafening sound, crushing the void as it lunged at Xianxia. Brilliant mirror, come out. Xianxia swung his arm and the brilliant mirror emerged. Xianxia channeled his yuan force into the mirror. The palm-sized mirror suddenly grew to 100 meters in size. However, what happened next made Xianxia have the urge to curse. The brilliant mirror was like a bottomless pit. In a blink of an eye, all the yuan force in Xianxia's qi was sucked away. Such a situation was extremely rare for a freak like Xianxia who was never afraid of exhaustion. Xianxia's body couldn't help but tremble. He quickly refined some heaven elixir to stabilize himself. He couldn't let the elder see through his trick. Weng after the brilliant mirror received Xianxia's yuan force, it emitted a dazzling light. It was like a scorching sun in the dark. The mirror aimed at the golden beam of light that the elder had unleashed. The beam of light directly collided with the radiant mirror. However, the expected violent explosion did not appear. The powerful attack seemed to be directly absorbed by the radiant mirror. In the next instant, a deafening sound rang out. Hong Long. Chapter 753. What? The elder's facial expression changed dramatically. Everything that happened in front of him made him fall into a state of great shock. It was like a dream. He was too familiar with the golden light beam. It was the attack that he had launched just now. Xianxia didn't have much time to think. The powerful attack had already arrived in front of him. The elder had to block it, but even though he was a powerful second-grade minor saint, he was still in a state of panic. He had never thought that such a scene would happen. So he just stood there waiting for Xianxia to be destroyed by his own attack. The powerful attack suddenly bounced back. The elder wasn't prepared at all. This was his strongest attack, the strongest attack of a second-grade minor saint. Even if he was at his peak condition, he would need to exert all of his strength to block it. Hong Long. The elder had no choice but to raise both of his hands again to block the attack. Unfortunately, he didn't have a treasure like the brilliant mirror. He couldn't deflect the attack back. All the force of the attack landed on his body. The powerful force of the attack sent the elder flying. It seemed that the elder had to be at least a dozen miles away before he could stabilize his body. Well, an arrow of blood spurted out from the old man's mouth. The old man's complexion turned pale. Normally, the old man shouldn't be so weak. Even if he encountered such a powerful attack, he should be able to deal with it easily. However, it was too sudden and too strange. Who would have thought that the attack he sent out would actually return to attack him? He was completely caught off guard. He didn't even have time to prepare to defend himself. That's why the old man was seriously injured by his own attack. Could be said to be a joke. Kid, what kind of treasure is that? The elder Leng asked. His eyes were fixed on the brilliant mirror in Xianxia's hand. He could naturally see that everything that happened just now was because of this powerful mirror. Without this mirror, Xianxia would have died for sure. Brilliant mirror. Xianxia said indifferently. What? The brilliant mirror of Nebula sect has such a miraculous power? The elder exclaimed. The Nebula sect had a miraculous mirror called the brilliant mirror. This wasn't a secret. Many people knew about it, but no one knew the true use and power of the mirror. After a long period of time, people had forgotten about this mirror. No one would have thought that the brilliant mirror would have such great power. Old man, I have the brilliant mirror in my hand. You can't kill me. You will only get yourself killed here. Xianxia took a step forward with the brilliant mirror in his hand. The brilliant mirror emitted a buzzing sound and dazzled with golden light. It looked extremely miraculous. The elder's expression changed. His eyes were like torches as he stared at Xianxia. He saw that Xianxia's face was flushed red and his aura was extraordinary. He didn't seem to be dispirited at all. Xianxia was also extremely nervous. However, he had to maintain his calm and put on a strong appearance. Once the elder realized that he was an arrow at the end of its flight and couldn't activate the brilliant mirror a second time, the elder would disregard everything and kill him. Brat, consider yourself lucky today. I will take your life in the future. The elder left a ruthless remark and vanished. He didn't choose to continue his attack because he was severely injured and couldn't exert his full power. Moreover, if his attack was reflected by the brilliant mirror again, he would be caught off guard. If he couldn't kill Xianxia, he might even lose his life. For the sake of safety, the elder decided to let Xianxia go today. He had seen clearly that Xianxia's brilliant mirror could only reflect the attack of a second-grade minor saint. It wouldn't work if he encountered a third-grade minor saint. Although he had failed to kill Xianxia this time, at least he knew Xianxia's trump card. so it wasn't a fruitless trip. After the elder left, Xianxia slowly kept the brilliant mirror. He didn't choose to continue his journey but descended to the desolate mountain. The current Xianxia had changed from his previous state. He had become incomparably weak. Motherfucker. This brilliant mirror is really a vampire. Luckily that old man was scared and left, or else I would be dead. Xianxia couldn't help but curse. Although the brilliant mirror was very powerful, the price of using it was too high. Even Xianxia, who had a profound foundation, had to pay for it. If it was any other combat emperor, it would be impossible for them to use the brilliant mirror at the cost of their lives. Without any delay, Xianxia sat down cross-legged and crazily circulated the dragon transformation skill. A large amount of heaven elixir in his qi began to be absorbed by him. At the same time, the heaven and earth yuan qi within a radius of a few hundred miles was absorbed by him in a blink of an eye. A few minutes later, Xianxia had recovered half of his strength. He stood up and left, continuing his journey towards the western domain. As for the remaining half of his strength, he would slowly recover along the way. The dragon transformation skill that he was cultivating was incomparably terrifying. His recovery speed was also incomparably fast. In a faraway part of the void, the elder of the Tan family was also recovering. However, he suddenly thought of something. There's something wrong with that brat. That brilliant mirror is obviously a minor saint weapon. Moreover, it's a peak minor saint weapon. It's already incredible that a combat emperor can use such a combat weapon. Using such a combat weapon would consume a lot of energy. It's impossible for that brat to be completely fine. When the elder thought of this, his body disappeared in a flash. In the next moment he returned to the place where he fought with Xianxia. When he realized that the heaven and earth yuan qi in this place had almost been sucked dry, he immediately knew that he had been tricked. What a cunning brat. Damn it. The elder roared in anger. How could he not know that Xianxia was merely holding on? If he had attacked again, Xianxia, who was already like an arrow at the end of its flight, wouldn't be able to use the brilliant mirror again. He would have died for sure. However, because of his mistake, his opponent had escaped. Now he wanted to look for Xianxia again, but he couldn't find his shadow. The reason why he was lying in ambush here was because of the signaling talisman released by the people of the Qin family outside the Nebula sect. Now Xianxia had disappeared without leaving even a trace of his aura. He couldn't even chase after him. The elder was filled with regret. The cooked duck had flown away and he was in such a sorry state. This was an incomparably shameful thing. He would be despised by the other elders when he returned to the Qin family. At this moment, Xianxia had already appeared tens of thousands of miles away. His consumed yuan qi had been fully recovered. Through the battle with the second-grade minor saint, Xianxia understood that even though the brilliant mirror was very powerful and could be used as a powerful trump card, he shouldn't place all his hopes on it. The consumption of this mirror was too great. To the current Xianxia, it was equivalent to a one-time use item because his opponent wouldn't give him the chance to recover his yuan qi during a battle. A few days later, Xianxia arrived at the western domain. This place was filled with a holy qi just like a kingdom of Buddha sect. However, even in such a place he could still smell the stench of blood and slaughter. The western domain wasn't a big place. There weren't only Buddha sect in this place. There were also many powers of different sizes. When Xianxia arrived at the western domain, he couldn't help but think of the Tianyi Gate. In the past, he and the Tianyi Gate had become mortal enemies. Later on, even the Dark Shadow Assassin organization was involved. However, Xianxia didn't come to the western domain to become the enemy of the Tianyi Gate. With his current ability, he couldn't afford to become the enemy of the Tianyi Gate. His purpose this time was the Devil World. He wanted to undergo a peak training in the Devil World, reap endless benefits, and advance his cultivation to the next level. Since I'm already in the western domain, I must pay a visit to the Green Lotus Mountain. I can also take this opportunity to see how Tyrant is doing. Xianxia smiled. Before going to the Devil World, he planned to pay a visit to the Green Lotus Mountain. This time, Tyrant had come back to receive the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus. He would definitely receive endless benefits and be reborn. It just so happened that it had been a long time since Xianxia last parted with Great Master Ranfeng. The Green Lotus Mountain was as peaceful as ever. This was the most famous place in the western domain. No one dared to disturb this place. Even though Great Master Ranfeng had joined the Great Lane Temple, The people of the temple wouldn't disturb his peaceful cultivation for no reason. As soon as Zhou Xian set foot on the Green Lotus Mountain, a silhouette appeared beside him. It was Great Master Ranfeng. Zhou Xian put his palms together and greeted, "Great Master." "Welcome, little friend Zhou Xian. This old monk is very happy to have you here." Great Master Ranfeng behaved very kindly. He had already witnessed Zhou Xian's miraculous abilities. He didn't dare to slight this peerless genius. Moreover, he had once received help from Zhou Xian and obtained a 9 suns less rond pill. Under the nourishment of the 9 suns less rond pill, his cultivation was progressing day by day. Great Master has an imposing appearance and vigorous aura. You're already half a step into the Great Saint realm. It seems like it won't take long for you to break through to the Great Saint realm. Zhou Xian said with a smile. It's all thanks to little friend's 9 suns less rond pill, Great Master Ranfeng said gratefully. His gaze moved back and forth on Zhou Xian's body. When he sensed Zhou Xian's current cultivation, he couldn't help but sigh again. Little friend, you're really a peerless genius. It's a miracle that you've reached such a realm in such a short period of time. I came to the Western Domain this time to train in the Devil Realm. I happened to drop by the Green Lotus Mountain to have a look. I wonder how Tyrant is doing now? Zhou Xian asked. He's doing well. He's doing better than I expected. I've already passed the inheritance left behind by the patriarch to him. He's now in secluded cultivation. How much he can grow depends on his own luck. Chapter 754. Zhou Xian had no doubt about this. Tyrant was indeed a peerless genius in the Buddhist sect, and he had an unparalleled root of wisdom. His future achievements would definitely not be any weaker than Ancestor Green Lotus. Zhou Xian had no doubts about this. By the way, Great Master, Tyrant brought back a stone tablet this time. Do you know the origin of that tablet? Zhou Xian suddenly thought of that terrifying tablet. Back in the Death Mountain, if it wasn't for that tablet, many of them would have died. That tablet was so mystical that even Zhou Xian hadn't seen it before. Logically speaking, if Zhou Xian hadn't seen it before, Great Master Ranfeng wouldn't know about it. However, this tablet was different. The fact that it could acknowledge Tyrant indicated that it had a certain relationship with the Buddha sect. Perhaps Great Master Ranfeng knew something about it. The first thing Tyrant did when he returned was to show me the stone tablet. However, even I have never seen that stone tablet before. What's even more ridiculous is that this old monk can't even lift that stone tablet. Only Tyrant can lift it. This stone tablet is fated with Tyrant, which is also his fortune. Great Master Ranfeng smiled. What? Zhou Xian was stunned. Back then he couldn't lift the tablet as well. He thought that it was because of his lack of strength. He didn't expect that even a 9th grade minor saint like Great Master Ranfeng couldn't lift it. If that was the case, then the origin of the tablet must be extraordinary. However, there is an illusion in our Buddha sect. Many years ago, Gautama Buddha had a divine tablet beside him. Later on, both Gautama Buddha and the divine tablet disappeared, but Gautama Buddha didn't vanish. He probably went to a higher world such as the immortal world. If the tablet in Tyrant's hand is related to the divine tablet of Gautama Buddha, it means that this illusion is real. Great Master Ranfeng guessed, but this illusion was too long ago. There was no way to verify it. In any case, Tyrant obtaining the tablet was a real fortune. After listening to this illusion, Zhou Xian couldn't help but knit his brows. Gautama Buddha had disappeared many years ago and the Death Mountain had existed for a long time. Zhou Xian guessed that Gautama Buddha had gone to the Death Mountain, to that super sect. Perhaps, the destruction of that super sect was related to Gautama Buddha. Of course, all of this was only Zhou Xian's guess and there was no way to verify it. Forget it, I don't want to think too much about it. I don't want to get involved in the affairs of your Buddhist sect. Tyrant is my brother, so I'm naturally happy that he managed to obtain such a great opportunity. Zhou Xian said with a smile. There was no way to verify things that happened too long ago. Zhou Xian also didn't want to verify it. The Death Mountain, that superpower, wouldn't return to the past anyway. It was just like after his rebirth, no matter how glorious his previous life was, it had nothing to do with him. Zhou Xian chatted with Great Master Ranfeng for a while before he left, flying towards the Devil World. He wanted to see Tyrant, but Tyrant was at a critical juncture of his closed-door cultivation, so he didn't want to disturb him. After all, his main purpose for coming here was the devil world. Great Master Ranfeng didn't ask why Jiang Chen wanted to go to the devil world. In his opinion, although Jiang Chen was young, he was very mature. Jiang Chen always had a purpose in everything he did. If he wanted to say something, Jiang Chen would naturally say it. If he didn't want to say something, Great Master Ranfeng wouldn't ask. The area of several thousand miles outside the devil world was desolate and uninhabited. Normally, very few people would come here. However, the eminent monks of the Great Lane Temple and the disciples of some big powers in the Western Domain would often come to the devil world to train. The place where Jiang Chen landed was the place where he came with the Tianyi Gate. This place was the weakest part of the devil world and it was very easy to enter. With Jiang Chen's current strength, entering the devil world was a piece of cake. A deafening buzzing sound came from the weak spatial boundary. Even standing outside, one could see the gloomy devil chi. Every once in a while, there would be devils coming out of the spatial boundary. However, their numbers were very small. Most of the devils that came out of the spatial boundary didn't have a high cultivation base. Once they came out, they wouldn't be able to cause any big waves and would be quickly eliminated by human cultivators. If there was a powerful devil that came out, it would attract the attention of the Great Lane Temple. The Great Lane Temple would immediately send experts to eliminate or suppress them. A loud roar suddenly sounded out from the devil realm. A sharp black claw stretched out from the devil realm. Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. Looked like he had arrived just in time, and an evil devil was just about to come out from the devil realm. However, since this evil devil had met Jiang Chen, it was really unfortunate. The sharp claw was trying its best to pierce through the spatial boundary so that its whole body could come out. Don't waste your effort. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed the devil's sharp claw. He pulled it out from the spatial boundary. The terrifying devil felt the breath of a human. It immediately opened its huge mouth and bit at Jiang Chen. Too bad this devil was just too weak. It was just a devil king and Jiang Chen could easily kill it with a single breath. Facing the devil's attack, Jiang Chen casually raised his palm and slapped it into pieces. A devil's soul floated out and was kept by Jiang Chen. Even if he refined the devil's soul of a devil king, it wouldn't have any effect on Jiang Chen. Now he must refine the devil's soul of an advanced devil emperor or even a minor devil saint to have any effect. However, this devil's soul was useless to him. It was useful to others. He planned to absorb a large number of devil's souls and bring them to the Moyin cult. For the Moyin cult, these devil's souls were real treasures. After easily killing a devil, Jiang Chen's body flickered and directly entered the devil world. The chilly wind whistled. Devil chi was everywhere, blotting out the sky. There was no scorching sun in the devil world. There was no distinction between day and night. It was the same color all year round. Jiang Chen's current location was the first layer of the devil world. He had come here before when he was training with the Tianyi Gate. The strongest devil in the first layer was only a 9th grade devil king. Occasionally there would be 1 or 2 devil emperors. For Jiang Chen, this first layer wasn't a challenge at all. Jiang Chen stepped on the spatial shift and turned into a stream of light, flying towards the depths of the devil world. He was now going to the second layer. There would be a large number of devil emperors in the second layer. There might even be minor devil saints. This was the place Jiang Chen really wanted to go. If he could improve his cultivation, he would even dare to go to the third layer of the devil world. Jiang Chen knew that after the battle in the Death Mountain, the northern and southern dynasties would certainly use his immortal physique to improve their strength. He didn't know to what extent they had improved. Naturally, Jiang Chen didn't dare to be negligent. He predicted that the chaos in Xuanyu was not far away. This time he came to the devil world to train and improve his cultivation. Jiang Chen's current foundation was very strong. Even if he used the dragon transformation skill to devour those devil's souls to break through to a higher realm, it wouldn't affect his foundation. A powerful devil king let out a loud roar and rushed out from the void. It stood in front of Jiang Chen, blocking Jiang Chen's path. This devil king was very strong. It had already reached the 9th grade. This devil king originally wanted to devour Jiang Chen in one bite. Unfortunately, it had met Jiang Chen. It was destined to be a tragedy. Bang! Jiang Chen's attack was incomparably barbaric. He punched the devil king's head, smashing it into pieces. The devil's soul jumped out from the skull and was caught by Jiang Chen, keeping it in his spatial ring. The gap between the two of them was too big. They weren't even on the same level. Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. It didn't take long for him to reach the deepest part of the first level. There were some other cultivators in the first level. Some of them couldn't help but feel shocked when they saw Jiang Chen turning into a beam of light and rushing into the second level. Who was that just now? How could he enter the dangerous second layer? But that person's chi is very strong. I'm afraid that he is a terrifying high-grade combat emperor. Such an existence won't be a challenge in the first layer. But the second layer is too dangerous. I heard that there are minor devil saints in the deepest part of the second layer. If one is unlucky enough to meet them, even a 9th-grade combat emperor would be lost in there. Who cares? There are dangers everywhere in this place. We can lose our lives at any time. We just need to take care of ourselves. Due to the fact that the market for demonic spirits was relatively large, many cultivators would come to the demon realm for training. They would kill demonic spirits and use them to exchange for cultivation resources. Due to that, human cultivators would often appear in the demon realm. Bang! When Jiang Chen entered the second layer of the devil realm, it was as if he had broken through a layer of barrier. The devil chi in the second layer was much colder and scarier. There was also a trace of corrosive force. The devil chi here was much denser than the first layer, but it didn't affect Jiang Chen at all. He had many treasures that could restrain the devils. The dragon transformation art was the natural enemy of these devils. Jiang Chen had a unique advantage in dealing with the devils. He could suppress them completely. With Jiang Chen's current 7th grade combat emperor strength, he wouldn't be a match for a 1st grade minor saint human cultivator even if he could fight against them. However, if he were to encounter a 1st grade minor devil saint, Jiang Chen was confident that he could kill them. Under the absolute suppression, the devils couldn't unleash their full strength in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen flew for about 10 minutes in the second layer of the devil realm. A black castle appeared in front of him. It was a devil city, a tribe of the devil race. Alright, I found a tribe. It doesn't look small. There must be a lot of powerful devils in it. I will start with this tribe and start a massacre in the devil realm. I will reap boundless benefits. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a cold smile. Immediately, his chi fluctuated and he flew into the castle. Outside the castle there was a group of Devil King grade devils guarding it. When they saw a human they roared and charged at Jiang Chen. Die. Chapter 755. Jiang Chen was too ferocious. He was like a mighty sun, true god descending to the world. His whole body was filled with steaming flames. These flames were the natural nemesis of devils. All the devil chi was burned into nothingness. More than a dozen Devil King level existences were smashed into pieces by Jiang Chen's punch. Devil souls floated out and were collected by Jiang Chen. Each devil soul was a fortune. Every time Jiang Chen attacked he was accumulating wealth. The powerful combat waves had alarmed the entire castle. Jiang Chen didn't bother to conceal himself. There was nothing to say. He was going to use the most barbaric way to destroy this castle. Brr, brr. The roars of devils began to spread out from the castle. Shadows of devils were everywhere. Devil chi soared into the sky, blotting out the sun. A lot of powerful devil chi was released. Those were powerful devil emperor level existences. Each of them roared again and again. This was their trump card. They were incomparably infuriated that someone dared to attack their castle. Jiang Chen saw a devil that was dozens of meters tall laughing towards the sky. This devil's cultivation base was extremely powerful. It had already reached the level of 9th grade devil emperor. Obviously, this 9th grade devil emperor was the master of this castle. He was the strongest powerhouse in this tribe. Jiang Chen casually swept across with his divine sense and sensed everything in this tribe. There were at least tens of thousands of devils here. Jiang Chen wasn't interested in ordinary devils. He was only interested in the devils above the 7th grade devil emperor. This tribe wasn't too strong, but it wasn't too weak either. There were 2 9th grade devil emperors, 6 8th grade devil emperors, and nearly 27th grade devil emperors. All of these devils were Jiang Chen's prey. Brr, brr. The devils roared. Under the command of the devil chief, thousands of devils swarmed towards Jiang Chen. For a moment the sky within a few thousand miles turned dark. Devil wolves soared into the sky. Fire dragon burns the heavens. Zhou Xian roared all of a sudden. With a wave of his hand, a dozens of meters long fire dragon was shot out. The fire dragon was incomparably valiant. It let out a deafening roar. The flames that were casually emitted from its body scorched the void. The mighty fire dragon rushed into the devil camp. Boom, boom, boom. For a time, a sea of flames filled the air and the roars and screams of demons could be heard everywhere. The overwhelming number of demons couldn't stop Zhou Xian's fire dragon for even a moment. They were all incinerated on the spot. Some of the weaker demons even had their demon spirits incinerated into nothingness. The gap between the strength of both parties was too big. They weren't on the same level at all. In addition, Zhou Xian's flames were the greatest nemesis of these devils. Large numbers of devils were burned to death. Demon spirits flew out from the dead devils' bodies like meteors, flying towards Zhou Xian. All of them were stored away by Zhou Xian. These were all resources. In less than a minute, the number of devils that had died under Zhou Xian's fire dragon was at least 1,000. The whole scene was like cutting grass. The ferocious devils couldn't withstand a single blow, and the remaining devils were still dying in large numbers. This situation stunned the devil chief. He could see clearly that this human in front of him was only a 7th-grade combat emperor, but the power of the fire dragon was so strong. The devil chief roared again. Countless devils began to stop their attacks. All the 8th grade and 7th grade devil emperors rushed forward, surrounding Zhou Xian tightly. The devils that had reached this level were incomparably valiant. If a human cultivator of the same level fought with a devil, there was almost no chance of winning. However, Zhou Xian's expression didn't change even after being besieged by so many high-grade devil emperors. He made a grabbing motion with his hand and the fire dragon returned to his side. Zhou Xian grabbed the tail of the fire dragon and began to sweep the surrounding devil emperors. Those devil emperors roared. They didn't dodge or evade but launched their attacks at the same time, ready to tear this arrogant human into pieces. Although the fire dragon had the effect of suppressing their origin, they were very confident in their own strength. They believed that in the face of absolute power, even if it was a little restrained, it wouldn't be a problem. Ping ping ping. However, the result was extremely cruel. Although 6 8th grade devil emperors and 27th grade devil emperors had displayed their strongest attacks, none of them could stop the attack of Zhou Xian's fire dragon. Blood-curdling screams filled the sky. After a round of sweeping, half of the devil emperors died tragically. If the rest of them didn't escape fast enough, they would also die in Zhou Xian's hands. Powerful devil souls entered Zhou Xian's body. This time Zhou Xian didn't store the devil souls but began to refine them. Under the circulation of the dragon transformation art, the devil chi contained in the devil souls was instantly purified, turning into the purest energy and was absorbed by Zhou Xian. The energy transformed by so many high-grade devil souls was undoubtedly very powerful. In Zhou Xian's qi, dragon marks began to condense one after another. Previously, when Zhou Xian was refining the essence of the mulberry divine tree in Danqing County, his body had already accumulated 53,000 dragon marks. He was only 1,000 dragon marks away from the 8th grade combat emperor. Now that he had arrived in the devil world, it was very easy for him to break through to the 8th grade combat emperor. However, the dragon transformation art was also difficult to advance in the later stages. The energy required for each advancement of Zhou Xian's qi was extremely huge. After refining so many devil souls, there weren't many dragon marks condensed. Haha. All of you die. Let's have a feast. Zhou Xian laughed madly. His black hair was fluttering in the wind. He suddenly rushed forward and attacked with the fire dragon seal. Combined with the true dragon palm, the remaining 8th and 7th grade devil emperors couldn't even escape from Zhou Xian's attack. All of them died tragically in the blink of an eye. All of their devil souls were plundered by Zhou Xian. What? Upon seeing what happened, the devil chief exclaimed. What he said was actually human language. His face was filled with astonishment. The strength of this human was far beyond his imagination. He was too ferocious. Such a battle was completely one-sided. The devils didn't have the slightest strength to fight back. As long as they were touched by this human's attack, They would die immediately. Even the powerful 8th grade combat emperor was no exception. Damn it. Let's attack together and eliminate him. The devil chief roared. He and the other 9th grade devil emperor attacked at the same time. A black devil weapon appeared in their hands at the same time. This devil weapon was emitting an incomparably gloomy chi. It looked incomparably terrifying. Such a devil weapon wasn't a low-level weapon. The devil weapons in the devil's hands were undoubtedly rare treasures. If these devil weapons were used in the hands of the Moyin cult, it would increase the overall strength of the Moyin cult to a new level. The 2 9th grade devil emperors came. Compared to the previous devil emperors, they were many times stronger. They believed that a puny 7th grade combat emperor wouldn't be their opponent even if he had the flame that could suppress them. Unfortunately, the 2 devil emperors made a grave mistake again. Those who hadn't witnessed the terror of Zhou Xian would never know what it was like to fight him. It was the same as walking towards death. Zhou Xian kept the fire dragon. With a sway of his body, he appeared in front of the 2 9th grade devil emperors and struck out 2 punches. The 2 punches were simple and fast. Each punch landed on the devil weapon of the devil emperor. Clang. The 2 devil emperors were sent flying away by Zhou Xian's punches. The devil weapons in their hands also fell out of their hands. They exclaimed in shock. Only now did they know how powerful their opponent was. Bang. Zhou Xian didn't give the 2 devil emperors any chance. He took a step forward and appeared above one of the devil emperors with lightning speed. He stomped on the giant head of the devil emperor. The head of the devil emperor was smashed into pieces. Blood spurted out like a fountain. A demon soul was grabbed by Zhou Xian. At the next moment, Zhou Xian appeared above the other devil emperor like a ghost and stomped on it. The devil emperor was stomped to death on the spot. To Zhou Xian, who had cultivated the Azure Dragon 5 steps, the power of each stomp was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. To these devils, a stomp from Zhou Xian meant death. Only 5 minutes had passed since the start of the battle. All the devils above the 7th grade devil emperor were killed by Zhou Xian. The number of devils that died in Zhou Xian's hands was uncountable. Now that the 2 9th grade devil emperors were killed by him, the rest of the devils revealed fear in their eyes. They didn't dare to have the slightest intention to fight anymore. They immediately fled in all directions. Zhou Xian moved again. He came to the sky above the castle. Countless flames surged out from his body. In an instant, the space within 100 miles was plunged into a sea of fire. Arg! The devils screamed continuously. All the devils that were engulfed by the flames died without exception. Devil souls flew towards Zhou Xian along the sea of fire and were kept by Zhou Xian. However, there were just too many devils here. Now that they were fleeing in all directions, no matter how powerful Zhou Xian was, he couldn't kill all of them. However, the number of devils that died in Zhou Xian's hands was at least 5,000 to 6,000, which was at least half of the total number of devils. Such a terrifying massacre was undoubtedly shocking. A powerful devil tribe was annihilated so cleanly. Even a human minor saint wouldn't be able to do what Zhou Xian did. The whole process was as easy as breaking a stump. All the devils were like ants to Zhou Xian. As long as Zhou Xian wanted to, he could pinch them to death with just a thought. Then an incomparably powerful force shot out from Zhou Xian's body and fell on the castle below. The sturdy castle was destroyed in an instant. All the buildings were destroyed completely. A complete castle had turned into ruins. Chapter 756. Just as he entered the second level of the devil world, Zhou Xian had annihilated a tribe and killed thousands of devils. However, the devils' reproduction ability was very strong and they had a tenacious survival ability. The number of devils that Zhou Xian had killed was like a drop in the ocean compared to the entire devil world. Zhou Xian was flying forward while refining the devil souls that he had obtained. There were 27th grade devil emperor devil souls, 6 8th grade devil emperor devil souls, and 2 9th grade devil emperor devil souls. Zhou Xian used the dragon transformation art to refine and absorb all of them. As for the devil souls that were below the 7th grade devil emperor, he didn't refine them. To him, these devil souls weren't very useful. It would be better to keep them for other purposes in the future. The devil souls that he needed now were at least 8th grade devil emperors and above. A 7th grade devil emperor wouldn't be able to hold on anymore. The dragon transformation art was getting more and more terrifying. The speed of refining the devil souls was also very fast. In just a short 10 minutes, Zhou Xian had refined all of the devil souls. However, this amount of devil souls only allowed Zhou Xian to condense 500 dragon marks. He still needed another 500 dragon marks to reach the 8th grade combat emperor. Although he had already predicted this, Zhou Xian still couldn't help but shake his head. Such a huge consumption was too ridiculous. He was only a 7th grade combat emperor. When he reached the minor saint, great saint, or even the higher grade of the immortal world, he didn't know how much more he would need. This was simply an enormous project. However, Zhou Xian wasn't worried. The more difficult it was to advance the dragon transformation art, the more profound the foundation that it would bring to Zhou Xian, and the stronger his combat strength would be. Putting aside other things, Zhou Qian's current 7th grade combat emperor could already deal with a 1st grade minor saint, an invincible existence below the minor saint realm. This was all the credit of the dragon transformation art. Although Zhou Xian had reached the level of the greatest saint in his previous life, he wasn't as monstrous as he was now. The gap between them was just too big. There's no time to think too much. I need to continue killing devils and advance to the 8th grade combat emperor first. Zhou Qian's eyes sparkled. His arrival in the devil world was like a nightmare to the entire 2nd level. No one knew how many devils were going to suffer. The area of the 2nd level of the devil realm was huge. It was like a huge domain. Scattered devils could be seen everywhere. It was rare to see a tribe with castles like the one he had seen before. Zhou Xian was going to search for a large number of devils. Killing these scattered devils was simply a waste of time, and the benefits he could reap would be very limited. He had to find a stronger tribe and obtain more high-grade devil souls to break through to the 8th grade combat emperor. Zhou Xian was flying at full speed. He didn't even spare a glance at those scattered devils. He was too lazy to deal with them. His requirement for advancement was too great. He had to find a stronger tribe. During these few hours he encountered some powerful devils along the way, but they were all killed by Zhou Xian. They weren't a match for him at all. 100 miles ahead, the devil chi had reached its peak. It was denser than any place that Zhou Xian had ever been to. Zhou Xian could sense it with his divine sense. There was a huge devil tribe in front of him. This tribe was much stronger than the one he had killed before. It was highly possible that it was the hinterland of a powerful devil in the 2nd level. Zhou Qian's speed was extremely fast. 100 miles of distance was covered in the blink of an eye. Sure enough, a devil city appeared in front of him. This city was at least 10 times bigger than the previous one. Dozens of huge devil clouds were floating above the city. The sky was dark and the earth was dark, giving people an extremely oppressive feeling. The devil chi here was extremely dense. It was mixed with coldness and a strong corrosive force. It made people feel extremely uncomfortable. If an ordinary person came to this place, the environment here alone wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even a powerful human cultivator would be affected by the environment here and wouldn't be able to exert his full combat strength. It was the same principle as Zhou Qian's flames suppressing the devils, preventing them from exerting their full strength. However, this kind of situation didn't exist for Zhou Qian. He was born to be the nemesis of devils. Clang. Zhou Qian drew out the heavenly saint sword with a clang. Without saying a word, he flew to the sky above the devil city and slashed a devil cloud into half. A powerful sword light fell from the sky like a waterfall, directly slashing a magnificent building below into pieces and igniting a sky-high flame. Devils were dancing wildly. Boundless devil roars filled every corner of the devil city. Devil waves soared to the sky, forming an ocean of devil chi in the sky. Zhou Qian was like a small boat in the middle of the ocean, but he was as steady as Mount Tai. His body was emitting steaming flames, like a scorching sun in the dark, unaffected by the devil chi. An intruder dared to attack the hinterland of the devil race. This was simply courting death. All the ferocious devils locked onto Zhou Qian. This place was indeed much stronger than the previous castle. There were more than 10 ninth-grade devil emperors. Facing such a situation, Zhou Qian wasn't worried at all. Instead, the corner of his mouth revealed a hint of a smile. The more high-grade devil emperors there were, the happier he was. What he needed the most now was the devil soul of a 9th-grade devil emperor. If he could kill all the 9th-grade devil emperors here, Zhou Qian would be able to advance to the 8th-grade combat emperor. A few 9th-grade devil emperors rushed out. They saw Zhou Qian, But before they could do anything, Zhou Xian had already made his move. The Heavenly Saint's sword emitted a bright sword light, reaching one of the 9th-grade Devil Emperors in the blink of an eye. The Devil Emperor's face changed when he felt the power of the sword. However, Zhou Qian's sword was too fast, there was no time for him to dodge it. Arg! The Devil Emperor let out a blood-curdling scream. He was slashed into 2 halves by Zhou Qian on the spot. The sword light flicked and a devil's soul flew out, falling into Zhou Qian's hand. This scene was witnessed by many devils. Each and every one of them revealed a look of fear. Even the other 9th-grade Devil Emperors roared. Their eyes revealed a trace of fear. That's right, it was fear. This human in front of them was too terrifying. He killed their powerful 9th-grade Devil Emperor with a single strike. This stunned the rest of the 9th-grade Devil Emperors who were about to make their move. You're right, Honglong. At this moment, an intense rumble suddenly rang out. An incomparably tyrannical great demon appeared. It was a black-robed old man. This old man looked no different from a human. He had already reached the stage of taking human form. However, the chi of the devil origin that was emitted from his body was enough to prove that he was a devil. The elder's eyes were as cold as a knife. It fell on Zhou Qian in a swoosh. This was a powerful first-grade minor devil saint, which was equivalent to a first-grade minor saint human cultivator. Those devil emperors couldn't be compared to him. Zhou Qian wasn't afraid when he saw the first-grade minor devil saint. Instead, he felt even happier. It seemed like this place was indeed the hinterland of the devils. There was actually such a powerful minor devil saint here. However, Zhou Qian didn't care. Although he had lost Ada and Air, his current cultivation grade was more than enough to deal with a first-grade minor devil saint. What a good human. How dare you come to the hinterland of the devil race? You must be courting death. The old man opened his mouth and spoke in human language. Just by looking at his appearance, the old man was no different from a human. No one would guess that he was a powerful demon. Cut the crap. Today both of us will raze this place to the ground. Not even the fowls and dogs will be spared. Zhou Qian's chi fluctuated and shouted at the elder. What an arrogant human brat. In that case, I will send you to heaven first. The elder laughed. He felt that this was the funniest joke he had ever heard. Putting aside the fact that this human wasn't a match for him, there were at least 100,000 devils in this hinterland. It was simply a fantasy for a human to kill all of them alone. Humph. Zhou Qian harumphed coldly. The heavenly saint's sword carried a sky-high fire wave and appeared in front of the elder in a blink. He could have used the edifying light to edify this minor devil saint so that he would listen to his command. However, a first-grade minor devil saint was no longer a threat to Zhou Qian. He didn't want to waste the quota of the edifying light. Honglong. Wherever the heavenly saint's sword passed, the void would be torn apart. Endless rumbling sounds could be heard as if it was going to cut a hole in the sky. The expression of the old man who didn't put Zhou Qian in his eyes changed dramatically, because he could actually sense a dangerous chi from the sword. That chi was truly frightening. Zhou Qian's expression changed dramatically. Zhou Qian had condensed another 500 dragon marks. His combat strength had increased a lot compared to before. In addition to the innate suppression of the flames on the heavenly saint's sword, it was a piece of cake for him to deal with a first-grade minor devil saint. The elder didn't dare to be careless. He immediately launched a powerful attack to block. However, he couldn't block the powerful heavenly saint's sword. His attack was shattered by the heavenly saint's sword. Dang dang dang. The elder retreated a dozen steps before regaining his balance. However, his chi was already in a mess. With just one move, he had fallen into a disadvantageous position. He wasn't a match for Zhou Qian at all. This scene was witnessed by all the devils. Each and every one of them opened their mouths wide in shock. The shock brought to them this time was much more shocking than when they killed a 9th-grade devil emperor. The gap between a 9th-grade devil emperor and a first-grade minor devil saint was unimaginable. One was in the sky while the other was on the ground. Now, even a first-grade minor devil saint wasn't a match for his opponent. What kind of monster was this young human? How could he be so powerful? This kid is hard to deal with. Even I am not a match for him. It seems like I have to ask that person for help. Chapter 757. Boom. Jiang Qin didn't give the old man any chance. With a shake of his feet, he appeared above the old man's head like a bolt of lightning. The heavenly saint's sword was enveloped by raging flames, turning into a sword of fire. The terrifying flames made all the devils tremble from the bottom of their hearts, as if they had met their natural enemy. When the sword was unleashed, not even ghosts were left behind. Just the sword energy alone was enough to kill hundreds of devils. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen's sword once again appeared above the old man's head. Presumptuous. Right at this time, a loud shout suddenly came from the depths of the second layer of the devil world. A black devil wave soared into the sky with extreme speed, appearing above the devil city in the blink of an eye. The devil wave rolled and rolled, turning into a middle-aged man clad in black armor. However, Jiang Qin turned a deaf ear to the great devil's shout. He continued to slash down with his sword. The old man cried out in alarm. He summoned all the energy in his body and condensed a black shield, trying to block Jiang Chen's sword. Tila. However, Jiang Chen's strength was beyond his imagination. Even though the old man had the cultivation of a first-grade minor devil saint, he was still suppressed by the true dragon fire and true thunder fire. The old man had already suffered some injuries, so how could he be a match for Jiang Qin? Under the attack of the heavenly saint's sword, the originally sturdy black shield was smashed into pieces on the spot. The long sword's momentum didn't diminish at all. It forcefully chopped off one of the old man's arms, causing black devil blood to spurt out like a fountain. The old man bellowed in rage, but his eyes were filled with fear. Bastard! The middle-aged giant devil who had just appeared bellowed. His huge black palm slapped down at Jiang Qin. He had already arrived, but Jiang Qin still dared to hurt him. This was a blatant act of not putting him in his eyes. How could this be? Jiang Qin didn't even turn his head. He flipped the heavenly saint's sword and slashed at the huge black palm. Bang! When the heavenly saint's sword slashed at the huge palm, it was as if it was slashing at a piece of black iron. A clanging sound was produced and a large number of sparks were produced. One could see how strong the opponent's physique was. Furthermore, the huge force from the huge black palm sent Jiang Qin flying several dozen li away. Jiang Qin felt his arm go numb and his blood and qi were in turmoil. It was an indescribable pain. However, he immediately circulated the dragon transformation art and with spiritual qi, recovering from the shock in an instant. Jiang Qin raised his head and looked at his opponent. He saw that the devil was wearing a black armor. On the surface of the armor, there was a ferocious devil pattern. There was a long black horn on the top of the devil's head. There were black scales on both sides of his cheeks, making him look extremely ferocious. What caught Jiang Chen's attention wasn't the devil's appearance but his qi. This was a powerful second-grade minor devil saint, much stronger than the previous first-grade minor devil saint. Jiang Qin hadn't advanced to the 8th-grade combat emperor yet. Even with the suppression of the flames, he could only deal with a first-grade minor devil saint. He was no match for a second-grade minor devil saint. However, Jiang Qin wasn't worried about the appearance of this second-grade minor devil saint. Instead, he was pleasantly surprised. With the brilliant mirror in his hand and the edifying light, he had 100% certainty that he could edify this devil. All the devils revealed an excited look when they saw the second-grade minor devil saint. This human was too scary. Even a first-grade minor devil saint wasn't a match for him. Only a powerful second-grade minor devil saint could take him down. This second-grade minor devil saint was a powerful existence in the center of the second level of the devil world. His name was Yisha. He was extremely ferocious. If any devil offended him, he would eat them on the spot, not even spitting out their bones. Even if Yisha appeared, this human in front of them would certainly die. No second-grade minor devil saint was Yisha's match. Despicable brat, how dare you come to the heart of the devil world to kill? You really don't know what's good for you. I can see that your qi and blood are vigorous, so I will eat you. You will bring me great benefits. Yisha said to Jiang Qin. Haha, I'm afraid that you don't have the ability to kill me. Jiang Qin laughed loudly. His provocative words showed that he didn't put his opponent in his eyes. Courting death. Yisha was infuriated. He immediately stretched out his giant devil hand and pounced towards Jiang Qin. The giant black palm was covered with silvery black scales. It was incomparably ferocious, as if a mountain was pressing down on Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian frowned. He was afraid that the brilliant mirror wouldn't be able to reflect such an attack. The mirror could only reflect energy attacks. Yixia's attack was equivalent to a physical attack. Space shift. Zhou Xian said in a low voice. He didn't want to be entangled with Yixia anymore. He executed the space shift and dodged the attack, causing the giant black palm to miss its target. What a fast speed, but it's useless. Seal it for me. Yixia was surprised, but he didn't care. He immediately stretched out his palm again. This time, the giant black devil palm directly sealed the void, making it impossible for Zhou Xian to escape. Pong! A monstrous wave burst out from Zhou Xian's body. A giant fire dragon rushed out. The fire dragon seal was powerful and ferocious. It was many times stronger than ordinary combat skills. Zhou Xian wasn't weak now. It wouldn't be easy for a second-grade minor devil saint to kill him. The fire dragon collided with the evil demon's palm, blocking its attack. After that, Zhou Xian once again unleashed the dimensional shift skill and rushed out of the evil demon's attack range. The dimensional shift skill was an extremely powerful movement skill. In his past life, Zhou Xian had relied on this movement skill to travel across the world, and rarely met anyone who could match him. The so-called space shift meant that once one mastered it, even the shackles of space would not be able to bind him. He could directly escape. Yixia was infuriated when he saw Zhou Xian dodging his attack again. This bastard had a bad temper. How could he allow a combat emperor human brat to escape from him again and again? This was a challenge to him. Zhou Xian's attack was a challenge to him. Berserk Devil Dragon die. Yixia was infuriated. He struck out a huge wave of devil waves, pouncing at Zhou Xian. The devil waves blotted out the sky and earth, forming a 300 meters long devil dragon that looked extremely ferocious. This was a powerful technique of the devil race that could destroy the heavens and earth. Seeing such an attack, Zhou Xian didn't show the slightest fear. Instead, he was pleasantly surprised. He had been waiting for Yixia to execute a powerful energy attack. Even if this attack wasn't Yixia's full strength, it was enough for Zhou Xian. If it was the Yixia's most powerful attack, it wouldn't be good. Zhou Xian's brilliant mirror could reflect this kind of demonic attack. That was double the energy. If it was reflected, even if the Yixia wasn't killed, it would be crippled. This wasn't what Zhou Xian wanted to see. He didn't want to cripple the Yixia. If he could subdue such a big guy, not to mention how useful it would be in the future, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the devil world. The devil dragon roared and crazily rushed towards Zhou Xian. At this time, Zhou Xian took out the brilliant mirror. The huge mirror faced the devil dragon, and a huge amount of energy was poured into the brilliant mirror by Zhou Xian. This mirror was like a vampire, sucking away all the energy in Zhou Xian's body. Even if Zhou Xian was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but curse. The price he had to pay to use the brilliant mirror was too high. The devil dragon directly rushed into the brilliant mirror. Without a sound, it was completely absorbed by the brilliant mirror. In the next moment, something strange happened. A gigantic demonic dragon that was twice the size of the previous demonic dragon rushed out of the mirror of light and attacked the Yixia. The power that this demonic dragon carried was twice as much as before. Not only was its energy increased, but its attack speed had also doubled. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of the Yixia. What? Yixia exclaimed. The scene in front of him made him feel like he was in a dream. The shock in his heart was many times stronger than when he fought against the Tan family village elder. When he fought against the Tan family village elder, it was just a single-time rebound of energy. Now it was double the strength. However, Yixia's reaction was also very fast. In his hand, a huge and gloomy devil weapon appeared, and he slashed at the devil dragon in front of him. Boundless waves of battle overflowed in all directions. 1/10 of the buildings in the Devil City below were directly destroyed. Countless demons were caught in the crossfire and died on the spot. Just this attack alone crushed at least thousands of demons. Yixia spat out a mouthful of blood and his whole body was sent flying. An attack with double the strength, even if it was not his strongest attack, the rebound was enough to make him feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, it was not a full-force attack. If it was his strongest full-force attack, the current him might not even be able to block it. Even so, the injuries that Xia suffered at the moment were extremely serious. His body was cracked. He roared with boundless anger. However, before he could stabilize his body, a snake-like light appeared in front of him and drilled into the depths of his mind. Ah! Xia immediately tore his head with both hands. His face was ferocious as if he had suffered endless pain. However, this situation only lasted for a few minutes before Xia stopped. He raised his head and looked at Xianxia opposite him. There was no longer the fierceness in his eyes. Xia dragged his seriously injured body and flew in front of Xianxia. With a thud, he knelt down. Master. Xia's greeting of master was extremely sincere. He had been completely edified by the edifying light and was now Xianxia's slave. As long as Xianxia said a word, he would not hesitate even if he was asked to die immediately. Xia, you bastard. What are you doing? Why are you kneeling to the human clan? Chapter 758. It wasn't just the old man, all the demons, thousands of eyes were looking at the performance of the evil demon with incomparable shock. This scene made them feel as if they had seen the most inconceivable thing in the world. The evil demon that countless people feared was actually kneeling in front of a human boy. What was going on? Xia, don't forget your identity. This kid is a human, our enemy. The old man shouted again. One of his arms had been chopped off by Xianxia. Could be said that he hated Xianxia to the bone. Initially he was counting on Xia to kill Xianxia to avenge him. But now not only did he fail to kill his opponent, but the dignified second-grade minor devil saint of the devil race actually knelt down in front of his opponent. Bastard, don't be rude to master. Xia suddenly turned his head and shouted at the old man. Although he had suffered a certain degree of injury, his foundation was strong. His cultivation was a second-grade minor devil saint. Even if he was injured, the other devils couldn't be compared to him. After being edified by the edifying light, Xia subconsciously obeyed only Xianxia. He completely regarded Xianxia as his master. He would not allow anyone to disrespect his master. Now he only had one identity, and that was Xianxia's slave, not a giant devil of the devil race. Xia, I will help you recover from your injury now. Xianxia waved his hand. A green light flashed and enveloped Xia. Powerful wood spiritual qi entered Xia's body. Xia's injury recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Thank you, master. Xia kowtowed to Xianxia with sincerity. Damn kid, what did you do to Xia to make him listen to you? Xia, don't forget your identity. You are the little devil saint of the devil race. The old man was heartbroken. He had an impulse to go crazy. He had no idea what Xianxia did to Xia to make him listen to him. Xia, go kill him and bring me the demon spirit. Xianxia gave the order to Lung Lung. At the same time he put away the brilliant mirror and secretly refined a large amount of heaven elixir. He began to recover his consumed origin power. Yes, master. Xia didn't take Xianxia's words lightly. He stood up and appeared in front of the one-armed old man the next moment. Feeling the ice-cold killing intent from Xia, the old man couldn't help but shiver in fear. At this moment he felt that the fierce Xia had returned once again. The aura exuding from his body was that of a giant devil of the devil race. However, Xia's purpose was to kill him. Xia, what are you doing? The old man panicked. Without saying anything else, the evil spirit grabbed the old man's head and crushed it. Then it took out the demon spirit and brought it to Xianxia. Xianxia nodded and kept the demon spirit. The demon spirit of a first-grade minor devil saint was a rare treasure to him. Xia, kill all the 9th-grade devil emperors in this devil city and give me the demon spirit. Xianxia gave the order again. Yes, master. Xia moved again. All he could do was to obey Xianxia's order without any doubt, even if Xianxia asked him to die immediately. The whole devil city was in chaos, especially those 9th-grade devil emperor devil leaders. Each of them was scared out of their wits and began to flee in all directions. They could see that Xia had been completely subdued by the human in front of them. Even a first-grade minor devil saint could be easily killed, let alone them. In their hearts, Xia was the legendary giant devil of the devil race. With their cultivation base, it was impossible for them to fight against him. All of you die. Xia stretched out his arm. Black light beams shot out from his body, chasing after each of the 9th-grade devil emperors that were trying to escape. Arg. For a moment, the whole sky above the devil city was filled with endless screams. Those powerful devil emperors were smashed into pieces. Their demon spirits floated up and fell into Xia's hands. Xia only took a few breaths' time to kill all the 9th-grade devil emperors here. A 2nd-grade minor devil saint was too powerful. It was imaginable that if Jiang Qin gave the order to kill all the devils here, none of the 100,000 devils in the city would be able to escape. Under the control of a 2nd-grade minor devil saint's domain, escaping was just an extravagant hope. At this moment all the devils were terrified. Even though there were countless devils in this devil city, none of them dared to make a move. Let alone Jiang Qin, Xia alone was enough to suppress all of them. This was their powerful devil saint. Normally they didn't even have the qualification to kneel before Xia. Zush. Xia returned to Jiang Qin's side. A total of 11 9th-grade devil emperor devil souls were handed to Jiang Qin personally. Jiang Qin kept all the devil souls and said to Xia Leng Leng, "Xia, you have done well. I want to meditate now. Find me a place." "Yes, master." After Xia finished speaking, he brought Jiang Qin and flew towards the deepest part of the 2nd level of the devil world. Jiang Qin followed behind Xia. He wasn't interested in the 100,000 devils here and had no interest in killing them. Including the 9th-grade devil emperor that he had killed before, he had a total of 12 9th-grade devil emperor devil souls and a 1st-grade minor devil saint devil soul. These 9th-grade devil emperor devil souls were enough for Jiang Qin to break through to the 8th-grade combat emperor. It was easy to break through to the 8th-grade combat emperor, but Jiang Qin needed a certain amount of time to stabilize his foundation before breaking through to the 9th-grade combat emperor. Therefore what he needed the most now was to find a place to meditate. This kind of place wasn't easy to find, but Xia was easy to find. Very quickly, under Xia's lead, Jiang Qin arrived at an ancient black devil palace. "Master, this is the place where I cultivate. There isn't a single devil in 1,000 miles radius." Tussett. If one wanted to find a quiet place in the 2nd level of the devil realm, this place was undoubtedly the best choice. Wherever Xia was, no one would dare to move around. No one would dare to offend Xia's holy might. This place was Xia's trump card. Whoever dared to step into this place was simply courting death. "Alright Xia, I want to break through to the 8th-grade combat emperor here. You are responsible for guarding me. Don't let anyone disturb me." Jiang Qin ordered. "Yes, master." Xia bowed at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin nodded in satisfaction and strode into the devil palace. With the protection of Xia, Jiang Qin could cultivate in peace without worrying about being disturbed. Chapter 759. An earth-shattering roar of a tiger was heard from the altar. The entire Immortal Vault mountain was trembling. Mountains were destroyed one after another. White Tiger leaped up to the sky. Currently, White Tiger's body was glowing with golden light. The word "king" on his forehead looked incomparably valiant. He had followed the northern and southern dynasties and obtained the resources of the immortal world. He had advanced to the 5th-grade minor demon saint realm and was much stronger than before. With his current condition, he could even suppress a 6th-grade minor saint. Eternal immortal wind, enter my body. At the same time, the northern and southern dynasties let out a loud shout. The endless eternal immortal wind turned into immortal dragons and entered his body. This eternal immortal wind had an incomparably strong destructive force. To all living beings, the eternal immortal wind itself represented destruction. However, not only was the northern and southern dynasties not affected by the eternal immortal wind, they could even absorb the eternal immortal wind and turn it into their own powerful resource. This was the power of the immortal physique. The moment the eternal immortal wind entered the bodies of the northern and southern dynasties, the chi of the northern and southern dynasties rose to a new height. Immediately they advanced to the peak of the 1st-grade minor saint realm, only a step away from the 2nd-grade minor saint realm. Voila, the light and the runes on the altar vanished in an instant. Then the crystal-like altar vanished as well. The immortal depository mountain returned to its usual tranquility, giving off an incomparably gloomy feeling. After advancing to the minor saint realm, Nanbei Chao's chi of monarch became even denser. He stood there like a true emperor. Coupled with the divine beast following him, he gave off a majestic feeling that no one could profane him. Haha. Now that I have advanced to the peak of the first-grade minor saint, not even a third-grade minor saint is a match for me. Plus, I have the help of the eternal immortal wind. With its help, I can advance to the third-grade minor saint in a short period of time. At that time, I can even kill a fifth-grade minor saint. Xianxia, I don't believe that I can't kill you with my current strength. Nanbei Chao's eyes lit up. Being defeated by Xianxia twice in a row was the biggest humiliation he had ever experienced in his life. He had to kill Xianxia with his own hands. Only then would he be able to erase this humiliation and dispel the hatred in his heart. Currently, he was a first-grade minor saint in the northern and southern dynasties. With the eternal immortal wind, he could deal with a fifth-grade minor saint. Plus, he had the immortal physique. The northern and southern dynasties didn't believe that Qin could defeat him. Come Qin, complete your heaven. White Tiger spoke. His voice was so loud that it could make one's soul tremble. Don't worry. I still need time to stabilize my cultivation. The next time I come out of seclusion will be the time when the world is in chaos. This is a domain. Let's start from here and conquer the entire domain. Heaven, earth, profound and yellow, these 4 domains will all be under my rule. Once I have done that, my monarch heaven art will undergo a true transformation. This time no one will be able to stop me. Nanbei Chao's whole body was filled with confidence. His ambition was huge. It wasn't just limited to the mysterious domain. He wanted to rule the 4 neighboring domains: heaven, earth, mysterious and yellow. Once he finished ruling the 4 domains, he would obtain endless benefits. His monarch technique would also undergo a complete transformation. The northern and southern dynasties and White Tiger didn't leave the immortal depository mountain immediately. They stayed behind to stabilize their cultivation. In the hearts of the northern and southern dynasties, the 4 domains would be theirs sooner or later. As for Xianxia, the northern and southern dynasties didn't put him in their eyes. The last time he fought with Xianxia was only a second-grade combat emperor. Now that he had obtained the help of the immortal depository mountain and reached the minor saint realm, the distance between him and Xianxia would surely increase. Even Xianxia wouldn't be able to catch up with him. In his point of view, killing Xianxia now was as easy as killing an ant. While the northern and southern dynasties were meditating, Xianxia was also meditating. Half a month had passed in the Devil Palace before Xianxia woke up from his seclusion. The current him had completely stabilized his foundation. His 8th-grade combat emperor's foundation was incomparably solid. With my current foundation I can break through to the 9th-grade combat emperor, but the energy required to do so is much greater than that of an 8th-grade combat emperor. I only have the devil soul of a first-grade minor devil saint, which isn't enough. Seems like I need to go to the 3rd level of the devil world, but first I need to refine the devil soul of the first-grade minor devil saint to increase my strength. Xianxia turned his palm and the devil soul of the first-grade minor devil saint appeared. Without any hesitation, Xianxia used the dragon transformation art to refine it on the spot. One had to admit that the devil soul of a first-grade minor devil saint contained an enormous amount of energy. One devil soul had helped Xianxia condense 500 dragon marks. Adding the 100 dragon marks that he had before, he only needed to condense another 1,400 dragon marks to break through to the 9th-grade combat emperor. Under such circumstances, he could only hunt for more minor devil saints. The devil soul of a devil emperor wouldn't be of much use to him anymore. Xianxia sent out his divine sense and Yisha appeared in front of him in an instant. Master. Yisha bowed at Xianxia and called out respectfully, Master. Xianxia's eyes fell on Yisha. He was stunned at first, then he was overjoyed. Good Yisha, I didn't expect you to advance to the 3rd-grade minor devil saint. Not bad. Yisha's cultivation grade was already at the peak of 2nd-grade minor devil saint, only a step away from the 3rd grade. The attack from the bright mirror and the help from the wood's spiritual chi could be considered as a blessing in disguise. In this half a month's time, not only had Yisha's injuries fully recovered, he had also advanced to the 3rd-grade minor devil saint. This could be considered as his good fortune. To Xianxia, the stronger Yisha was, the more help he could provide. It's all because of Master's help that Isha could advance so much. Tuss it. Alright Isha, let me ask you. How many minor devil saints are there in the second level of the devil world? Zhou Xian asked. Reporting to Master, I'm not too sure about this. The devil realm is too vast and there are too many devils here. Normally I would stay in this devil hall and not go out. However, in the second layer of the devil realm, there aren't many minor devil saints. I'm afraid that I'm the only second level minor devil saint. The main reason is because the resources and devil chi in the third layer are much denser. The majority of minor devil saints are in the third layer. Isha said. Alright, let's go to the third level of the devil world now. I want to kill some minor devil saints to help me advance. Zhou Xian said. With his current cultivation grade he could kill a second grade minor devil saint even without using Isha. However, he naturally wanted to make use of Isha. After all, the third level of the devil world was incomparable to the first two levels. There were incomparably powerful experts of the devil race in there. There were even minor devil saints and great devil saints. If a human like Zhou Xian were to enter the third level once he released his chi, it would be no different than courting death. But if it was Isha, there wouldn't be a problem. There were too many devils, so naturally there were too many forces. Just like the human race, although they were all humans, they weren't very united. Fights between forces were too common. If Isha attacked, it would only be regarded as an internal conflict of the devil race and wouldn't attract the attention of the higher-ups. Yes, Master. Isha was completely obedient to Zhou Xian. If Zhou Xian asked him to kill someone, he would definitely rush out at the first moment. When Zhou Xian entered the third level of the devil world under Isha's lead, the northern and southern dynasties and White Tiger had also left the immortal depository mountain. A storm was coming to the Earth domain. Earth domain's Huang family. The Huang family was one of the four major powers of the Earth domain. Their overall strength wasn't any weaker than Xuanyu's Tan family. Huang Shengwen, who was killed by Zhou Xian in Danyuan City, was the supreme genius of the Huang family. The patriarch of the Huang family, Huang Yilu, was a fourth-grade minor saint. He was a well-deserved overlord of the Earth domain. There were 4 burly guards standing in front of the gates of the Huang clan. Each of them had an incomparably arrogant air about them. In this region, being a member of the Huang clan, even if it was just a small guard, was an incomparably glorious matter worthy of pride. The guards were talking and laughing. No one knew what they were discussing. At this time, 2 silhouettes suddenly descended from the sky, landing in front of the gate of the Huang family. It was a man and a tiger. They gave off a very powerful feeling. Who are you? Do you know what this place is? Is this a place that you can come to? A guard pointed at the northern and southern dynasties and shouted. Nanbei Chao didn't even cast a glance at the guard. He waved his hand and a gust of wind blew out, followed by 3 shrill screams. The 3 guards were crushed into powder by the gust of wind, leaving nothing behind. The remaining guard was dumbfounded on the spot. Looking at the golden-robed, golden-haired young man in front of him, he was frightened out of his wits. Ask your patriarch and all the higher-ups to come out and see me. I'm going to the martial arena of your family. The northern and southern dynasties said coldly. Then with a sway they flew into the Huang family with White Tiger and stopped at the martial arena of the Huang family. The northern and southern dynasties and White Tiger had entered the martial arena of the Huang family in such an imposing manner. That was to say, the guard didn't need to report to his superiors. In other words, it was fortunate that the guard could keep his life. Who is it? Who dares to trespass the Huang family? Does he want to die? Who has the guts to kill someone in front of the Huang family? Presumptuous. This is outrageous. No matter who he is, he must die for trespassing the Huang family. Chapter 760. The martial arena of the Huang family was very big. It became crowded in an instant. Other than the higher-ups, there were more and more people coming. In this area, the Huang family was the absolute overlord, a benchmark that couldn't be ignored. The Huang family had existed for so many years, but such a thing had never happened before. Someone dared to kill the guards of the Huang family and came to the martial arena to show off. At this moment, all the people of the Huang family were filled with righteous indignation. There were 7 to 8 minor saint experts who appeared because the qi released by the northern and southern dynasties and the white tiger was too strong. They had no choice but to come out. To a major power like the Huang family, a minor saint was an antique-level existence. It was very rare for them to show themselves. The experts of the Huang family looked at the northern and southern dynasties and the white tiger who were standing on the battle platform. Their eyes were filled with anger, but at the same time they were shocked. The young man in front of them carried the qi of a superior, like an emperor. One look and they could tell that he was a dragon among men, a favored son of heaven. They had never heard of such a genius before, let alone seen him. What really shocked them was the white tiger. The white tiger was too divine, but divine beasts were too rare. Even if they could sense the divine aura of the white tiger, they wouldn't be able to guess that the white tiger in front of them was one of the legendary 5 divine beasts. "Brat, who are you? Why are you behaving atrociously in my Huang family?" An elder shouted. The northern and southern dynasties glanced at him and didn't give him a second glance. Although this elder was a powerful third-grade minor saint, he wasn't someone that the northern and southern dynasties would put in their eyes. The one he was looking for was Huang Yilu. "Ask your patriarch to come out. I will count to 3. If Huang Yilu doesn't come out, I will start a massacre. Today the blood of the Huang family will flow like a river." The northern and southern dynasties were incomparably arrogant and domineering. "Presumptuous. Who do you think you are? How dare you disrespect our patriarch? Courting death." A young disciple of the Huang family shouted at the northern and southern dynasties. Although he was only an 8th-grade combat emperor, this was the Huang family. No outsider was allowed to behave atrociously. "You dare to blaspheme my dignity? Die." The northern and southern dynasties glanced at the young disciple and suddenly flicked their fingers. A golden ray of light shot out. This ray of light was like a sharp sword. It was extremely fast and rushed towards the young disciple. This was the northern and southern dynasties. They had always been self-centered. In front of them, a single word could lead to a fatal disaster. A single disrespectful gaze could cause the northern and southern dynasties to die a tragic death. "Impudent." A first-grade minor saint elder tried to stop it. He reached out his hand and grabbed the golden light. Puff, puff. Accompanied by a scream, the old man's palm not only failed to grab hold of the golden light from the northern and southern dynasties, but was pierced by the golden light instead. Then the golden light disappeared and pierced through the young disciple's head. He died on the spot in a pool of blood. What? This scene made countless members of the Huang family panic. Each of them looked at the northern and southern dynasties angrily. This young man who came out of nowhere was too overbearing. The Huang family had never offended such a person before, but he killed the young disciple as soon as he arrived. First it was the guards and now it was the young disciple of the Huang family. He was too arrogant. Looking at his arrogant look, he didn't put the Huang family in his eyes at all. The lives of the Huang family were nothing but grass in his hands. "This man is too arrogant. Great elder, let's attack together and kill him." An elder of the Little Saint realm shouted. Roar, however, before they could do anything, the white tiger raised its proud head and let out an earth-shattering roar. The terrifying roar of the tiger turned into sound waves and spread across the sky above the Huang family. Honglong. Under the vibration of the sound waves, most of the houses in the Huang family began to collapse. Some of the weaker disciples on the training field had blood spurting out from their mouths and noses. They couldn't even stand properly. The weaker ones had already fainted on the spot. Even those minor saint elders felt their ears buzzing and their chests were stuffy. They couldn't describe the discomfort they felt. This was because the white tiger was roaring at the sky. If it was directed at them, they were afraid that many of them would die. When the white tiger unleashed its qi, it allowed the elders of the Huang family to see the true strength of the white tiger. It was a powerful 5th-grade minor demon saint. Let alone a divine beast, even an ordinary demonic beast was enough to annihilate the entire Huang family. Those few elders who were thinking of joining forces to attack the northern and southern dynasties were now pale. None of them dared to make a move. At this time, a powerful qi rose from the depths of the Huang family. In a blink, it arrived at the training field. The person who came seemed to be in his 40s. He had a strong physique and was a peak 4th-grade minor saint. Without a doubt, he was the patriarch of the Huang family, the #1 expert of the Huang family, Huang Yilu. Huang Yilu landed in front of the camp of the Huang family. His face was incomparably gloomy. Even though he didn't appear just now, he had already known everything that had happened in the training field. Patriarch, this man, the great elder said in a low voice. Huang Yilu waved his hand and interrupted him. Already know. After that, Huang Yilu took a step forward and clasped his fists at the northern and southern dynasties and the white tiger. May I know how to address this young master? Why did you come to my Huang family to cause trouble? If I'm not wrong, there shouldn't be any enmity between us, right? I am the reincarnation of an immortal from the northern and southern dynasties. I have inherited the will of an immortal and want to rule the entire continent. This is the white tiger of the 5 divine beasts. I believe you have seen the power of the white tiger just now. Now I want to rule the entire region, followed by the Heaven region, Huang region and Xuanyu region. The 4 great regions will become one great power. In the future, all of you will have to obey the spirits of the northern and southern dynasties. If your Huang clan follows me, you will definitely have a lot of benefits in the future. If you don't obey me today, I will kill every single one of you. The tone of the northern and southern dynasties was calm, but his ferociousness was not in his words. Hearing this, all the people of the Huang family were shocked. Nanbei Chao's words had shocked them. The 8 domains of the divine continent had existed for a very long time, and each of them lived on their own. They had never thought of ruling each other and breaking the balance. But this young man in front of them actually wanted to be a powerful ruler. What was even more shocking was that this young man claimed to be the reincarnation of an immortal and inherited the will of an immortal. What was an immortal? They only existed in the high and mighty immortal world. Every one of them was a big shot. However, they could see that the northern and southern dynasties were not lying. This young man looked extraordinary. Otherwise, how could he have a 5th grade minor demon saint white tiger follow him? That was a white tiger. Patriarch, our Huang family is considered a big family. We have never been controlled by others. We can't just listen to him and obey him. The great elder said unwillingly. Humph. My power isn't something you can imagine. Huang Yilu, I will give you a chance now. You and I will fight. If you lose, Huang family will obey me. Otherwise, all of you will die today. The northern and southern dynasties harumphed coldly and said loudly to Huang Yilu. Upon hearing this, Huang Yilu's eyes sparkled. The other members of the Huang family also revealed a happy expression. In their point of view, the northern and southern dynasties were too arrogant. A mere 1st grade minor saint dared to fight their patriarch? Wasn't that courting death? Is this true? Huang Yilu asked. The Huang family was such a big foundation. They couldn't afford to give it up just like that. However, that white tiger was too powerful. He could eliminate the Huang family by himself. Now, the northern and southern dynasties were going to fight him. This was a great opportunity. Although Huang Yilu wasn't a powerful man, it was still a piece of cake for him to deal with a 1st grade minor saint with his 4th grade minor saint cultivation. Come on. Don't waste my time. I will go to the other major powers after I settle your family. The northern and southern dynasties flew to the sky with a sway. Huang Yilu turned into a ray of light and chased after them. Eternal immortal wind. The northern and southern dynasties didn't want to waste any more time. They unleashed their eternal immortal wind. Under the stimulation of the wind, their chi began to skyrocket. In just a blink, they had advanced to the 3rd grade minor saint. What? Huang Yilu exclaimed. How could he not be shocked when the northern and southern dynasties increased their cultivation by 2 grades? Fortunately, they were only 3rd grade minor saints. Huang Yilu could still deal with them easily. Voila! With a loud sound, the northern and southern dynasties controlled the eternal immortal wind and turned it into a powerful storm, engulfing Huang Yilu. Qila, every single one of the powerful eternal immortal wind was akin to an unstoppable blade, directly slicing through Huang Yilu's domain, leaving behind one wound after another on his body. Thereafter, Huang Yilu discovered that his entire body had already been surrounded by a storm. These storms seemed to be formed from tens of thousands of immortal dragons, trapping him firmly within. What a powerful wind! This isn't the wind of this world. It has a sense of superiority. This man isn't simple. He really has the body of an immortal soul. He has inherited the will of a high immortal. This storm is too powerful. As long as the northern and southern dynasties are willing, they can kill him instantly in this storm. Huang Yilu was terrified. The northern and southern dynasties were merely first-grade minor saints, but they could kill him instantly after unleashing their powerful storm. Such a person was too scary. Such a person could really rule a few big domains. This is the reincarnation of an immortal soul. He is incomparably powerful. Having a divine beast following him is an auspicious sign. It seems like this is the fate of my Huang family. However, following this man might give us some benefits. Since we have no other choice, we might as well submit to him. Let's see if he can really rule the 4 big domains. Chapter 761. Huang Yilu, do you want to die? While Huang Yilu was still in a state of shock, the voices of the northern and southern dynasties sounded again. The storm formed by the eternal immortal wind suddenly became agitated, as if it was going to tear Huang Yilu apart. Trapped by the eternal immortal wind, Huang Yilu's facial expression changed dramatically. He knew that he had delayed for too long. Nanbei Chao's patience was limited. If he didn't surrender now, the eternal immortal wind would tear him into pieces, and the entire Huang family would suffer a great calamity. Stop, Prince Nanbei. My Huang family is willing to submit to you. Huang Yilu didn't dare to show any signs of neglect. He immediately shouted. Voila! Under the control of the northern and southern dynasties, the eternal immortal wind returned to his body like a tide. Then, the chi of the northern and southern dynasties decreased, returning to the first-grade minor saint. Huang Yilu wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. His admiration for the northern and southern dynasties increased even more. There were techniques that could increase one's combat power for a short period of time in this world, but these were all forbidden techniques that were extremely rare. However, the cultivator would have to pay a certain price after using these forbidden techniques. After the technique ended, the cultivator would enter a period of weakness. However, the northern and southern dynasties in front of him had increased by 2 grades. Now their cultivation grade had returned to the first-grade minor saint, but their chi didn't change at all. They didn't seem tired at all. This was too shocking. Perhaps only the powerful immortal soul could do this. A wise man submits to circumstances. Your Huang family will receive great benefits by following me. You are undoubtedly lucky to be able to witness the path of domination. All the minor saints of your Huang family should be prepared. Tomorrow we will attack the other major powers of this domain. If they don't submit, we will kill them all. All the wealth and treasures will belong to your Huang family. The northern and southern dynasties said loudly. A great power that dominated a region, a terrifying overlord, a great family, and yet they had so easily conquered it. Perhaps only the northern and southern dynasties could do this. The members of the Huang family had ugly expressions on their faces, but they had clearly seen the battle just now. There was no need to talk about the white tiger, but this young man was too powerful. Even the patriarch wasn't a match for him. The Huang family didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Since their patriarch had already submitted, what reason did they have to not submit? Furthermore, looking at the other party's ambitions, they definitely wouldn't stop at just dealing with the Huang family. Tomorrow they would go and deal with the other major powers of the Earth domain. Thinking of this, the Huang family felt much more at ease in their hearts. However, it wasn't hard to imagine that the Earth domain would be in chaos from today onwards. Such a huge domain would soon be conquered by the northern and southern dynasties. Not only the Earth domain but the Heaven, Earth, Profound and Yellow domains would also be in chaos. The emergence of the northern and southern dynasties was bound to stir up the world. The northern and southern dynasties had already begun their path of hegemony, starting from the Earth domain. At this time, the seemingly peaceful Xuanyu was actually surging with undercurrents. The Xiaoyao Palace had already begun their preparations. Freedom King had advanced to the 5th grade minor saint not long ago. Now all that was left was to wait for the return of the northern and southern dynasties. Under the arrangement of Jiang Qin, Nebula Kid and Wu Emo had formed an alliance. The Nebula sect and the Moyin cult had become very close. Han Yen had already told Wu Emo about the northern and southern dynasties. Wu Emo wasn't an idiot. He naturally knew the severity of the situation. In addition to his relationship with Jiang Qin, Wu Emo was very willing to form an alliance with the Nebula sect. Furthermore, the current Nebula Kid had already become a 5th-grade minor saint. Wu Emo was still at the peak of 4th-grade minor saint, but he seemed to have half a foot into the 5th-grade minor saint. Perhaps he would break through at any time. This was the only time in the history of Xuanyu where the devil cult and the righteous sects had formed an alliance. The devil cult had always been independent. They had always been at odds with the righteous sections. Only people like Jiang Qin and Han Yan could make them form an alliance. At this time, Jiang Qin and Yi Sha had already entered the 3rd level of the devil world. The devil wind rustled, blowing with all its might. The entire 3rd level was filled with black devil wind. Even the ground was black. Everything had been demonized. If humans or demonic beasts stayed here for too long, they would be demonized by the devil qi and fall into a state of qi deviation. The demonic qi here was simply too dense. There were figures of demons everywhere and their roars could be heard everywhere. This was a true demonic world. Anyone who walked here would feel their blood vessels solidifying. This place was too terrifying, even more terrifying than hell. Isha, don't waste any more time. Go and find the minor devil saint and kill him. Take out the devil's soul for me. Jiang Qin ordered. Yes, master. I can sense a 1st-grade minor devil saint and a 2nd-grade minor devil saint 1,000 miles ahead. I will go and kill them for master now. Isha clasped his fists at Jiang Qin and disappeared in a flash. Jiang Qin nodded silently. He still needed 1,400 dragon marks to advance to the 9th-grade combat emperor. If he had the devil's soul of a 2nd-grade minor devil saint and a 1st-grade minor devil saint, he would be able to advance to the 9th-grade combat emperor. Swoosh. When Jiang Qin was still thinking, Yi Sha had returned with 2 black devil souls in his hand. His speed was too fast, but it wasn't a big deal. Yi Sha was now a 3rd-grade minor devil saint. Killing a 1st-grade and a 2nd-grade minor devil saint was a piece of cake for him. Haha. Good. Yi Sha, good job. Protect me now. I want to advance to the 9th-grade combat emperor. Jiang Qin laughed heartily. The edifying light was too perfect. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to move an inch in the 3rd level of the devil realm. Now that he had Yi Sha's help, he was like a fish in the water. He didn't need to do anything himself. All the benefits would be reaped. Yi Sha's help wouldn't attract the attention of the higher-ups of the devil race. Yes, master. Yi Sha obeyed Jiang Qin's orders without any delay. Jiang Qin didn't care where he was. He immediately sat down with his legs crossed. With the protection of Yi Sha, he didn't need to worry about any devil disturbing him. Jiang Qin circulated the dragon transformation art and began to absorb the devil souls. About 10 minutes later, the 2 devil souls were completely refined by Jiang Qin. At this moment, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Qin's body had reached 55,900. It was a pity that he hadn't advanced to the 9th-grade combat emperor, but he was almost there. He was only left with 100 dragon marks. The amount of energy required is too huge. Jiang Qin couldn't help but sigh. Even though he was mentally prepared, the amount of energy required to advance from the 8th grade to the 9th grade still made him speechless. Fortunately, the dragon transformation art could refine and absorb everything, or else it would be very difficult for him to cultivate the 9th-grade combat emperor. Yi Sha, from now on only kill 2nd-grade minor devil saints. Kill as many as you can. Jiang Qin said to Yi Sha. Master, with my current strength we can only mingle in the periphery of the 3rd level. If we enter, there will be even more powerful minor devil sages appearing. Even I am not their match. If a powerful expert discovers Master's human, it will be troublesome. Toss it. Then we will roam around the periphery. Let's go. Jiang Qin said. In the following time, Jiang Qin and Yi Sha were like 2 specters, shuttling around the periphery of the 3rd level, looking for powerful prey. An hour later, Yi Sha found another 2nd-grade minor devil saint. He killed it on the spot and gave the devil soul to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin didn't delay and refined the devil soul, absorbing the energy within. Kacha, the bottleneck of the 9th-grade combat emperor, was broken through in an instant. Countless of heaven elixir was absorbed by Jiang Qin as if it was free. At this moment, Jiang Qin finally broke through to the 9th-grade combat emperor, standing at the peak of the combat emperor realm. 56,000 dragon marks was the limit of the 9th-grade combat emperor, but the current Jiang Qin's dragon marks had already exceeded 56,000, and there were still 200 more dragon marks. This is great, I have finally advanced to the 9th grade combat emperor, but if I want to advance to the 1st grade minor saint, I will need an even greater amount of energy. I need 60,000 dragon marks and I need to condense another 4,000 dragon marks, but I can't rely on this method to advance anymore. If I use force to advance to the 1st grade minor saint, it will have a great impact on my foundation and foundation. In order to advance to the minor saint realm, I will have to rely on real methods. However, my foundation is still very strong, at least I can use this method to condense another 1,800 dragon marks, reaching the peak of the 9th grade combat emperor. After that, I will leave the devil world and return to Xuanyu. Zhou Xian thought to himself. He was the clearest about his own situation. It was already very good for him to advance to the 9th grade combat emperor in the devil world. This was also his goal. He didn't want to rely on this method to advance to the minor saint realm. Killing a minor devil saint for no reason would attract the attention of the higher-ups, even if it was Yi Sha who did it himself. Therefore, Zhou Xian and Yi Sha had to be very careful in the following days. They didn't dare to go on a killing spree anymore. Another half a month later, Zhou Xian continued to absorb the essence of the devil's souls. His body had finally condensed 58,000 dragon marks. He still needed another 2,000 dragon marks to advance to the 1st grade minor saint realm. Furthermore, Zhou Xian had reaped a great harvest in this half a month. Other than reaching the peak of the 9th grade combat emperor, he had edified 3 3rd grade minor devil saints with the edifying light. Including Yi Sha, there was a total of 4 3rd grade minor devil saints. Such a tremendous combat strength was simply shocking. Given Zhou Qian's combat strength, killing a 2nd grade minor saint was as easy as flipping his hand. Killing a 3rd grade minor saint wasn't impossible for him. If he joined forces with Yi Sha and the others, even an ordinary 4th grade minor saint would die. Chapter 762. Zhou Qian's trip to the devil world was a fruitful one. His cultivation grade had reached the peak of 9th grade combat emperor and his next step was to break through to the minor saint realm. He had also subdued 4 powerful 3rd grade minor saints. This was a very powerful force. Devils had a strong physique. It was hard for humans to gain the upper hand in a battle of the same grade. Zhou Qian kept Yi Sha and the others into his spatial ring, then disappeared from the 3rd level of the devil world. It had been a month since he came to the devil world. It was time for him to return. Zhou Qian had a feeling that the chaos of Xuanyu was coming. This was his intuition. Zhou Qian's intuition had always been accurate. In Xuanyu, the Nebula sect gathered together. Wu Emo and a few other minor saints of the Moyin cult were present. Their faces were grim because the thing that Zhou Qian had predicted had finally happened. The storm was coming and it came so fast. Motherfucker. What the hell are these northern and southern dynasties? How could they be so powerful? An elder of the Moyin cult couldn't help but curse. He was feeling very gloomy. Nebula Kid smiled. He finally understood that Zhou Qian's evaluation of Nan Beichao wasn't exaggerated at all. He didn't put it in his heart at first, but he had never thought that Zhou Qian's prediction would come true so soon. I think everyone has heard the news. Half a month ago, Nan Beichao emerged as a new force. Starting from Earth Domain, he used only half a month to destroy all the major powers in Earth Domain, Heaven Domain, and Yellow Domain. All of them submitted to him. The House of Shadow Blight of Yellow Domain was the first to resist. They were experts in using poison, so no one dared to provoke them. But in the hands of Nan Beichao, the House of Shadow Blight didn't last more than half an hour before they were completely annihilated. Not even the fowls and dogs were spared. Blood flowed like a river. As far as I know, the master of the House of Shadow Blight had advanced to 5th grade minor saint not long ago. Nebula Kid said. This news was about the major events that had happened in the past half a month. It was an unprecedented event in the entire divine continent. Even an ordinary person would have heard of such shocking news, let alone the people present. However, Nebula Kid still repeated it. Nowadays, the reputation of the northern and southern dynasties had spread across the 4 major domains. Just mentioning the name of the northern and southern dynasties would certainly make people tremble in fear. The northern and southern dynasties have declared that they want to subdue the 4 major domains. Now Heaven Domain, Yellow Domain, and Earth Domain have all been subdued. Next is our Xuanyu. It's not hard to imagine our fate. Wu Emo frowned. As a peerless devil lord, this was the first time he felt that the situation was very tricky. The northern and southern dynasties have already subdued a lot of major powers. There are too many experts under them. Even if our Nebula sect and Moyin cult unite, it won't be of any help. Nebula sect couldn't help but sigh. At this moment they couldn't do anything but sigh. Everyone, don't worry. Before Xianxia left, he specifically asked me to unite our two major powers first. When he comes back he will deal with the chaos in Xuanyu. So we don't need to worry. Just wait for Xianxia to come back. Nebula Kid said. The opponent was too strong. Even if he was very confident in Xianxia, his heart was still beating like a drum. When Xianxia left he was only a 7th grade combat emperor. It had only been a month. Even if he was strong, how strong could he be? How could he deal with the northern and southern dynasties that were at the peak of their power? Judging from the current situation, other than Xianxia, there was no one else who could save the situation. Nebula Kid knew the real identity of Xianxia, so he still had a glimmer of expectation. Master Nebula Kid, although that Xianxia is a rare genius, his cultivation grade is still too low. He's just a combat emperor. The gap between him and the two major powers is too big. How could he deal with such a situation? Yes, the northern and southern dynasties are too strong. They have gathered all the major powers in the 3 domains. The Tan family and Sky Hill School are no exception. Xiaoyao Palace and the northern and southern dynasties are on the same side. When the time comes, it will be equivalent to 2 major powers joining hands to deal with all the other major powers in the 4 domains. Even without the northern and southern dynasties in the White Tiger, we are still not enough. It's too difficult. I'm afraid that our fate won't be any better than the other major powers. Even if Xianxia is a genius, he won't be able to deal with the chaos in Xuanyu. The elders of the Moyin cult and some of the elders of the Nebula sect were in despair. The opponent was too strong. They had no way to deal with it. Some of them even had the thought of surrendering. The northern and southern dynasties were too strong. They couldn't deal with them at all. Oh, look at how scared you all are. No matter how strong the northern and southern dynasties are, they are still defeated by Xianxia. If Xianxia can defeat them twice, he can kill them for the 3rd time. De Huang Dog laughed out loud. He wasn't worried at all about the upcoming chaos in Xuanyu. Instead, he was extremely excited. For this guy who craved for the world to be in chaos, the more chaotic the situation was, the more he liked it. Although the opponent was very strong, Xianxia was never weak. De Huang Dog had followed Xianxia for the longest time. Xianxia had created countless miracles. Even if the whole world believed that Xianxia couldn't defeat the northern and southern dynasties, only De Huang Dog believed that no matter how strong the northern and southern dynasties were, they would still be defeated by Xianxia. He was destined to be a stepping stone for Xianxia. Everyone, don't panic. Listen to me. At this moment, Han Yen stood up. As the young master of the Moyin cult, his prestige was much higher than De Huang Dog's, and he was one of the people who had the right to speak. You don't understand the northern and southern dynasties, but we do. The current situation is very similar to what happened in the Qi province. Back in the Qi province, the northern and southern dynasties wanted to rule the entire Qi province. This guy is cultivating the monarch heaven skill, and he is walking on the path of hegemony. No matter where he goes, he wants to rule. Only by doing this can he go further on his path as an emperor. Back in the Qi province, the Black Sect was on the brink of destruction. In the end, it was Xianxia who showed up at the critical moment and turned the tide, destroying half of the northern and southern dynasties. However, this guy has the body of an immortal, so he managed to escape. But let me tell you, from the eastern continent to here, Xianxia has created countless miracles. Even in this chaotic situation, it can't stop him. If there is anyone in this world who can deal with the northern and southern dynasties, it would be Xianxia. Xianxia is the nemesis of the northern and southern dynasties. Han Yen said. Now that Xianxia wasn't here, the most important thing to do now was to calm the people's hearts. If the people's hearts were broken, they would be finished. As soon as Han Yan's words faded, the entire palace fell into silence. Everyone was frowning. No one knew what they were thinking. Before Xianxia left, he said that only he can solve the chaos in Xuanyu. So it's useless for us to worry here. Why don't we take a good rest and wait for Xianxia to come back? Based on the current situation, we are no longer a match for the northern and southern dynasties. Jiang Qin is the only variable. Whether we can succeed or not, we have to wait for Jiang Qin to come back. Nebula Kid said. Everyone nodded. Nebula Kid was right. No matter how worried they were, they wouldn't be able to come up with a solution just by sitting here. It was better to take a good rest and wait for Jiang Qin to come back. Even though they didn't have much hope for Jiang Qin, but as Nebula Kid and Han Yan had said, Jiang Qin was still a variable. It seems like the northern and southern dynasties are going to attack Xuanyu tomorrow. I wonder when Jiang Qin will come back? Someone sighed. That bastard. He went out alone without bringing Master Dog with him. This is outrageous. De Huang Dog felt very depressed during this 1 month. Even though he was a powerful 9th-grade demon emperor, he was still very angry that Jiang Qin left him behind and went to the devil world alone. At the same time in the Qin family, the higher-ups of the Qin family also gathered together. The atmosphere was much more solemn than that of the Nebula sect and the Moyin cult. The patriarch of the Qin family, Qin Zhentian, was sitting on the main seat with a gloomy face. Below him were the higher-ups of the Qin family. Everyone knows what happened in the 3 big domains. I'm afraid our Qin family won't be able to escape, Qin Zhentian said in a deep voice. Who are these northern and southern dynasties? Where did they come from? I've never heard of them before. Sai, this person is too powerful. He has already taken control of the 3 big domains. We are no match for him. I'm afraid it won't be long before they attack Xuanyu. Our Qin family has such a great foundation. Are we going to give it up to them? What else can we do? The sect of Shadow Blight is more powerful than our Qin family. If we resist, we will be annihilated. If we resist, the result will be the same. The northern and southern dynasties are really ruthless people. The people of the Qin family felt helpless. They had no idea what to do about the upcoming chaos. Patriarch, what do you think we should do? Everyone looked at Qin Zhentian. Sigh. What will come will come. Qin Zhentian sighed helplessly. Then he stood up and walked out of the main hall. Seeing him like this, the rest of the people had a sad look on their faces. The Tianshan sect was also in the same situation. Although the higher-ups of the Tianshan sect had gathered together to discuss a solution, they couldn't come up with a solution. They were very clear that as long as the northern and southern dynasties attacked, any solution would be useless. They could only surrender. There were many forces in the heaven domain that were stronger than them, but they still surrendered. Chapter 763. After leaving the 3rd level, Jiang Chen's mood was inexplicably stirred. It was as if he had seen a blood-boiling scene. That scene intoxicated him. He could already foresee that the chaos of Xuanyu was about to begin. The fated battle between him and the northern and southern dynasties was about to begin. This time he wouldn't give any chance to the northern and southern dynasties. Honglong. Suddenly, a loud roar was heard from the depths of the 2nd level. Jiang Qin was very familiar with this sound. It was the fluctuation of a battle. Jiang Qin focused his attention and saw a golden light drifting in the distance. The golden light was filled with the taste of light. It was the pure Buddha light. There are people of Buddha sect here. Let's go and have a look. Jiang Chen's body swayed, turning into a ray of light and flew over. His speed was extremely fast. Very soon he arrived at the location of the battle. In front of him he saw a majestic 1st-grade minor devil saint kneeling in front of a monk kowtowing piously. The monk was shaking his head. The smile on his face was so wide that it almost reached the back of his ears. Fighting with your grandpa, monk? There's still a long way to go. Tyrant said proudly to the 1st-grade minor devil saint. Yes, master. There's still a long way to go. The 1st-grade minor devil saint said hastily, fearing that his master would be angry. Don't call me master. Call me grandpa, monk. Tyrant glared at him. The 1st-grade minor devil saint didn't dare to show any neglect and called him grandpa, monk. This scene almost made Jiang Qin faint. This bastard was still as shameless as ever. If it wasn't for the fact that he was wearing a kasaya and had no hair on his head, no one would associate him with Buddha sect. However, Jiang Qin was very happy to see Tyrant here. Moreover, Tyrant's current cultivation had already reached the terrifying 1st-grade minor saint, which was even more powerful than him. It seemed like he had completely obtained the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus. That was why he could have such earth-shattering progress. Who is it? Tyrant suddenly turned his head and shouted at Jiang Chen's direction. One had to admit that this bastard's perception was very sharp. What do you think? Jiang Chen swaggered over. Seeing that it was Jiang Chen, Tyrant was pleasantly surprised. He strode over to Jiang Chen and gave him a bear hug without saying a word. Grandpa missed me so much. Tyrant patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and said. Jiang Chen immediately frowned. What did he mean by missing his grandfather so much? These words made him want to vomit blood. Fuck off. Without saying a word, Jiang Chen kicked the monk to the ground. He had no interest in men, let alone a monk. I heard from my master that you have come to the devil world, so I came here to see if I could help you. Now it seems like you don't need my help anymore. 9th grade combat emperor, your advancement is as fast as flying. I thought that I could finally suppress you with my current cultivation grade, but it seems like I have thought too much. Tyrant said gloomily. Although he was a 1st grade minor saint and Jiang Chen was only a 9th grade combat emperor, he still knew his own strength. He knew very well how powerful Jiang Chen was. Even if Jiang Chen was a 9th grade combat emperor, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. You are not bad either. You are already a 1st grade minor saint. It seems like you have obtained great benefits from the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Naturally, he was very happy to see his brother's growth. That's right. Ancestor's inheritance contained the 3 supreme Dharma seals of Buddha sect and an ancient Buddhist scripture. It allowed me to have such a great transformation, and my future achievements will be limitless. Tyrant said. Great Master Ranfeng is really a rare person. He had the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus in his hand, but he didn't use it for cultivation. He wanted to leave it to you after so many years. He knew that his talent wasn't as good as yours, so he didn't want to let the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus to be unable to flourish in his hands. Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh. Great Master Ranfeng was a true eminent monk of the Buddhist League, and he was many times stronger than those people from the Great Layin Temple. He had so many supreme Buddhist scriptures in his possession, but he had never been tempted by any of them. Just this temperament alone was something that no ordinary man could compare with. Master is the closest person to me. He raised me and gave me such good conditions. There is no way for me to repay his kindness. The only thing I can do is not to disappoint Master and flourish the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus. Tyrant showed a rare solemn expression. Although he had an eccentric temperament, he was a man who valued friendship and righteousness. He was a true man. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become good brothers with Jiang Chen. Alright, let's not talk too much. Now that you have advanced to the minor saint realm, you can help me. I'm afraid that the chaos in Xuanyu is about to break out. I can feel that the northern and southern dynasties are going to make a big move. We have to rush back to Xuanyu immediately to deal with this chaos. Jiang Chen said. All right. If I don't participate in such a big event, wouldn't it be less than perfect? Tyrant's interest was immediately piqued. He had heard a lot about the northern and southern dynasties from Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. He also wanted to meet this amazing person. More importantly, it was an exciting thing to be able to fight side by side with Jiang Chen. Both of them left quickly, heading towards the exit of the Devil Realm. Tyrant had already ended his seclusion. Great Master Ranfeng didn't want him to stay on Green Lotus Mountain. Instead, he allowed him to roam the world and pursue a higher realm. At the edge of the 2nd level of the Devil Realm, Jiang Chen and Tyrant flashed past like 2 beams of light. At this time, an old man happened to see the 2 beams of light. Unknowingly, he felt that these 2 chi were very familiar. It's them. It's Jiang Chen and that monk. Jiang Chen hasn't died yet. I really don't know what the Dark Shadow is doing. However, it's great that this guy dares to appear in the Western Domain again. I'm afraid that monk has already reached the minor saint realm. I'm going to use the talisman to send a message to Tianyi Gate. They will send some experts to stop them and kill Jiang Chen. The old man's eyes revealed a hint of maliciousness. If Jiang Chen and Tyrant were here, they would certainly recognize this old man as the original elder of Tianyi Gate who had stopped them outside the Devil Realm. Back then, Jiang Chen had killed Chi Child in the Devil Realm, attracting the experts of Tianyi Gate to hunt him down. In the end, it was Great Master Ranfeng who had intervened and dealt with them. Elder Yuan took out a talisman and sent his divine sense into the talisman. After that, the talisman disappeared. It was a very high-grade talisman. As long as the talisman didn't leave the Western domain, it could be transmitted to any place in an instant. Outside the Devil Realm, Xianxia and Tyrant appeared at lightning speed, preparing to fly towards the direction of Xuanyu. With their current speed, it would take them at most a day to reach the Western domain. Xianxia and Xianxia hadn't flown far when two incomparably powerful qi suddenly appeared in front of them, completely blocking their way. Even this part of the void was sealed. It seemed like they weren't going to give them a chance to escape. There are actually people who dare to stop the people of the Great Lightning Tune Temple in the Western Domain. They must be courting death. Tyrant sneered. They are the people of Tanny Gate. Their target is me, not you. I have been very careful in coming to the Devil Realm this time. I didn't expect that I would still be exposed. Xianxia shook his head. It was easy to guess their identity. He had only offended Tanny Gate in the Western Domain. It wasn't surprising that Tanny Gate wanted to kill him. It was highly possible that the Dark Shadow Assassin organization was recruited by Tanny Gate. Two gray-robed elders were standing in the sky in front of them. Each of them was emitting a strong saint's qi. One of them was a second-grade minor saint while the other was a powerful third-grade minor saint. Such a formation made Xianxia speechless. It seemed like Tanny Gate really wanted to kill him. If it was before, Xianxia could only run away when facing a third-grade minor saint. But now he didn't care about that at all. People of Tanny Gate, have you forgotten the punishment my master gave you? Tyrant yelled at the two of them. Little monk, this matter has nothing to do with you. We won't kill you. Our target is Xianxia. The elder said. Tyrant wanted to say something more, but Xianxia took a step forward with an overbearing face. This matter has nothing to do with Tyrant, but I'm afraid that it won't be easy for you to kill me. I advise you to leave now. Perhaps you can still keep your lives. Otherwise I won't be merciful. Xianxia said loudly. Little Qinzi, that's a third-grade minor saint. Can you deal with him? Tyrant whispered worriedly. Watch carefully. If they really provoke me, there will only be one ending for them. Xianxia revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. He would never show mercy to his enemies. Haha. Boasting shamelessly. I have never seen such an arrogant young man before. Elder Lu, this kid is merely a 9th-grade combat emperor. Sending the two of us here is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. You just stand here and watch the show. I will kill this arrogant kid in seconds. The 2nd-grade minor saint elder laughed heartily. He felt that a 9th-grade combat emperor was just like a clown in front of him. A young man should be a little arrogant, but it wouldn't be good if he was overly arrogant. And you go. Elder Lu nodded. He felt that there was no need for him to deal with a 9th-grade combat emperor. Kid, accept your death. The elder shouted. In the blink of an eye, he appeared not far away from Xianxia. His frighteningly huge hand grabbed toward Xianxia. A wave of qi burst out from Xianxia's body. The true dragon palm was cast out. The terrifying dragon claw destroyed the elder's attack. Xianxia then grabbed the elder's shoulder. The true dragon palm exerted force and a qi-la sound was heard. The elder's arm was ripped off neatly. Blood gushed out, revealing the white bones. The bloody scene made people's hair stand on end. Chapter 764. Arg! A blood-curdling scream came out from the old man's mouth. At this moment the old man no longer had the arrogance he had before, only panic and fear remained. Without fighting Xianxia personally, one would never understand how frightening Xianxia was. However, it was useless to scream. The moment he attacked Xianxia, his death was already foreshadowed. The true dragon palm moved again. The dragon claw turned into a huge cage that fell from the sky, trapping the elder inside. Stop. Elder Lu's facial expression changed drastically. He yelled immediately. He had never thought that Xianxia would be this powerful. He could kill a 2nd-grade minor saint with ease with a 9th-grade combat emperor. This was too shocking. Elder Lu acted immediately. He was afraid that the 2nd-grade minor saint would die in Xianxia's hands if he was late. A 2nd-grade minor saint was extremely precious to the Tanny Gate. It would be a great loss if they lost him. Xianxia laughed loudly. He didn't even look at Elder Lu. The true dragon palm exerted force and crushed the second-grade minor Saint Elder into pieces, killing him on the spot. Bastard! Elder Lu was infuriated. In this western domain, although Tianyi Gate wasn't as powerful as the Great Lightning Tune Temple, it was still considered as one of the major powers. No one had ever dared to kill their minor saint. One should know that cultivating a minor saint required a lot of resources. Now that he was killed by Xianxia, it was a great loss to the Tianyi Gate. Tyrant couldn't help but shake his head. He knew that Xianxia was too strong. Even if he was only a 9th-grade combat emperor, he wouldn't be able to deal with him. Even a 2nd-grade minor saint couldn't withstand a single blow from him and was instantly killed. However, Tyrant was already used to Xianxia's strength. However, Elder Lu was a 3rd-grade minor saint now. He had no idea how Xianxia was going to deal with him. He was merely a 1st-grade minor saint now. He could easily deal with a 2nd-grade minor saint, but it was impossible for him to deal with a 3rd-grade minor saint. Even if he used the edifying light to subdue 3 1st-grade minor devil saints, he still wouldn't be able to deal with a 3rd-grade minor saint. However, what happened next made Tyrant realize that his worries were completely unnecessary. He was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. Yixia attack. In the face of the powerful Elder Lu, Xianxia yelled and released Yixia and the other 3 3rd-grade minor devil saints. Initially, Xianxia wanted to fight with all his might to test his combat strength, but now he didn't want to waste any more time. After all, this was the western region, the territory of the Tianyi Gate. If he was delayed for too long, he would be in big trouble. Therefore, Xianxia wanted to end the battle quickly and return to Xuanyu as soon as possible. There was the most important and urgent matter at hand. The devils were extremely ferocious, let alone the 4 3rd-grade minor devil saints that appeared at the same time. Elder Lu was dumbfounded. The entire sky was instantly covered by devil chi. The 4 minor devil saints had trapped Elder Lu. What? Elder Lu's face turned pale with fright. A strong sense of danger rose from the bottom of his heart. It was the feeling of death. He couldn't even deal with one of these 4 3rd-grade minor devil saints, let alone 4 of them at the same time. Kill him. Xianxia ordered decisively. The 4 minor devil saints kept roaring. Endless devil waves turned into a dense cage, suppressing Elder Lu to the point that he couldn't move. Then the 4 minor devil saints stretched out their devil claws and grabbed Elder Lu. A chi-la sound was heard, followed by a blood-curdling scream. Elder Lu was instantly torn into pieces. Oh my god! Tyrant widened his eyes, thinking that there was something wrong with his eyes. The scene was too shocking. There was no way he wouldn't be shocked. He was a 1st-grade minor saint that cultivated the edifying light. It would already be considered good if he could edify a 2nd-grade minor devil saint, but Xianxia, who was only a 9th-grade combat emperor, had edified 4 3rd-grade minor devil saints. This was the gap between them. Tyrant couldn't help but call Xianxia a monster. No matter what kind of cultivation method or combat technique Xianxia cultivated, it was always at his fingertips. Now even the edifying light of Buddha sect was the same. This made Tyrant feel that Xianxia was more suitable to be a monk than him. The 4 3rd-grade minor devil saints roared at the sky. Their hands were holding the broken limbs of Elder Lu. The smell of blood intoxicated them. That was the greatest enjoyment of devils. Little Chinzi, quickly keep them. The minor devil saints have appeared in the western domain. If the Great Lightning Tune Temple sends their chi, we will be finished. Tyrant quickly reminded Xianxia. Xianxia was shocked. He had forgotten about this. The reason why the Great Lightning Tune Temple existed in the western domain was to suppress the devil race. Now that he had brought these 4 devils out, once it attracted the attention of the Great Lightning Tune Temple, they would immediately send out their experts to kill them. His loss would outweigh his gain. Come back. Xianxia shouted. Yixia and the other 3 didn't dare to be negligent. They immediately withdrew their chi and returned to Xianxia's spatial ring. Scope. Xianxia gave Tyrant a meaningful glance. Both of them vanished in a blink. This time they had crossed the void and traveled 10,000 miles in an instant. Little Chinzi, why is your edifying light so powerful? Tyrant couldn't help but ask. Don't be ridiculous. When I subdued Yixia, he was only a 2nd-grade minor saint. He advanced to the 3rd grade after that. I have obtained the brilliant mirror of Nebula Sect. This mirror has infinite power and is the bane of all devils. It can reflect the devil's attack twice as much. I used it to subdue Isha. After he advanced to the 3rd grade minor devil saint, the two of us worked together to subdue the other 3rd grade minor devil saints. It's that simple. Zhou Xian shrugged. As a matter of fact, his ability was enough to subdue a 3rd grade minor devil saint, but he didn't want to give Tyrant too much of a blow. What kind of mirror could be so powerful? Tyrant's eyes sparkled. It could reflect the devil's attack twice as much. Such a treasure was simply heaven-defying. The greatest treasure of the Nebula Sect, a minor saint weapon, has been obtained by me. However, this treasure is a vampire. Even with my current yuan power, I can only use it once before my energy is depleted. Zhou Xian shook his head helplessly. This was the only shortcoming of the brilliant mirror. It would absorb different yuan force according to the strength of the reflected attack. That's already an incredible treasure. Tyrant said enviously. All right, let's hurry up and return to Xuanyu as soon as possible. After saying that, Zhou Qian's speed increased again. Both of them were like two meteors flying in the sky. They disappeared from sight from time to time, and when they reappeared, they were already thousands of miles away. Not long after Zhou Qian and Tyrant disappeared, a few incomparably powerful silhouettes appeared at the place where the battle took place. All of them were powerful minor saints. Their faces were filled with endless anger when they saw the tragic scene of the battle and the two minor saints who were brutally killed. That damn Zhou Qian. How dare he kill two minor saints like us? Damn it. This brat is growing too fast. We must get rid of him as soon as possible. The loss of our Tianyi Gate is too great this time. We must not let him go. Aning is really disappointing. He hasn't been killed after such a long time. Seems like we have to do it ourselves. Those who appeared were the higher-ups of Tianyi Gate. All of them were supreme minor saint experts. After today's incident, the grudge between them and Zhou Qian would be even more impossible to resolve. Then they released a fire and burned Elder Lu's body before disappearing. This time Zhou Qian had completely offended Tianyi Gate. Tianyi Gate would never let this matter go. They had lost two minor saints. This debt must be settled. The next day the Northern and Southern dynasties led all the minor saints of Heaven Domain, Earth Domain and Yellow Domain to enter Xuanyu. Together with the experts of Xiaoyao Palace, the strength of the Northern and Southern dynasties had reached an unimaginable level. There were a total of 14 major powers including Xiaoyao Palace in the three domains. In total there were more than 100 minor saints. Anyone who saw such a huge force would vomit blood. After the Northern and Southern dynasties entered Xuanyu, they didn't waste any time. They immediately went to deal with Sky Hill School and Tan family. Facing such a situation, Sky Hill School and Tan family didn't dare to resist. They surrendered on the spot. Putting aside the Northern and Southern dynasties and White Tiger, they had 5 5th-grade minor saints. If they didn't surrender, the two major powers would be annihilated. Although Nebula Sect and Moyin Cult had joined forces, they were still in fear and trepidation. Even if they joined forces again, it would be useless. The gap between them was as wide as heaven and earth. There was no way to make up for it. While Nebula Sect and Moyin Cult were distressed, the Northern and Southern dynasties didn't immediately deal with them after conquering Sky Hill School and Tan family. The Northern and Southern dynasties actually stopped their actions. But not long after that, a piece of news was sent to them. The Northern and Southern dynasties had announced that they would give the Moyin Cult and Nebula Sect 3 days to go to Xiaoyao Palace, kneel down in front of the Northern and Southern dynasties and kowtow 9 times. As long as Zhou Qian could do it, they would let go of the Nebula Sect and Moyin Cult. If Zhou Qian didn't kowtow, the Northern and Southern dynasties wouldn't give the two major powers any chance to surrender. They wouldn't even give them the chance to surrender. Every single one of them would be annihilated. When the news came out, the people of Nebula Sect and Moyin Cult were in an uproar. It was too cruel and overbearing. They didn't even have the chance to turn the situation around. The Northern and Southern dynasties were going to annihilate them. They wouldn't give them the chance to surrender. At this time, Zhou Qian had become the most important person. Zhou Qian hadn't returned yet. The people of the two major powers couldn't sit still any longer. What should we do? There are only 3 days left. If Xianxia doesn't return, we will be finished. The northern and southern dynasties are too powerful. We can't go against them. Even if Xianxia returns, he will never kneel down in front of the northern and southern dynasties. No matter what, let's wait for Xianxia to return first. I wonder if he can create another miracle and save us from this chaos. Chapter 765. The sky above the nebula sect was covered with a layer of haze. Everyone's mood was incomparably heavy. Everyone felt that doomsday was coming. Such a scene could be said to be unprecedented. They had reason to believe that even if Xianxia came back at this time, he would not be a match for the northern and southern dynasties. He would not be able to turn the situation around. The disciples of the nebula sect were slightly better. They all knew of Xianxia's prestige and ability. They still had some confidence in Xianxia. They felt that he was a genius who could create miracles, although they did not know what methods Xianxia would use to create this miracle. But the disciples of the Moyin cult were completely different. In their hearts, Xianxia was just a friend of their young master. They did not have much confidence in Xianxia because many of them did not even know Xianxia. They only heard about his deeds. But for the disciples of the Moyin cult, no matter whether they had confidence in Xianxia or not, the result could not be changed. They could only pray that Xianxia could create a miracle. Some people even suspected that Xianxia did not dare to come back. After receiving the news here, he might have already escaped. But no one dared to say this because someone had said this before. The result was too tragic. He was beaten to death by Xianxia's fans. This kind of words was a kind of humiliation to Xianxia. Now all the disciples of the Moyin cult had come to the nebula sect. The Moyin cult had become an empty nest. If the two great forces united, there would still be a glimmer of hope. Otherwise they could only wait for destruction. In a courtyard of the nebula sect, several people gathered together. Their faces were somewhat solemn. De Huang Dog Han Yen Nangong Went In, Guoxiao Fei Mo Sang Zhuoling or Tanlang Tanji Hao. They were all Xianxia's relatives and friends. Why hasn't Big Brother come back yet? There's not much time left. Zhuolinger pouted. Xianxia had already been gone for a month. Now that Xuanyu was in chaos, Xianxia should be back by now. I don't know where junior brother Jiang went to train. He's been gone for more than a month. Now that Xuanyu has fallen into unprecedented chaos, I don't know if he'll be able to return. Guoxiao Fei sighed. Don't worry, he will definitely come back. Han Yen said firmly. Young master, I'm not trying to be discouraging, but the northern and southern dynasties have more than 100 minor saints. Even if Xianxia comes back, how can we fight against the northern and southern dynasties with our current strength? Mose said. It wasn't that he didn't trust Xianxia, but his opponent was just too powerful. Anyone in his position would have the same concerns. I don't know what he will do, but he must have a way. Han Yen said confidently. His trust in Xianxia had surpassed his own. That's right. There's nothing that little Qinzi can't do if he wants to do it. The martial saint dynasty was so powerful in the past, but it was still destroyed by him. Although the current situation is very dangerous, he must have a way to deal with it. Nangong Wentian nodded and said. They were all from the eastern continent, so they knew Xianxia too well. Because of this, they believed in him. This bastard. He didn't even call me when he went out. De Huang Dog was still feeling gloomy. As for whether Xianxia could come back and turn the situation around, he had no doubt that the northern and southern dynasties were destined to be defeated by Xianxia. Once, twice and thrice. Just as De Huang Dog's voice faded, two extremely powerful auras suddenly appeared in the sky above the nebula sect. One was a young man in snow-white clothes and the other was a monk in a kasaya. They were Xianxia and Tyrant. Look, Big Brother is back. Zhuoling Air shouted. Everyone's face was filled with pleasant surprise. Xianxia had finally returned. Haha, Tyrant has broken through to the minor saint realm. How exciting. Nangong Wentian laughed. At this time, everyone in the nebula sect saw Xianxia. Many of them began to cheer. Look, Brother Jiang is back. He is finally back. That's great. As long as he kneels down and kowtows to the northern and southern dynasties, we will be saved. Fuck you. You are the one who kowtows to the northern and southern dynasties. How dare you humiliate Brother Jiang? Brothers, beat him up. The Nebula sect that had been silent for a long time suddenly became lively again. The northern and southern dynasties had set a deadline of 3 days. The only thing they needed to wait for now was Zhang Qian. As long as Zhang Qian came back, they would have their backbone. At this time, Nebula Kid and Wu Emo wouldn't be able to do anything. Swoosh swoosh, under the lead of Nebula Kid and Wu Emo, the higher-ups of the two major powers rushed out and approached Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian, you're finally back. Looking at your chi, you should be a 9th grade combat emperor now, right? Nebula Kid asked. That's right. I have advanced to the 9th grade combat emperor. Zhang Qian nodded. A mere 9th grade combat emperor, how could he create a miracle? Yes, he is too weak. Compared to the northern and southern dynasties, he isn't even at the same level. We are finished this time. What a pity, what a pity. I thought that he could create a miracle, but it seems like he is still finished. The minor saints of the Moyin cult could see through Zhang Qian's cultivation. Their joyful mood instantly sank. Although Zhang Qian had improved very fast, a 9th grade combat emperor wouldn't be able to survive in the upcoming chaos of Xuanyu, let alone turning the tide. It was a joke. Huala Zhang Qian glanced at those minor saints and opened the gap of his spatial ring. Isha and the other 3 3rd grade minor devil saints rushed out. For a moment, devil chi soared up to the sky, covering the entire sky. The mighty aura of a devil saint swept across the area. Countless people were shocked. What? These are all powerful devils. Each of them is a 3rd grade minor devil saint. Someone exclaimed. Even Nebula Kid and Wu Emo were shocked. They didn't know where did Zhang Qian get so many devils from. One should know that what they lacked the most now was a minor saint. Master. Isha and the other 3 bowed to Zhang Qian in unison. Their attitude was incomparably respectful. This scene stunned everyone. Even Nebula Kid and Wu Emo had their mouths wide open in shock. My God, what is going on? According to the legends, each and every one of them is arrogant and untamed. They are much scarier than our devil cult. These are 4 3rd grade minor devil saints, but they are bowing to Zhang Qian like slaves. Zhang Qian has subdued these minor devil saints. My God, how did he do it? He is only a 9th grade combat emperor. This kid is really powerful. He is only a 9th grade combat emperor, but he is able to subdue powerful 3rd grade minor devil saints. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. No one wasn't surprised. Those minor saints of Moyin cult who were disappointed in Zhang Qian before had a drastic change in their attitude towards Zhang Qian. Putting other things aside, the fact that he was able to subdue 4 3rd grade minor devil saints was already heaven-defying. This was a miracle. Perhaps he could really create other miracles. Did you all see that? Even a 3rd grade minor devil saint has to bow to senior brother Jiang. Who else in this world could achieve such a feat? Senior brother Jiang is indeed a peerless genius. Perhaps he can really change the situation. That's right. So shocking. He's a 3rd grade minor devil saint. He's even scarier than a 3rd grade minor saint of the human race, but he was subdued by Zhang Qian just like that. This alone makes me admire Zhang Qian from the bottom of my heart. At this moment, all the disciples of Nebula sect and Moyin cult were cheered up. The haze in their hearts seemed to have vanished. They saw hope in Zhang Qian. Did you see that? This is Zhang Qian. This is Zhang Qian's ability. He didn't say a word, but he could instantly boost our morale. Only he could do that. Han Yen said with a smile. Mo Sang and Guo Fei also smiled. They had completely lost their temper with Zhang Qian. The existence of this man was to defeat the geniuses of this world. Big brother is awesome. Zhuoling Air cheered. Nebula Kid and Wu Emo looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. Zhang Qian's return only took one action to boost their morale. He had solved the problem that they had always wanted to solve. They were afraid that only Zhang Qian had such ability. Even Nebula Kid and Wu Emo couldn't help but admire Zhang Qian. Putting aside whether Zhang Qian could deal with the northern and southern dynasties, at least he had given all the elders and disciples a glimmer of hope. Zhang Qian, you should have heard about what happened in the northern and southern dynasties, right? Nebula Kid asked. That's right. I have heard about it. The northern and southern dynasties made such a big move and grew so fast. It was beyond my expectation. But it's not a big deal. As long as I am here, nothing will be a problem, Jiang Qin said with incomparable confidence. Before he arrived at Xuanyu, he already knew what the northern and southern dynasties had been doing. It was undeniable that the northern and southern dynasties had made such a big move. It was beyond Jiang Qin's expectation. He initially thought that the northern and southern dynasties would only deal with Xuanyu. He didn't expect that they would also deal with the other three big regions in such a short period of time. Moreover, the strength of the northern and southern dynasties had reached a terrifying level. The situation they were facing now was much more serious than what Jiang Qin had expected. However, although the northern and southern dynasties were powerful, Jiang Qin wouldn't retreat. He was not a person who would retreat. The stronger the enemy, the more it would stimulate his fighting spirit. At the same time, the strength of the northern and southern dynasties was also greatly beneficial to him. Jiang Qin wanted to obtain great benefits from this chaos. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.